Good morning. We will now reconvene this meeting at 8:36. Carrie, please take roll.
Chair Carvalho,
Here.
Vice Chair Downs,
Here.
Regent Ariscata,
Here.
Regent Batista, Regent Boylan, Regent Breger,
Here.
Regent Brooks,
Here.
Regent Brown,
Present.
Regent Del Carlo,
Here.
Regent Fernandez,
Present.
Regent Goycochea,
Here.
Regent Goodman, Regent McGrath.
Here.
You have a quorum present.
Thank you. Next item is public comment, number 17. For those who would like to call in and offer public comment, please dial 669-444-9171 and enter meeting ID 933-5568-7402 and passcode 555555. Is there any public comment at GBC?
None in Elko at this time.
Thank you. Is there any public comment at the system office in Reno?
None for Reno.
Thank you. Public comment here at Nevada State. Please state and spell your name, and you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Regents. Dr. Bill Robinson. You kind of know what I'm going to talk about, past chair of the Faculty Senate. I'm here I'm going to give you a brief overview of the Metro report, ask you to get Metro in here to talk to you about December 6th and to start putting those security items back on your agenda until we get some work done. On December 6th, an animal entered my building, wandered around for 11 minutes. He took the entire south wing of the 4th floor, walked from one end to the other, spoke and interacted with 7 people, then walked back, chose a person, clearly chose a person. That person had time to pick up the phone, dial 911. The first 911 call to dispatch was her screaming to the sound of 5 bullets being shot at her, and then the line goes quiet. He then turns to leave. A faculty member, a not too bright faculty member, pops out of their office, eye contact 25 feet away. He turns and runs, no shots. Guy walks down to the other end of the 4th floor, shoots up an office, goes down to the 3rd floor, encounters a faculty member, shoots them, walks to the way other end of the 3rd floor, encounters a faculty member, shoots them, gets back to the elevator, goes up to the 5th floor, encounters a faculty member, shoots them, gets on the elevator, comes downstairs, leaves. UPD was there when he was still on the 4th floor, but no cameras, no coverage anywhere in that building. War, right? I believe that UPD would have gone into that building and maybe dealt with him a lot sooner if they had known where he was. I do not believe that they would have sat there downstairs if they knew exactly where that was. I have faith in them, just as I have faith in y'all. There's way more in that report that you all need to know. I know I'm about to go over, but ignore me. A Metro officer discharged their weapon accidentally and blew out the front of the student union. That caused a huge lockdown that our president went through, our student body president went through in the student union. And again, no cameras, no way to tell, no
I'm
way
sorry,
to
I'm
help
gonna have
UPD.
to cut you off there.
I understand.
Thank you.
Please put it on your agenda.
Thank you.
Doug Unger, D-O-U-G, U-N-G-E-R, UNLV Chapter President of the Nevada Faculty Alliance. I'm here speaking after my colleague Bill Robinson to ask this Regents to please use all of the political connections, contacts you have to assure that NSHE gets not only the $11 million in the governor's recommended budget, but what NSHE really needs, which is more than 3 times that much, plus base funding for campus safety and security. We really do need this money. It's one-shot money. I can tell you from being up in the legislative building that many legislators are skeptical about NSHE budgets. It's a really hard ask when we talk about higher education for history that most of you know. But this is different. We have a very good argument for establishing this safety and security money. And I'd like to thank the Chancellor and everyone who worked on establishing the Permanent Security Committee for NSHE, which is very much needed, which will address the infrastructure, training, and other longer-term improvements we need to improve campus safety and security. So thank you very much for using all your influence to make sure that we can get that safety and security money as a top priority. Thank you.
Good morning, Jim New, NEW. As you can imagine, as president of the Nevada Faculty Alliance, I am exceptionally proud to support the faculty of Nevada State University who have affirmed their desire to hold elections to form a collective bargaining unit. It is appropriate that this request is being considered here on the NSU campus, where the faculty members, more than 70% of whom signed cards to request the organizing vote, can personally witness the board's action on their behalf. Since more than 80% of NSU faculty favored collective bargaining when surveyed last November, we're optimistic about the outcome of this faculty election. Over 65% of NSU faculty are already members of NFA, so our other bargaining chapters will have to step up their game, like CSN with their 300 plus members, or my home chapter at TMCC, where our 110 members only represent a paltry 55% of the academic faculty. Exercising the guaranteed rights of speech and assembly that are protected in the U.S. Constitution is a significant milestone for NSHE's newest and fastest growing institution. When bargaining is conducted in good faith, the faculty and the administration both derive benefits, since it always results in streamlining processes and clarifying procedures. The bargaining agent does not displace existing shared governance structures. In fact, collective bargaining fortifies the Faculty Senate. While the Faculty Senate remains the primary channel for faculty members to participate in the policy-making process, the union has the ability and resources to respond to faculty employment concerns beyond the Senate's jurisdiction. This support is available to all members of the bargaining unit, regardless of their membership status. I hope you will agree. Recognition of NSU NFA as a bargaining agent will strengthen NSU and give faculty members a firm foundation for growth and security at NSHE. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is David Cooper, C-O-O-P-E-R, and I am the Faculty Senate Chair at Nevada State University, as well as a newly tenured faculty member, just as of yesterday, and a proud member of the Nevada Faculty Alliance chapter here at Nevada State University. In order not to overwhelm you with multiple comments, I've been asked to give a shared statement and honored to do so on behalf of my Nevada State colleagues. At Nevada State University, we believe that excellence fosters opportunity. That excellence necessarily begins with faculty. The education, mentorship, and research that we provide creates invaluable opportunities for our students and is a vital part of building a just and prosperous future for our state. As faculty, we embrace the challenge of modeling the mission of NSU by forming a union that will foster excellency, progress, and meaningful collaboration on our campus. As a union, the Nevada Faculty Alliance at NSU is committed to ensuring workplace safety, preserving academic freedom, fostering shared governance and collaboration with the NSU's administration, negotiating fair salaries, reasonable workloads, and job security, and codifying the small university culture that we love to preserve it as our university grows. Since our collective bargaining effort began, NFA-NSU has had a strong positive relationship with both our faculty senate and our administration. We look forward to continuing to work together in the interests of our students and the institution, and respectfully call on the Board of Regents to accept our application for a fair and democratic collective bargaining election. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rochelle Basson, and I am currently the WNC NFA chapter president. And I am speaking to you today because I am also a member of the collective bargaining team as we're negotiating this year. And I just want to thank the WNC administration for all of their hard work meeting us at the table regularly, delivering on data requests, and maintaining respectful and open conversations. Collective bargaining can be a lot of work, oftentimes stressful, but ultimately it does lead to significant improvement in faculty well-being and retention. This in turn strengthens and boosts teaching excellence, inspires faculty to be more innovative in the classroom and supporting students when they need more motivation. So WNC NFA, of course, is supportive of NSU in attempting to form a collective bargaining chapter, so we advocate for passing the right to do so. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Carvalho and Regents. Kent Irvin, ERVIN, for the Nevada Faculty Alliance Government Relations Team. For over 40 years, the Nevada Faculty Alliance has advocated at the legislature on behalf of our members and in collaboration with NSHE on shared interests. Yesterday, I talked about budget priorities. Today, I would like to draw your attention to two employee-related bills. Assembly Bill 188 restores health care benefits for state employees who were hired after 2011, including NSHE faculty and staff. Those employees will receive no health benefit when they retire after the minimum 15 years of service. AB 188 restores those benefits. Because it is less than 15 years since 2011, after the Great Recession, when this benefit was eliminated, the state has saved no money from that elimination. Full retiree benefits are needed to recruit and retain high-quality faculty and staff, particularly classified staff, in competition with counties and cities. Assembly Bill 191 authorizes collective bargaining for NSHE professional employees in state law. NSHE professionals are the largest group of public employees in Nevada without collective bargaining in statute. 3 community colleges currently have collective bargaining for faculty, and as you know, Nevada State University is seeking today to form a bargaining unit, but only under the rules in the Board of Regents handbook. NGSW, UAW has requested recognition of a bargaining unit for graduate assistants, but they have no collective bargaining rights currently. Legislation is needed to provide NSHE and all of its professional employees fair rules for negotiation. NSHE and its employees should be able to access the State Employees Management Relations Board for resolution of contract issues, and that can be accomplished only with legislation. We respectfully request your support for AB 188 and AB 191. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chelsea Harrington, CHELSEAHERRINGTON. Frustrating and disappointing, Regent Arascata said in a previous meeting concerning fee reporting and presentations. I am also frustrated and disappointed and will share my personal perspective. Regents, I am frustrated in the ongoing treatment and review of fees. Many regents don't understand the difference between differential fees, special fees, and student course fees. New degree programs can have differential fees as part of their proposal. But when it comes to officially voting on the fee, it is treated as separate. For example, the Bachelor of Science of Cybersecurity was approved in September 2004 by the ARSA committee, but the fee was held up for several meetings. I encourage the institutions to note in their December differential fee proposals to add the new program's date of approval. There has been too much focus on the dollar amounts and not the percentage of ending balance over revenue. 80 million at 57% versus 11 million at 67%. Please include more institutions in the quarterly report. As some have said, data can be used and manipulated. One way to reduce is to require units to report the same. Results can be deceiving when institutions do not report the same. Templates need to be clear. Institutions can have the same name of the fee, but have different accounting structures and uses. Consistency is the most important thing that a system can provide. I agree.
Good morning, Board of Regents. For the record, my name is Leonardo Montoya, Montoya. I am here not to speak on any agenda item. However, I am here to speak on the support programs and the Executive Order 14151. For the past 3 years, I have had the privilege of being part of a DEI program called Naponda. I am a part of a cohort 10, and I have been a student, an ambassador, a peer educator, and most recently, community leader within the program. I am here to emphasize the lasting impact that support programs have had on students and their academic journeys, and urge this board to please recognize their continued necessity. First, student support programs are not just beneficial, they are essential to retention and graduation. I have worked directly with 20 students and indirectly with many more. I have witnessed firsthand how these programs bridge the gap for those who have the potential to succeed, but they lack that institutional knowledge. They lack the financial literacy or strong support systems. Without structured guidance, these challenges become barriers to persistence and degree completion. Second, the impact of these programs extends far beyond individual students. College students who receive a targeted mentorship and academic support are more likely to persist, graduate, and contribute meaningfully to the workforce, which is what we all aim to do. Dismantling these programs would disproportionately affect students who already face systematic barriers to degree attainment. And while institutional priorities may shift, and I understand that, those changes should not come at the cost of student retention and proven support systems. I urge this board to please consider how we can expand and strengthen these programs rather than eliminate them. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Pedro Escalante Jr. That is Pedro, ESC, ALA, NTE, JR. I am in my third year at Nevada State, and I never thought that I would be standing here today, fighting for something so simple, the chance for students to succeed. Student support programs aren't about special treatment. They're about making sure that every student, no matter where they come from, has the tools they need to work hard, earn their degree, contribute to society, and to make a world a better place. These programs help first-generation students, low-income students, and anyone who just needs a little extra guidance to navigate college. That is not political. It's actually common sense. I know some people might say, if you work hard, you'll make it. And I understand that. We call that grit. But I also know that college is a maze, and not everyone starts with the same map. These programs don't hand out success. What they do is help the students earn it. They provide mentorship, tutoring, and guidance, so students don't get lost along the way. So I will ask you, will you protect your Constitution against DEI rollbacks and consider their repercussions to students' retention and enrollment? Will we continue to support students who are willing to work hard and push forward, or will we make it even harder for them to succeed? Because education is not a commodity. Education is not a product, and most definitely education is not a privilege. Education, however, is a basic human right. A basic human right some of us have only had for less than 100 years. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mick Haney. I was listening upstairs to the conversation about the fraud in financial aid. I'm a technical person, but a couple ideas is, number one, charge an application fee. These people go after free colleges where you can apply without putting up any money. The other thing that I think that we do is we take enrollment or roll for the classes, and then we don't release the money until they have attended every class. Just some simple thoughts.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment here at Nevada State SES, is there any public comment on the phone?
Yes, Madam Chair. Caller with the phone number ending in 3666, please press *6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Villa. I'm a professor of mathematics at College of Southern Nevada, and I was, as some of you might recall, the Senate chair last year. I'm going to talk about a couple things, as much time as I can get, and then I'll be cut off. But number 26 agenda item, I spoke about this at the UNLV quarterly board meeting. I want to encourage everybody to still consider not just changing. This is the one about appeals being moved from the board to the chancellor solely. I still am a huge fan of giving the people a choice. Some feel that they want privacy, so they want to go to the chancellor. Some feel they'll get a fair shake with the board. I think the best way is to let the faculty member make that decision, give them the choice, and they can't complain about it. If they picked the wrong way and they wish they would have gone another way, give them the option. That's what I ask. So I think Regent Downs, Vice Chair Downs mentioned something like that. I'm highly supportive of that. Also, number 40, I fully support the passing of the agenda item to allow the NSU faculty, the collective bargaining of them. That's what I'm hoping for as well. So please consider those, and I thank you for your time. Have a good one.
That's all the callers we have at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. So as I mentioned yesterday at the beginning of the meeting, the next item that we're going to take today is item number 40, which is collective bargaining election for Nevada State University. And for this, I am going to turn it over to Chief General Counsel, Mr. Jimmy Martinez.
Good morning, Jimmy Martinez for the record. This item comes to you in compliance with Title IV, Chapter 4, Section 5 of the Board of Regents Handbook on Collective Bargaining. This section specifically says an employee organization seeking to represent system employees in their employment relationship must submit an application in writing to the Chancellor and include several minimum threshold requirements. The most important of those is they have to show signed evidence of at least 30% of eligible professional employees showing a desire to commence a bargaining unit. What you have in your backup material are two things. You have the application from NFA, and you have a letter also from the Chancellor verifying that they have met those minimum requirements. The next step, so it kind of happens in three parts. The first part is the application. The second part is the Chancellor's verification and requirement that the Chancellor put it on the next agenda. And the third part is for the board. This part is mandatory in the handbook. And I want to point this out because I found it a little odd in our policies. This is not a policy that we use very often. It comes up maybe once every 7 to 10 years. But the board's policy says once the Chancellor puts this on an agenda, the board shall provide for the American Arbitration Association to conduct an election according to its rules. So that's why this is coming before the board today. The minimum qualifications have been met. The prospective bargaining unit is coming forward asking for an election, and the board's own policy does not allow the board to not vote to pass it. So this is the part where I say it's a little bit of an odd policy. When I first went through it, my recommendation to the Chancellor was we should probably amend this so that the board approves it to where the policy says it then goes to an election, because it's very odd to stand before you and say this needs a vote and you can't vote no. So that's where we are today. What we're asking for is the board to do two things in the motion. One is to recognize the application submitted by the Nevada Faculty Alliance to seek the status of a certified representative of a bargaining unit at Nevada State College, or Nevada State University, I'm sorry. And number two is to provide for the American Arbitration Association to conduct an election. And I'm here to answer questions. We also have counsel for NFA is on standby on Zoom as well to answer questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Martinez. I will first open it up to Regent Breaker.
I appreciate the Susan Breaker for the record. I appreciate the information you are giving us, and it sounds like there's one choice, which is a good choice. And if no one has any comments, or if they want, I'd put a motion on the table for conversation if we need, if that's okay.
Sure. At this point, I'll accept your motion to approve this item. I guess as you've outlined to recognize.
I'll second.
Okay. And I have a second from Regent Brown. So So to recognize the will of Nevada State to collectively bargain and to proceed forward with American Arbitration Association. Is that a correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So I will open it up for any other discussion. Seeing none, I will call for the, oh, please, Regent Brooks.
Thank you. Regent Brooks for the record. Listen, as I'm sitting here listening to this, the discussion probably has to do with what are we doing with our policies? That's the discussion, right? And so this absolutely is just part of another larger issue that we see as things come before the board that typically may not, or that sometimes surprises us. Because as I was listening to council, I thought, well, what were the steps that a chancellor would have to take to put this on the agenda to begin with, right? Prior to, or what I would hope is notifying board members, this is something that's going to be on the agenda. This is a must do. The way policy is, you don't have a choice. You're just going to do it. Okay, then let's take a look at policy before something gets placed on an agenda that forces the board's hand, irrespective of what the item is. Right, and so maybe that's a new business item, but I felt like this certainly should be discussed in terms of taking a look at antiquated policy that must be removed and revised. Thank you.
I would wholeheartedly agree with you on that. This came forward to me to approve to be on the agenda late. And I asked that question of Mr. Martinez. How do we navigate this? And it was clear that policy revision is absolutely needed here. So I 100% echo what you're saying here. So I would be happy if you brought that up in new business. Otherwise, for sure, I'm going to address it. Thank you.
Can I
Regent Breaker.
piggyback just that for a moment? There's a lot of policies in that giant book that, do we need a policy committee or an outside consultant that comes in, looks through that? I just think it's time to move forward on that. And we've heard that over and over from a lot of us. And I think it's probably time, and I agree with, maybe it's just a new agenda item that is more than just this one, but the whole book.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Regent Goodman and then to Chancellor Charlton.
I did add an item on the, as new business for us to review the entire policy. And after some discussion, it sounds like maybe we should hire in a consultant attorney that works under Jimmy for a period of a year so that they can have full culpability when it comes to providing those changes to the board. So I think we should definitely look into this and make sure it happens. I will also be abstaining from this item.
Certainly, for the record, Patty Charlton, Chancellor. And so I just wanted to just echo the comments that Council Martinez and the board members have made. This is an awkward process that, to be honest, is a step that's added to this rigor, which is very confusing and is not used very often. And so I just support the next movement, because obviously it put the chancellor in a very awkward position. I don't have the background of what happened on the campus, but yet it's one that charges me to bring this forward. But I think it's an important process to move forward and to modify the policy in support of the institutions as well.
Thank you. So at this time, we have a motion and a second on the floor. So I will call for a voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
I'll abstain. Thank you.
That motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go back to item number 18, which is institutional metrics for DRI. And for this, I'll turn it over to President Acharya.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, Regents, Chancellor. I'm Kumud Acharya, President of DRI, for the record. Thank you for the opportunity to present DRI metrics. For over 65 years, our scientists and the students who work alongside them have been working to address some of the pressing environmental challenges around the world. We are honored to work with communities across the state and the world to conduct research and science that matters now. And we are proud that our scientists continuously produce solutions that better human and environmental health. Typically, I would start my presentation by highlighting a few projects, but this year we decided instead to highlight a few faculty members. So let me introduce 3 of our scientists and their work in the universe and the world and right here in Nevada. Dr. Henry Sun, who is based in our Las Vegas campus, is a microbiologist studying life in extreme environment. In this short video, Dr. Sun will share his research related to Mars.
7-year-old, 8-year-old girl stood up, raised her hand, and she asked me, but how do you know that life would look like on another planet? Life may not look the same as the life we know it. And to this day, there's no other question that match that, because that's exactly the question we are struggling with as professional scientists. How do you recognize aliens that may not look like you? How do we know when we see life? The lichens growing in the deserts are never green. So that question led to a very simple experiment. Expose it to UV and then look at the activity. And that led to a question, say, if this organism can survive UV, maybe organisms on Mars could exist despite UV.
Next is, this is Dr. Joe McConnell. He's a world-renowned scientist who leads our ice core lab based in Reno.
So we're at the Desert Research Institute in front of the ice core lab. It's the only lab like it in the world. We do lots of things, and one of the things is to understand human impacts on the environment. So that's things like lead pollution, going back as far as the Romans and the Greeks, and the pollution that they created that blew up to the Arctic. And then another aspect, of course, is understanding the climate system. And the overall idea there is that the climate, if we better understand the climate system, then we can design better models, and those models can result in better policies.
And finally, this is Dr. Teresa Riston out of our Reno campus. She's a geoarchaeologist, and she studies arborglyphs here in Nevada.
As an archaeologist, you know, we want to record as much of the cultural material, is what we call anything that's physical, that we can. And I think that arborglyphs or dendroglyphs or tree carvings are really emblematic of all the features and artifacts that disappear. The reason I got into that was because the drone photography and the artifact 3D preservation of artifacts. And so it was sort of a natural extension, already having this technical ability to preserve things in a 3D way. The tree carvings are actually perfect for it. And that way we can preserve them, and, you know, we could make models if we wanted to.
So you can see this is just a very small subsample of our nearly 200 researchers at DRI, and why DRI is globally known for its research, right? So other than research, DRI also contributes to undergraduate and graduate studies. Obviously, we do not grant degrees, and one of the ways we support our students is through Research Immersion Internship Program. This is a 16-week program that offers students from both STEM and non-STEM majors at community colleges and Nevada State University a paid internship opportunity to work with our scientists at DRI. The idea behind this is to inspire students to maybe get involved in and maybe build careers in science, and just exposing them with an early opportunity to be involved and see and work with our scientists. We have created over 62 internships in the last 4 years, and 63% of them have been first-generation college students. We obviously also support graduate students. Graduate students, these are future scientists, these are future employees. A lot of our faculty came from either UNR, UNLV, they went to school there. As you can see, in just 2024, we supported nearly 40 graduate students. They work with our faculty. They are all funded by our grants and contracts. Almost 30 of them are PhD students. And we're very proud to have contributed to their growth and being scientists in the future. As many of you are aware, we also are deeply involved in our pre-K through 12th grade STEM education program. We offer professional development for educators, workforce development, and community outreach. You will be pleased to see that just in 1 year, 2024, we trained over 600 educators in Nevada, and we engaged 33,000 K-12 students. And nearly 30,000 community members engaged through our STEM education program. DRI also has a robotics program. The vision of DRI's robotics program is for all students across Nevada to think creatively and solve complex problems through hands-on robotics education. Since 2018, the program continues to teach the fundamentals of engineering and help foster confidence in Nevada teachers and students alike. The Robotics Academy of Nevada provides training for educators in Las Vegas, Elko, and Reno to become robotics coaches. And I like to thank President Denali for working with us and our robotics faculty and trainers. They actually are working out of Preparation College, and we're looking for more collaboration opportunities. Just in 1 year, the impact of robotics program has been tremendous. In 43 Robotics Academy of Nevada training sessions were conducted, resulting in 555 rural teachers receiving training impacting nearly 22,000 rural students. Statewide, our robotics program trained over 900 teachers, more than 31,000 pre-K-12 students, and distributed, this one is important, 11,000 books. And these are all paid for by our grants and contracts. It's all distributed for free to our teachers. Demographics, DRI, we're proud to tell you that our women scientist number is growing, which is great. On the right-hand side, these are categories of rank 1, 2, and 3, 4. Faculty members, rank 4s are research professors, rank 1s are postdocs. So we're trying to increase our rank 1 and 2 faculty numbers. And as you can see, the purple graph, that we have hired a lot of rank 1 and 2s. So they are the future leaders of science, and they're also, that's also part of our succession planning. This is a little bit of a crowded graph chart. So you see the DRI in the center. The 3 institutions left of DRI are our peer institutions. The Lamont Doherty, Southern Research, and MRI Global. These are similar in size to DRI in terms of headcount and funding. And then the 2 on the right-hand side are Scripps Oceanography out of UC San Diego and Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution in Massachusetts. Those are our aspirational institutes. So an employee performance metric, often called as research revenue per employee, it's a good way to compare ourselves with our peer and aspirational institutions. As you can see in this chart, our revenue per research faculty number is about $335,000 per faculty per year. We are actually ahead of 2 of our peer institutions, Lamont Doherty and Southern Research. Theirs is about $135,000 per researcher per year and to $200,000. And MRI Global is a little bit higher, about $362,000, but similar, almost close to DRI. So we're actually quite ahead of our peer or equal to our peer. But you can see our aspirational institutions, they have a much higher per faculty revenue, which is like $1.2 million and almost $600,000 for our Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. So this is where we stand, and our per faculty revenue has been growing in the last few years. And looking at the award trend, you can see the DRI has been, the award revenue is, once you get our grants, we start spending that money and that generates revenue. Our revenue has been steadily increasing since 2020. And last year, we had a really good year. We'll talk about that a little bit later. I think you can see that our gradual increase is similar to our aspirational institutions. So we're actually doing quite well compared to our peers in generating revenue. So you might wonder where our revenue comes from. This is just a distribution of agencies that fund DRI. Almost 30% of our revenue comes from just two agencies, Department of Defense and Department of Energy. And then the others are Commerce, Department of Interior, National Science Foundation. This is just a distribution in FY24. We had a really, really good year in 24. Research citation. Research citations is like our scientists bring dollars, they conduct research, and then they publish that research so that the whole world can see that research. And so once you publish your research, the other scientists will then start looking at it. They will cite our work. So for both environmental science and earth sciences, I think we have a really healthy citation. Almost for earth sciences, 12,000 citations a year, which just means 12,000 scientists all around the world, they cited our research in 2024. So publications. Publications by our scientists have enjoyed an impressive field citation ratio. I also didn't know this. Field citation ratio for both environmental and earth sciences. The field citation ratio indicates the relative citation performance of a publication when compared to similarly aged articles in its subject. So our field citation ratio is very comparable to our aspirational institutions. So the publications that our scientists are publishing are high quality. Scripps and Woods Hole are the leaders in their field, and we are just like our scientists are publishing the quality of paper just like those two institutions. In terms of number of publications, I think our scientists are publishing about 200 papers a year. This is consistent the last 10 years. To publish one paper, as you know, some of you might know, it takes a lot. So 200 papers is, for a relatively smaller institutions like DRI, is I think a decent number. We established our advancement office in 2020, and DRI is also, the advancement office is also doing quite well in philanthropic fundraising. And you saw our foundations present this number in December. So we are steadily increasing our philanthropic fundraising. Last year, we raised about $2.7 million from private donors. Research expenditure. This data is a National Science Foundation HERD survey. This is the amount of research that we spend at DRI. For some reason, this does not capture all of our expenditure, but you can still see that from 2020 to 2024, we've been steadily increasing. So we've grown about 22% based on this National Science Foundation data. But actual expenditure is a little bit higher than this, but this is what's available on National Science Foundation HERD website. I think this is the most important number for us to evaluate ourselves with. This is the amount of new grants and contract that we bring in every year. As you can see, we've been steadily growing, and last year we had a bumper year. We had an amazing year. We brought in nearly $70 million in external grants and contracts. But I'll tell you though, I don't think we can duplicate that again based on what's happening in Washington, DC and the funding situations. But I'm pretty optimistic that DRI is a very resilient organization. We've been around for 65 years and we've seen a lot of ups and downs. And so we'll get through this, 25 has already been a decent year, and now it's starting to slow down a little bit. But once things come back to normalcy, we'll have to pivot a little bit differently based on the new priorities. We do a lot of work for Department of Defense and Energy, and I actually expect some of those programs to actually grow. We'll lose some other programs, but we'll grow in some other areas. So I also want to remind you that every dollar that we get from the state, we bring in additional nearly $5 to the state. So we provide an excellent ROI to the state revenue. just for your information, we do all kinds of outreach events. A very popular event is the May the Science Be With You. We get almost like 1,000 people at our Las Vegas campus. We open our labs to our communities and all of that. This year, we launched a new program called Curiosity Lab by DRI, a live event series that brings science storytelling to communities across Nevada. Curiosity Lab by DRI explores the intersection of science, arts, and culture, celebrating how science shapes our lives, fuels creativity, and deepens our understanding of the world. These community-focused events spark conversation that breeds environmental research, place identity, and the humanities, inspiring Nevadans to learn, create, and engage with the science around us. Our first event was in Reno, and it was nearly sold out, and we had an amazing event. And the first event in Las Vegas is March 12th. So I hope to see some of you there if you have time. I'd like to close this out by this one small video. With that, Chair, I'm happy to take any questions. Concludes my presentation.
Thank you, President Acharya. I'll open up the floor to any regents for questions or comments. Regent Prager.
You're so energizing, and not that our academia colleges are not good, but it's just so amazing to visit the Reno and visit the facility down here and be able to brag about what you do and how you do it. So I just wanted to say thank you for a very uplifting presentation and all that you do at DRI. I just thoroughly enjoy it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Goodman.
I'm always so excited when you present. It's really, really wonderful, and those metrics are incredible. I have one question. So when you look at that Woods Hole, they have a 950 head count, and they're pulling in $293 million. Why is that? Is it because they have a stronger federal delegation? I mean, what's happening there where there's that kind of disparity? Because I know you have so many brilliant minds at DRI, so I don't think it's that.
Thank you for that question, Regent Goodman. That's a great question. Woods Hole is a leader in ocean sciences all over the world, and they've been around for a very long time. They also have a joint PhD program with MIT. They work very closely with MIT scientists. They produce, I think, like dozens of PhD students with MIT every year. And so their reputation is global. And then, because of the work they do for ocean sciences, they get a lot of their funding from US Navy.
Okay.
And I think they have amazing submarines and all of those. And so I think, and they've been around much, much longer. And so I think that's why they are our aspirational institution. We'd like to get there someday. That's the reason, a number of factors. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And thank you for all your incredible work at DRI.
Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Del Carlo.
I just want to say I love DRI, and you guys do amazing work, and I'm just really proud of you. I mean, I wish it was called something other than desert sort of. Just I wish it would put Nevada on the map, Nevada Research Institute or something. But there was a time they talked about changing the name because you think of just the desert, but you're down in Antarctica and you're on all 7 continents. I mean, has that ever been discussed since you've been there?
We have. This conversation comes up every other year, because we've got I totally agree with you because when I used to travel around the world for my research, and I talk to President Sandoval sometimes. I used to be part of his delegation back in the day, and we went to China together. People recognize DRI as DRI, and so it's difficult to change that 65 years of history
I agree
overnight.
with that too.
But this comes up all the time, and I had difficulty explaining to people why it's called Desert Research Institute and not Environmental Research Institute, for example. you know?
What is that explanation? I don't think I even know.
Because I tell them, like, you know, maybe we're located in desert, or we do research in desert, but we have all kinds of research going on at DRI. And we're very well known for, Regent Goycochea knows our work on water. You know, DRI is probably best known for our work on water resources all over the world. So it's not about just the way it is, you know. The founding fathers, they called it DRI, and we're stuck with it right now.
Okay, just had to ask. Thank you. You do a great job.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Regent Brown.
Thank you so much, Regent Brown, for the record. Obviously, in 23 slides, you cannot highlight everything and all the magic that happens on your 2 campuses and with your scientists around the world, but I did want to highlight that you guys, the DRI had presented at the Workforce Committee a few weeks ago and really just we spent probably 45 minutes going into the deep dive of the workforce side of your institution. It's easy for us in the dais to say, oh, you're our non-academic institution, but when you really look at it and the community impact and the workforce pipeline that you guys are creating, in addition to all of that money that you're raising and the research that you're doing, it's such a bigger value add than just gets reported in the reports. And so I wanted to make sure that that was acknowledged to the broader audience. And with that, I think research in general is something that should be considered a soft power. You know, we talk about diplomacy a lot as a soft power, but our research is a soft power. It is something that we do that changes people's lives around the world. You're telling me that, you know, your scientists are around the globe and they're releasing their information to the world so that other people can learn off of it and glean and grow into that. And that is something that we should embrace as a country, but we can embrace this here in the state and support you and our R1 institutions, because the research that you do changes lives. You do research in diseases and climate, and these all have lasting effects. And so I think, you know, as we're kind of dealing through federal policies, and no offense to my colleague, I don't believe research is where we're going to balance the budget. And because I think that there is too much good that comes out of it. And the ROI, I mean, alone, your 1 to 5 ROI for the state is really impressive. But then you think of the global implications and everything that happens because of the research that's being done. And I think that makes this country strong, and it makes us good global partners. And I just want to commend your institution for playing a big part in that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation today. We really appreciate it, and thank you for all the work that DRI does on behalf of Nevada and the world.
Thank you.
We'll move on to item number 19, knocking at the college door with WICHE. So to kick this off, I'll go to Chancellor Charlton.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. And for the record, Patty Charlton, Chancellor, Nevada System of Higher Education. Today, I'm really honored to get to introduce to you Patrick Lane with the Western Interstate Commission for Higher Education. And Patrick, as many of you know, WICHE is really a partner, not just with Nevada, but within our region, and also a thought leader in higher education policy. And so with that, we are really pleased that they are with us today to provide this important report that they have. And this is really a follow-up to a conversation that this board started in September of 2023 when we were talking about the enrollment cliff. So this is another piece to that puzzle, and then following this meeting, we'll be bringing back that conversation to the board, which you wanted to continue that dialogue after the funding formula study. And so this is a continuation of a piece of a puzzle that's coming together that we're really excited to present. And so with that, Mr. Lane.
Thank you, Chancellor, and thank you, Chair Carvalho, and other regents as well. For the record, Patrick Lane, Western Interstate Commission for Higher Education, PATRICKLANE. And we're here to walk through this report that we just released in December. And in this report, we try to peer into the future a little bit and look at how many high school graduates will be crossing the stage in years to come. As quick background, I believe most of you are familiar with WICHE, but we are an interstate compact organization founded in 1953. Nevada has been a proud member and strong supporter of WICHE since 1959. You can see our mission on the slides, and really what I'm focusing on here is how we work to strengthen higher ed's contributions to the region's social, civic, and economic life, And that's really through sound public policy and supporting research. And that's what we're here to talk about today. Much more information than what I'm going to share today is available on our website and even behind the website in our databases back home. So if there are follow-up questions that I can't address or additional analyses, we're happy to work through those and work with the NSHE staff to provide you with additional information because we can really just scratch the surface here in this brief time together. And I'm going to talk through what the national picture looks like first and then drill down a little bit further into the Nevada numbers and share with you what we project for the future of Nevada's high school graduates. And with that, we'll jump into the data with a quick nod to our sponsors, College Board and Lumina, who have made this possible. And this is the top line finding, and most folks who have seen a lot of the higher ed media will be familiar with this, but nationally, the total number of high school graduates is projected to peak in 2025 and then decline through 2041. In the media, this is known as the demographic cliff or the enrollment cliff. As I walk through the numbers, that certainly sounds ominous and frightening and compels you to act, which is important, but it's not exactly a true cliff in the full sense of the word. So here's what that looks like, again, nationally. And these are the total numbers on top in that dark gray or black line. And where the lines are darker, those are actual reported high school graduates. Where the lines lighten up, those are our projections. So you can see the actual numbers go through 2023 due to data lags, but we're reasonably confident in the near-term numbers that we project. So 2025, we're projecting 3.9 million graduates. That's up from about 3.35 million at the beginning of the series in 2008, 2009. And then we're projected to decline, and this is where that cliff moniker comes in, and that drop from 2025 is about 13% to 3.4 million at the end of the projections in 2041. The blue line below is public high school graduates, and the green line at the bottom are private high school graduates. Obviously, across the country, it's true here in Nevada, public high school graduates are the overwhelming majority. It is also worth noting that as we're talking about this cliff, 2025 will be the most high school graduates that have ever been produced in this country. At least as far back as 1880, and then we were down in a couple 100,000. We haven't been able to go back beyond that, but the data aren't great, but we're pretty confident. The overwhelming factor driving this is births. Here you see that same top line number of graduates in green this time, and it's mapped on top of the births, which are the blue line at the top. You can see in 2007, we see the peak in the number of births, and it's over 4 million. And then you see that period of relatively consistent decline through 2023, which was the last year of actual births. And below that, we've mapped the graduates 18 years later onto that line of births. And you can see that at the beginning of the series, they're not quite moving in sync, but then as we get farther on, they really do follow each other very closely. What's happening at the beginning of the series is that's a time when nationally we were making substantial progress in the number of high school, or excuse me, not the number, in terms of high school graduation rates. So we were getting more and more efficient at progressing students through our K-12 system. So we were able to increase the number of graduates while births were decreasing. That progress nationally has leveled off. At the beginning of that series in the 90s and early 2000s, we were moving up and moving from around 80% to as recently as 2015-16, we're hitting 87, 88% nationally, and then that's sort of leveled off more recently, and that's why you see those lines begin to move fairly closely together. The other key finding, and this is one that has been true since we first started disaggregating the data by race and ethnicity in the late 1990s when data were first available, is that future public graduating classes will be comprised of higher proportions of underrepresented students. At this point, it's particularly true for Hispanic graduates and multiracial graduates. And just as a data note here, for the most part, when we're talking about race and ethnicity, we're only talking about public high school graduates because the data on private schools just aren't available. So here's what that looks like on a chart. On the left side of the screen is that same top line number for public high school graduates, but this time it's divided by race and ethnicity. And I'll walk through some interesting points about each of the race and ethnicity categories. Starting at the bottom, the white public high school graduates, which are represented by blue on the bottom of the chart, They start out in 2023 at about 1.6 million public high school graduates, representing 47% of the total national public high school graduating class. By 2041, that's projected to decline to 1.2 million graduates and only account for 39% of the total. Hispanic public graduates are represented by the green block above the blue, and we're at about 944,000 in 2023, and then that increases to 1.1 million by the end of the projections, and the total proportion represented by those graduates climbs to 36%, so getting very close to the number of white graduates as a percentage of the total. Black public high school graduates are projected to decline by about 100,000 nationally, from 480 to 373,000, declining from 14% to 12%. Asian, Native Hawaiian, and other Pacific Islander graduates are projected to decrease from about 218,000 to 197,000. And then we come to the multiracial graduates, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about them. As a percentage, they are projected to increase the most of any racial and ethnic group at the national level. Their percentage growth is 68%, which is just off the charts when you look at the other races and ethnicities. So at NSHE, we've done a little more work on that population, looking at some of the census data on multiracial youth. And what we find is it's particularly impactful when we see a high proportion of youth who come from the smaller racial and ethnic categories, particularly American Indian, Alaska Native graduates, which are crucially important to the West, and our Native Hawaiian and other Pacific Islander graduates. For American Indian, Alaska Native youth, only 25% identify exclusively as that race, meaning those are the ones that are put into that category. So 3/4 of them identify as either Hispanic, in addition to American Indian, Alaska Native, meaning that they're categorized as Hispanic, or they identify as another race, putting them into the multiracial category. So while we see relatively small numbers of American Indian, Alaska Natives, and that orange bar at the very top of the flow chart sort of disappears because of its size, there are a large proportion of them that are captured in that multiracial category and in the Hispanic category. So that's an important consideration, particularly in the West. So now we'll look more closely at Nevada. And the key finding, sort of the top line takeaway, is that Nevada is actually tracking as close to the national numbers as pretty much any state. But the timeline for when that decline is supposed to happen is different, and that's worth talking about. Nevada is projected to see a period of overall stability after a slight decline from the 2025 peak, and then it's going to have a steeper decline towards the tail end of our projections. Ultimately matching the national drop from 2025. Nevada's is 14%, the nation 13%, so really you guys are right on track with the rest of the country. But here's what that looks like when we put it on a chart. You can see the steep growth in the earlier part of the 2010s and into 2020, but then peaking at about 35,000 graduates in 2025. And then there's a period of relative stability, not too far down, a slight increase in the middle of the 2030s, and then things decline to 30,000 graduates at the tail end of our projections. So if you go back and do a little math, that's a total decline of about 5,000 graduates. But 4,000 of that decline is concentrated in the period 2034 to 2041. So that's where I'd say it's not quite a cliff that you're facing. Certainly post-secondary enrollment that we'll talk about in a second is a different pattern. But the number of high school graduates, it will decline in the next several years, but then it will be relatively steady for a few years. So you as a state have time to work on this, time to think about policies and practices that might help counteract that. The other thing that I want to point out from Nevada that stands out compared to the rest of the national numbers is the growth in private graduates. The private numbers are more volatile than the public numbers just because of the smaller size, but we do see stronger growth of private graduates in Nevada compared to the rest of the country. Oop, wrong way. Okay, then here's that same data for births and graduates specific for Nevada. And you see a relatively similar pattern, a peak in 2007 followed by a period of decline. The projected graduates and reported graduates actually climbed above the births 18 years prior, back in about 2016, 2017. We can't tell the exact reason. It's most likely due to increased net migration from other states during that period. as those students were moving through the K-12 system, more families with kids moved to Nevada. That seems to have leveled off if you're reading the tea leaves behind the data. Excuse me. But then we're projecting that the number of graduates will track fairly closely those births 18 years earlier. And when we look at that peak point for births, the driving factor behind that peak and then decline is really about the Great Recession, when birth rates dropped even further. There was some suspicion at the beginning of the COVID pandemic that we would see increases in births as everybody was locked down at home or whatever. That did not happen. There was a slight bump up, and then it actually put more pressure on the downward trend for births. So we are not expecting a COVID baby boom to save us from the demographic changes. And here's the race ethnicity makeup for Nevada. And this is slightly different than that national slide because I have included those private graduates at the top. And I'll walk through these and share a few noteworthy points. Particularly, you can barely just see the American Indian Alaska Native, fewer than 500 graduates, again, just in that exclusive category. Certainly more students of that race are captured in the Hispanic category and multiracial category. But there you can really see the growth in the private school graduates, growing from 4% to 8% of the total. And I believe what we're projecting is an increase from about 1,600 graduates to 2,400 graduates from the private sector over that time period. And then below that, you do see some growth in the multiracial category. Not as strong as the national growth, but it is certainly there. The Native Hawaiian, other Pacific Islander, and Asian students are expected to maintain fairly steady over the course of the projections. Below that, the yellow bar represents Black graduates, and they are actually projected to grow slightly for Nevada, making Nevada one of the few states in the country where that is happening. And then the big takeaway is about the white graduates and Hispanic graduates in Nevada. If you look at the blue color, which represents our white graduates, you see at the beginning of the time series here in 2021, they represented 31% of the total. That's decreasing to 18% by 2041. The overall decline in number drops from about 10,000 graduates to around 5,500 by the end of the series. So again, if you think back to an overall decline in the state of about 5,000 graduates, 4,500 of those graduates would be declining from that white race. The number of Hispanic graduates is actually projected to maintain and stay relatively steady over the course of the projections, but because of the overall decline in Nevada's numbers, they will increase as a proportion of the total, and we're projecting it to grow from about 40% to 45% of the total. And as we start transitioning, I have two things to show before we talk about some of the policies and practical approaches that we highlight in the report. Beginning to link these data to enrollment data in post-secondary. This is a list of the Western states and their enrollment of recent high school graduates in post-secondary, including whether they are enrolled in-state or out-of-state. And here Nevada shows 36% of their recent high school graduates in fall 22 enrolled in a post-secondary institution in the state. 12% of those recent high school graduates enrolled in another state, and then 52% did not enroll. So as we talk about some of the approaches and the ways that you might think about addressing what we'll still call the cliff to make the media happy, college access and some of the programs that are identified in your strategic plan, I think, are right in line with what we would see in these data. Now, I do want to spend a little bit of time talking about other states in the region, and particularly California, because it's really relevant, not because we all care too much about California, but because it impacts Nevada. What you see here, these are the top line numbers for the rest of the states in the WICHE region. If you focus on California, you see a 29% drop. So that is one of the largest in the region in terms of a percentage. But if you think about the total number of students, that dwarfs the declines in the rest of the region. Virtually all of the decline in the West is attributable to California. And that's important across the region because every state in the WICHE region draws a huge number of students from California. Nevada is certainly no exception and probably one of the top states at drawing students from that state. So as we see that decline, We're not exactly sure what's going to happen, but traditionally California has been a state where they do not have enough capacity for their public post-secondary systems. Their community colleges are full and bursting at the seams, the Cal States as well. So as that number of high school graduates in California declines, we're very focused on what that means for the rest of the region, particularly as we think about enrollment in some of our other states as well. So now, why do we at WICHE care about this? We try not to present this solely as defenders of higher education and concerned about the finances of institutions that may face decreasing enrollment revenue. Certainly that's on the table, that's something that we have to talk about. But more importantly, if we go back to our mission and think about what we can do about higher education's contribution to the economic and civic life of our region, we're very focused right now on workforce shortages. These are just snippets of headlines from across the region. And obviously the health, technology fields, those are all sort of the traditional workforce shortages. Everybody's talked about them for a long time. But in the West, we see other things as well. We see shortages of diesel mechanics that are crucial for our extraction industries, for mining in Wyoming, for transportation across the West. We see shortages in agriculture, which is crucial and throughout our region is really an important industry. And then obviously medical care, behavioral health care, all of these things are already short workers. What happens as that population of incoming students begins to decline? I think that's where we have great concern. So what can we do? Certainly there are any number of policies and approaches that are out there, and I know that you guys have talked about some throughout all of your meetings. What we've tried to do is highlight a handful of policy approaches that we think have pretty strong research, and there's reasonable cost studies behind them, whether they produce a positive ROI for institutions, whether they produce a positive ROI for communities as a whole. The first one that I'll share started at the City University of New York. It's known as CUNY ASAP. It started at their 2-year institution. It's been expanded to their 4-year institutions. It's one of the more expensive ones that we'll talk about. I think they've got the cost down to about $3,000 per student when I last looked, which is a lot of money. But what they did, they've put together a suite of services that they provide focusing on low-income students. This includes enhanced advising, financial assistance, block scheduling, transportation subsidies, which is important in New York City, and more timely information for campus support staff to better interact with students and help them move forward. What they found was remarkable, and this is one of the most studied interventions at this point in higher ed. They doubled their completion rates for low-income students at the 2-year institutions. So, and it's not one of those things like there's one study and they found great results. This impact has been studied repeatedly. It's sort of fluctuated around, but right now they have completion rates that are around 48% for low-income students, up from the mid-20s. So that is terrific. They've done a lot of cost studies, a lot of positive ROI. The efficiency in terms of cost per degree has improved substantially. Now, we at WICHE are very careful. We never like to say, all right, you just take this program that was developed over here and plug and play and drop it over here and it's going to work, especially when it comes to New York City. But this program has been implemented in Ohio now. They've done the same cost studies. They found out subway cards don't actually help in Ohio, but other types of transportation subsidies for gas and vehicle maintenance did matter. Montana has been implementing parts of it as well. Washington has taken a piece of it and put it into legislation. So states are beginning to say, okay, can we use parts of this and bring it in and really get some of the same results? And we're seeing pretty strong research behind those replication efforts as well. Another one is direct admissions. Idaho, we believe, was the first state to start this. Fast track admission is South Dakota's approach. Relatively simple idea. What they thought is if we had a few data points on high school students, GPA, standardized testing, whatever else you want to bring in, we could let them know ahead of time, you're eligible to be admitted to this set of institutions. For students that meet a certain benchmark, they could go to the non-selective institutions in Idaho. They get a letter that says you've been admitted. Here are the next steps for you if you're interested in pursuing this. For students that achieve a higher benchmark, they may get a letter that also includes selective institutions. And what they have found is that boosted enrollments in some of their public institutions by around 5%. This has been studied more and more as well as it's spreading across the country. They're seeing good results. There are a couple different flavors as well. Common App, which is the private entity that's working with many institutions, has a variety of this. They have found it increased applications. It hasn't increased enrollment as much. And I think that's partly because for students that are engaged with Common App, they're most likely to go to college anyway. But what Idaho has found is that getting that letter for students who are on the margins of going to post-secondary or not, it really validated to them that they are college level material and they can go and succeed. And so they really saw some improvements among that group that was less likely to go to college. They also ran it for about $30,000 initially, so it's a pretty cost-effective approach. The other study up there at the bottom of the screen is just about providing more information to students about their financial aid awards earlier in the process. Rather than waiting until you've gone through all the forms, you've done everything, here's what you get. But simplifying that information, which we can tell based on all the data that we have and giving it to them early, increase the number of students who went on to post-secondary education. Not increasing aid amounts or awards, but just increasing the information. And then the last three things that I'll talk quickly about. I know that Vice Chancellor Archer talked about prior learning assessment, credit for prior learning yesterday. We believe that's a strong approach and part of a broader strategy on serving adult learners. It increases adult retention and completion based on all of our research. Open educational resources, Z degrees, is the idea that you can do an entire degree program without paying for a commercially produced textbook. The research is pretty strong on the course level improvements there. We've also recently completed some research on the correlations between OER usage and degree completion and finding surprising results, or not surprising, but strong results as well. And we're completing more research with a broader set of institutions that should be out later this year. Then the last one up there is from Oregon, and they called it a Benefits Navigator program. And they employed at a community college a couple of staff to connect students to federal and state benefits, not the financial aid awards, but tax credits, TANF, those sorts of things. What they found is that increased retention and completion of their low-income students to the extent that it paid for those staff. So it was a strong intervention. It was a pilot. They got some startup money, but have moved on and are now trying to implement it statewide. So with that, I'm happy to pause and take additional questions or whatever would work for you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lane. I'll open it up to Regents for any questions or comments. Sure. Vice Chair Downs, please.
Thank you. I appreciate the comprehensiveness of this report and this study. A couple of questions I want to ask, and I feel like I'm getting feedback here. Just wanted to highlight the successes of NSHE, and we talked about underrepresented populations. They seem to be pretty well represented now in Nevada. So is that still a national term, or is that term, still applicable to the situation?
Sure. Thank you. And for the record, Patrick Lane from WICHE. I think when we use the term underrepresented, what we do is track it back to the proportion of the overall population. And a perfectly representative post-secondary enrollment would look exactly like your underlying demographics. Nevada's been a state where the majority or the plurality of students are Hispanic and have been for a long time, similar to several other states within the West. I think tracking that forward, we would still see a little bit of underrepresentation. It's probably not as broad as many of the other states that we work with.
Okay. Thank you. The next question I had is the data that you presented, is it still valid? Since January 20th, we've seen a lot of changes federally when it comes to migration and movement of people. So are these numbers based on previous experiences of population changes, or does this account for some of the new federal impacts?
Sure, thank you. Terrific question. Again, Patrick Lane from WICHE. The way our model works is it essentially weights and averages trends over the past 5 years. So specific to migration, one thing, I think it's anybody's guess what would change is the state-to-state migration. That is a big driving trend. I didn't talk about it much in this report, but one of the things we've seen in recent years is increased movement to the south, out of the West, out of the Northeast, out of the Midwest. We would expect that is likely to continue, I think, based on anything that we've seen. If you're talking about international migration, I think that's obviously a high-level topic, federal policy beyond my pay grade. We do not change the model, but what we do is still, it averages those previous 5 years of trends. And that's one of the big trends that changed during COVID that I think is not talked about as much, is there was very low, relative to previous years, international migration to the United States over those last 5 years. One would expect, with the direction federal policy is going to go, that you would see those numbers be low as well. But what impact that would have is a relatively small amount, not insignificant, but overall it comes back to births as the predominantly important driving factor.
Okay, thank you. And the next question I had is, you mentioned the fast track system that Idaho uses. So and I think that's, that's a neat idea that I think, so anyway, giving students more, better access to higher education, does that open us up to more fraud? I know we recently had a situation with there's some financial aid fraud that went on, and we had to go back and fix that. So does that open that up, or do we see fraud mostly from people outside of the schools? Outside of our K through 12 system?
Sure. Again, Patrick Lane from WICHE. I really can't speak too much to the fraud. I know that in the research on Idaho, they have not highlighted that as an issue. I think there are other controls relative to fraud that could be put in place, but not my area of expertise. But I can certainly look into it and talk to them, and if I find anything, I'm happy to follow up with you.
Okay. I'm just curious to know. Thank you.
Terrific.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Regent Brown.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. So, going through this, and you kind of already touched on this, but if 2025 is going to be our biggest year of high school graduates, immediately my head went back and minus 18, and that's 2007. And we can see that the world has just become more expensive. There's been an economic downturn. There's been COVID. There's been all these things. So I'm not surprised to see a population decline. However, when you look at any other economic development report that's doing future forecasting, we currently have 3.2 million people in the state. It's forecasted that 3.9 million will be living in Nevada by this enrollment cliff deadline. It's off by a year. It's 2042. So when I look at this and I say, if we can't expect 18-year-olds to graduate and come into our system, in order for us to be future-proof, in order for us to be able to continue to grow, we have to go after the adult learners that are underperforming, or they need to be upscaled, or the ones that, just in Clark County alone, we have 300,000 adult learners that have some type of higher ed something. They've enrolled in classes, they have credits towards a degree or a certificate. And so what is WICHE's, have you guys started thinking about this, how we're going to be working with our member entities to actually work with maybe economic development agencies and our institutions to go after these adult learners? Because to me, that seems like how we solve for the gap.
Sure, and for the record, Patrick Lane from WICHE. And without being flip, I would say we've been thinking about this since before I came to WICHE 16 years ago. And we worked many years ago with Nevada, I think starting in 2008, 2009, and some of the institutions, I think in ways where the state was interested in laying the groundwork for some of the things that you're still talking about today, because you're absolutely 100% right. Regardless, I would say, of the demographic trend of 18-year-olds, reskilling, upskilling, and providing new pathways for adults is the essential economic development strategy beyond focusing on the traditional pipeline. I think credit for prior learning is a crucial policy, and what we've seen in our research, and this is a policy I think folks are familiar with it, but we evaluate and give students credit for college level learning that they already possess, whether they came through the military, whether they worked as an accountant for 20 years. But there's no need for them to learn that same thing in a classroom. If they've got the learning, we can evaluate it. The research shows not only is it good for the students, it increases their retention and completion, but it's also good for the institutions because those students take more classes, more credits, and are more likely to graduate, increasing tuition revenue. I think there are many other things that are important about it. Beyond the policy, it's letting students know about it. In some of the qualitative work we've done, institutional staff have described credit for prior learning as, quote, the best kept secret on campus. So if you know about it, you find out about it, that's terrific. But if you don't, you're sort of out of luck and you're repeating classes. I think there are many other ways, and some of the things that you already talked about this morning about navigating those pathways. How do we help students, especially adults? They can't come to the registrar's office at 10 o'clock on a Tuesday morning because they're working. You know, it's the same with many students that have full-time jobs, but we can really think about how do we support those students in navigating the processes that we put in place for them.
Yeah, and I completely agree, and we have to, the system, but also organizations like, we have to meet our students where they are. We have so many first-gen students. I'll speak for myself. I was a first-gen student. I had no idea. Actually, I have a friend in the audience. She helped me register for classes. Literally, I had no idea how to do it. My parents had never gone to school. They didn't know how to help me. And I know that same feeling. I know technology is a lot easier now than when I was first enrolling in school. But the point is that just because you know how to use a computer doesn't mean you know how to navigate, how to find, and we were talking about it in ARSA yesterday and Workforce a couple of weeks ago. We have inconsistencies just within our own system. So I think a presentation like this, and the last thing I'll say, I think a presentation like this really just highlights a few of the deltas where we're missing some key focus areas, because now is when we lay the foundation to make sure that as our enrollment or as our graduation rates from high school decline, we're backfilling that, and we're making sure that we're future-proofing our economy, because we will have 3.9 million people at some point. So in addition to all of these great resources that you highlighted, I want to just point out that here in Nevada, this board is working on a workforce gap analysis to help us internally. And the Office of Workforce Innovation, they have a mismatched skills report that shows the number of jobs that do not have workers and number of workers that have skills that do not have jobs. And I think that's something that we should own and take into account. And then I know that our local economic development agencies are working on a target industry study and taking it a step further to look at what ancillary companies need to be brought in to ensure that as we're graduating people, they have jobs, but then all the things that you import and work, and that they are coming here as well. And so we can actually future-proof, this enrollment cliff that we're seeing, and upscaling, and. So I think this is really important, but then not letting these individual reports live in silos, but actually talking about it, bringing light to them, and working in collaboration, so we're actually making smart strategic decisions. So thank you.
Thank you. Next is Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you. I hate coming after Regent Brown because I'm thinking the same thoughts. She's got a little more depth to it, but I really thank the Chancellor for putting this presentation on today. And thank you for all this information, because between your presentation and the credit for prior learning presentations that we had in ARSA and Workforce, I think the combination of those two is where the focus of this board should be. I mean, we've got the data here, and we would really be remiss if we didn't go forward from here with plans to close those gaps. And I agree, the state we're really lucky. Our state's growing. People want to come here. It's a great place. And I think we can go around those gaps by utilizing the students that need to be upskilled and reskilled. That, to me, is the I've said it before, it's the low-hanging fruit. So I think we can mitigate a lot of this. So we've got a great charge ahead of us. Thank you for your presentation.
Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. I want to echo some of the sentiments that my colleagues have echoed, and that's thank you for the information and bringing this forward. It's extraordinarily useful, particularly at these times where we have to take a look at what are the pathways for access and success for students while things are changing from a federal perspective. Until today, frankly, I'll let you know that I was not aware of the organization. And what I'm interested in understanding is your mission is to expand educational access and excellence. Aside from some of the the items that you gave us, like PLA boost and things that are happening in other states, is there something that's very specific to your organization where you are driving access and excellence?
Sure, thank you for that question. And I'll give you a little bit of a background on WICHE, sort of starting at the high level and then how that filters into what we're doing specifically. And we're governed by a commission of 48 members, 3 appointed by each governor in the region. For Nevada, we're represented by Fred Locken from Truckee Meadows. Kathy Denauer is the executive director of the State Board of State Board of Nursing, and Dale Urquiaga, the former acting chancellor. And those commissioners set our work plan every year. It's one of their responsibilities to do. And through that, we sort of figure out what do our states and territories need. In recent years, what they have focused on for my particular side of the WICHE shop is thinking about how can we improve policies and practices on things like behavioral health and post-secondary, which we know is a factor. They have repeatedly drilled into our heads that it's important to focus on these adult learners. And that's where a lot of our research on that approach comes from. They've pushed us to think about open educational resources, and we're working with a network of folks across the entire region. How do we cost effectively scale that up? Because it would be easy to write big checks. A couple of states have done it. California, Idaho have just dedicated money to it. That's not the only way to do it. So we take these projects and these ideas. I think fundamentally, what our overarching focus is always about is data and evaluation, and it's sort of a boring truism that's been, this is what we do for a long time, but really thinking about what does the research show, and not just the research, nationally on the CUNY ASAP program. That's terrific. But when you take that and put it into Montana, what does the research show and how do they adapt it for their context? And that's where we've really tried to help out and take direction from our states and from our commission. We do have some other programs that we're relatively well known for. We essentially manage it's easiest to think of it as sort of a student exchange program where you can get a tuition rate in other states that's much discounted from out-of-state tuition. We have a professional student exchange program where states can essentially buy seats in professional programs like optometry, vet med, other things, where they don't have a program in-state, but they can secure locations for their residents to go learn and obtain these professional degrees in other places and then come back and work.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And just a couple of things. One of the other things I wanted to just call to the attention of the board was something that Heather Brown and Regent Brown and Regent Del Carlo had brought up, and that's adult learners. And there's an interesting this other classification that I had learned about just a little while ago because I fall into this category, and that is when taking a look at education benefits through veteran centers at various institutions. I'm considered a high-risk veteran adult learner because I'm 3 units shy of my bachelor's degree. And so there's this other classification then that you have of adult folks who are already in the workforce and getting things done that are so close to getting that degree that perhaps would enable them to go on to do other things. And so that's something that I don't think we've really, not too many people are exposed to that classification of adult learner, and perhaps it's something that we can take a look at and find out a way to bring those folks that are so close to finishing to help them finish so that they can move on to other things. And then the last thing that I wanted to bring up of all of the outlined programs that have been proven effective at different states, everything from enhancing access to enhancing success to enhancing how somebody applies to go into a higher education institution. Are any of those federal programs?
Thank you again, Patrick Lane, for the record. That's a terrific question, and I think where I would land on it is many of them, much of the research too, has been supported through federal dollars, and I think the fungibility of so federal dollars come down and support overall a particular program, and then it can be implemented. But Pell Grants and certainly those things are supporting a large number of students in all of these programs. So there is a huge federal footprint. I think everybody right now is trying to figure out what's going to happen next with federal research dollars. I think that is something that we at WICHE pay a lot of attention to because we draw on a lot of federally funded research in making presentations like this.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Regent Goodman and then President Dalby.
Thank you so much for all of this data. I think it's so useful to us, and it's very valuable, and it's really good to see that we're facing more of a trench than a cliff. So there's that. I'd be remiss, and I've heard these kinds of numbers, but I'd be remiss if I didn't ask. When we look at that racial ethnic makeup of Nevada public graduating classes, 31% to 18% in white Caucasian individuals. Do you have a breakdown of that? Is that mostly, because we've heard that white males are kind of just opting out of education. Is do you have a female male ratio on that?
Thank you again, Patrick Lane, for the record. We don't, but that is the right question because we will. It's one of our next steps. We put out this report. I think we've seen the same research you have, and it's true not just of white males. I think other races and ethnicities, there is if you look at the research, a male-female divide. So again, relying on our commissioners for what we should be doing next, they have said, okay, that should be one of the next priorities. So we'll be looking at that as well. We'll be sure to make sure NSHE gets a copy of that when it comes out later this year.
Thank you. President Dalby.
Hi, good morning. Kyle Dalby with Western Nevada College. Just a quick comment to the board that WNCF mentioned that we did a stop out campaign for students who had a number of credits, and we had a very successful. So if there's interest in one of the committees, I'm happy to present that. It was a few years ago, but we're reinventing it. And the reason we're reinventing it, Mr. Lane, I appreciate the presentation. I've already handed it off to my enrollment group because our initiative at Western Nevada College, where we serve rural Nevada, has shifted from, we're currently 42% high school dual enrollment, and that makes it scary looking at some of the numbers. These aren't as bad as has been stated. So we're focusing on non-high school students. My question, I'm sorry if I missed the answer, you said California is kind of dragging down the West. I'm wondering if the Clark County area is dragging down the state, and do you have something that would drill down on the counties in the rural to see if we're up against the same kind of numbers?
Sure, thank you. And for the record, Patrick Lane from WNCHE. And again, it's sort of the same answer. We do have that at the county level data from the feds. It's not number of graduates as much as 12th grade enrollees because we can only get that, but we'd be happy to provide that as well because I think there are differences. In the report, we do talk about the location of students, whether they are town, urban, rural, or suburban. And we see a little bit of shift in Nevada, slighter declines in the urban areas, but nothing substantial. But we'll be sure we can talk and follow up, and I'd be happy to get you the county level data across the state. That would be useful.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Brager.
You might not be the person that can answer this, but I think it's important. So I come from 35 years in real estate. Now they need 36 hours every 2 years to keep your license, same as insurance people. And I don't want to be remiss on our certifications of electricians, plumbers, all those that do things that we really want and want not to do ourselves. So my concern is, and maybe I'm a little sensitive to it because I've done 35 years of all those hours to keep my license. Where does that fit in society? That's educated people doing amazing jobs, but they're not counted as I can see. And I think we do them a disservice. I've always felt that the certified people that are out there keep the lifeblood of our community working. And so I just wondered if you had any information on that.
For sure. Again, for the record, Patrick Lane from WNCHE. Thank you. I think that's a terrific question. And I would fully agree with you. I think the different types of certifications are crucial, whether they are a post-secondary degree, a credential, a certification that you have the following skills. And I think a lot of the overall movement in sort of post-secondary education thinking, and we try to refer to it as such, is that what we're talking about are credentials of value, not necessarily degrees. If the degree has value, and that ought to be defined by the state itself. So what is a credential value for Nevada? It's very different from New Mexico, from Colorado, from New York. And I think as far as individual licensing boards, that is a very complex topic that we definitely do not delve into and leave up to the states themselves.
Just as a follow-up, so that no one does anything with it. And sometimes when I hear conversations, it's like you really want to say, well, then do your own plumbing, or whatever. They work hard to get that. It's hours and hours and hours of education. And that's why I have such a high, like I said, I love the academia, but for the CSN campuses that put people to work. I love that people have a paper that says, I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm going to, have a doctorate or whatever they have. It's what you do with it. Some people can be very educated in school, but it is all what you do with it. So no disrespect to anyone, but I've seen in my so far long life a lot of misuse just because that's there. So I will bring up an agenda item for our state information then, but I appreciate what you shared.
Sure. And if I may, Chair, again, Patrick Lane for the record, I would add that we are doing more and more work on short-term credentials that would fall into this category. And I think one of the key questions for students and for ourselves is which ones are good, which ones are bad, and which ones, do we not know? And frankly, right now, collectively, we just don't have great data because there are, if I go online right now and search for coding training, who knows whether the first 10 are good or bad, but those are the ones I'm likely to pick. So that's, I think, an area for improvement across the higher ed spectrum.
And thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. I just know there's hardworking people out there that make us be complete, and we seem to not always let that be a point of information.
I just want to make one point or really echo a point that you made earlier in the presentation, that I believe 52% of Nevada's high school graduates aren't going into any higher education, that there were only about 48% who were coming. So I think that that's a huge opportunity for us. And as Regent Goodman said, it's not exactly a cliff for us right now. We have a lot of opportunities that we can take advantage of as a higher education system. I think it's important for us to, tell the story of the importance of higher education and what it can do for people. So I'm glad that you came today and presented us with this really great data, robust information for us to continue that conversation out in the public. So thank you so much.
Thank you for the invitation.
Okay, I think our next item is an hour, so I think that maybe we should take a quick break before we move on to the next item. So we'll take a 10-minute break and come back at about 10:30. All right, thank you. We are going to move on to item number 20, 2025-27 Governor's Recommended Budget Update and Legislative Report. And before I turn it to Chancellor Charlton, I will yield the floor to Vice Chair Downs for a disclosure.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. Pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, I hereby disclose that I'm an employee of WNC and Institute in NSHE. While there is legislation to be discussed under this item that could impact NSHE, no legislation will impact me beyond other employees. Because the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would not be materially affected by my situation, I will vote on this matter. If the vote comes up, I retain the right. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will remind board members that there is supplemental information for this on the website, and this is Board of Regents item number 20. Chancellor Charlton, you may begin. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, and members of the board. And so today, I'm going to be joined by Alejandro Rodriguez, our Director of Government Relations, Carrie Parker, one of the counsels in Jimmy Martinez's office, and then also Chris Fatone is ready for any questions as well. So what we wanted to do, and this will be a standing item on your agenda until sign and die of the legislature, so that we can provide you information and seek your input and direction as it pertains to potential legislation. And so since we last talked at the end of January, where we were able to provide you with just kind of an update and a status on the governor's recommended budget, as you know, at the beginning, when the governor's recommended budget got transitioned to the legislature, there were some adjustments that were necessary, and they are called budget amendments. And so since that time, our team, as well as all of the institutions as well, have been meeting with legislators. We have also been affirming to the legislature and everyone that will listen this board's priorities as it pertains to both operating and to capital. And so we have not had our budget hearing for NSHE, and I will take some responsibility for that because of a personal situation where I had to go to a funeral, so they had to move our hearing. But on Tuesday, March the 11th, we will have our NSHE budget hearing in Carson City. And so that will be our time with the money committees to talk about the priorities, the GovRec, and all the questions that we've received so far to date. We continue again to meet with legislators. We continue to receive bills and BDRs to assess fiscal impact, and are working very closely with the government affairs team throughout NSHE. And so now what I'd like to do is to turn it to Alejandro Rodriguez. There is supplemental materials in the packet that relate to bills that have been introduced so far, and we want to provide just an update for you on positions that the system has taken on those. Some call out NSHE specifically, but few, but some are just good for on behalf of our students and for our campuses. And so we will, before we ask for guidance on AB 191, we do want to walk through that bill, and we have Carrie Parker again in the Reno office to do that. And then after this conversation, we will open it to the conversation for the board, and then also any questions that you might have. And so with that, I'd like to turn it to Director of Government Relations, Alejandro Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chancellor. For the record, Alejandro Rodriguez, Director of Government Relations. As the Chancellor mentioned, we're down to 87 days left in the session. I've been sending to all Regents weekly updates, as you could see. We're just sort of recapping the previous week's work, some of the bills that are coming up, some of the ongoing advocacy days, other events that are happening. But just sort of overall, just so you know, right now there have been more than 700 bills introduced already formally into both the Assembly and the Senate. As I mentioned, we have 87 days left, so we're 5 weeks in. But of those 700 plus bills, they're trying to get them in because the first big deadline is March 17th for legislators to get their bills introduced. And then the next one after that, really April 11th is when legislation has to pass the first committee in the first house. So of those 700 bills, there's going to be a lot more introduced, but most of them, they're going to die. They will not get a hearing. They won't get talked about. They're just going to die. Some of them, the legislators already know they're going to die. So we haven't really had the opportunity to engage in too many of those bills and take a formal position. I will say on the supplemental material you received, you'll see a list of the 16 bills that we've taken a position. And the reason why these are on there and why we took a position is because these have either already been heard or there was a hearing scheduled. As I mentioned, we're working behind the scenes with legislators, even on a bill that's being heard Monday and Tuesday. We know that we are still working with them on amendments, so we haven't taken a formal position on some of that. And on some of these that aren't going to receive a hearing, we have not taken a formal position because, again, there's still the opportunity for work to happen on those. So again, thank you for the feedback from Regents on the weekly emails that I've been sending out. I appreciate the feedback, and we'll be incorporating that into upcoming emails. But if the chair would like, I can go through the bills that we've supported if you'd like quickly, and then leave it open to some of those that we're seeking more direction on, for instance, on AB 191.
Sure, I think that's a good direction.
Okay. So I'll just go through these quickly. I know we have limited time, but these are the ones that we have taken a position on because they've been, through your authorization to the Chancellor has authorized a position to be taken. And these are at a hearing that already occurred or one that's already currently scheduled. So AB 28 was a bill that revised provisions related to transportation. So this was one that reaffirmed our commitment and partnership with the RTC here in Southern Nevada that's essential for transportation for our students. Oh, Madam Chair.
That particular bill that you're mentioning right now is not on our list right now, as far as I can see. Did AB 28, is that what you?
Is it on the roll?
I don't see it on.
Oh,
on
I
our
apologize.
list.
I apologize. The list that Alejandro Rodriguez for the record was on there. 51. Okay, my apologies. I think that one was scheduled after the deadline for the materials, so we got that in this week. But that just for purposes, I guess I can't talk about that one right now. But that's a good partnership for transportation.
Yeah, I'd stick with the list that's posted, which I believe Regent Gokochia mentioned starts with AB 51.
Okay. So AB 51 was one relating to public records, and this is one, again, allowing NSHE to charge a reasonable fee for the use of personnel or technological resources in fulfilling the many public records requests. This one had a hearing scheduled, but was subsequently postponed, so we're still waiting for that hearing and possible amendments to come up. AB 82 and require the governor to proclaim certain days of observance. There are several bills that you'll see that dealt with days of observance, and these are more in the educational component. On the bill calls for public institutions, state departments to publicize why these days of observance are important and talk about it in the educational setting. So this was one dealing with some of our communities, for instance, the day of Diwali and sort of recognizing that. So that was an NSHE support one. AB 144 was, again, a similar one dealing with Indigenous Peoples Day here in Nevada. Again, these did not create new holidays. They were just merely days of observance issued by the governor. And apologies if I had one on my list that may have come in after the list, but I think council will call me out on that. AB 149 was provisions relating to cannabis. And this was one working closely with UNLV Cannabis Policy Institute, but also expanded statewide, dealing with research into cannabis at our research institutions. So UNR would also benefit from this one as well. It had an appropriation tied to it. AB 169, these next one, AB 169, 177, were more opportunities for expanding opportunities for our graduates. So one dealing with speech language pathology, dealing with the hearing aids and stuttering. So these are some that were supported by our institution specifically. Some of their faculty members that really cared about these programs and wanted to expand them to their graduates. So that's why they were supported. I'll skip 191 for now. This is one we're seeking direction from the board. AB 221 was one in particular, remove duplicative requirements that the Dean of Dental Medicine at UNLV testified in support of. AB 238 was another one that you may have heard about. It's one of the two film bills that are currently out there right now. As I believe the Chancellor relayed to you all previously, this first bill is from Majority Leader Jauregui and Speaker Pro Tem Monroe Moreno, but this one was really about expanding the opportunities for higher ed with the film, with these film bills that are coming in. So it was a support for the economic diversification that these bills could provide, and these are still ongoing efforts. You'll be hearing about these throughout the session, probably up until the very end, but we are in communication with them. Our institutions are in communication with these studios and with the bill sponsors in particular to try to expand higher ed's footprint of these bills. AB 269 is actually being heard next week, but it's expanding the student loan repayment program for providers of healthcare in underserved communities to expand to some other professions and occupations that are served by some of our institutions. SB 6, which you all know about, is one of your board priorities on appropriation for the cloud seeding program that was heard recently. SB 96, we testified along with several of our institutions, which was designating January 27th as International Holocaust Remembrance Day here in Nevada. We heard some great testimony on some of the needs that still exist within our state to, awareness on this very important issue. SB 115 was again on bilingual education. This dealt with stipends for educators. The College of Education supported this, colleges of education, but it was really for expanding that endorsement for bilingual education that our teachers are getting through their system. SB 165 was a great collaborative effort, was between UNR, UNLV, Great Basin College, NSHE. Again, it's an appropriation for a lot of programs, but it's particularly dealing with behavioral health and wellness practitioners and the programs that are institutions that deal with that, and also NSHE coordinating an internship program for these professions. And last one, which I think is on your list, is SB 181, which is also heard. It's just for you may see a larger bill in the system, but it was actually just revised down to only the portions of the Nevada State University license plate, which we supported. And the proceeds of that, which will help benefit their Nevada State's food pantry program and athletics program. But so those are the ones that, again, have either been scheduled or or already heard. So that's why, through your authority, the chancellor, we're able to take a position. We have some ongoing ones. We're still waiting to hear some hearing dates, and we are working with bill sponsors to work on amendments on these. So as those come down, I'll be sending those out to you as soon as I get the authority on the position for the chancellor, and we'll also include those cumulative in our updates to you weekly. But with that, happy to take any questions, or I know we have AB 191, or if any questions on these bills.
I'll pause for a moment to see if there are any questions from Regents on these particular bills. Regent Gokachia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Rodriguez, again, Regent Goycochea for the record. On these, as you post these in the future, would you show which ones have been referred or have a fiscal note? Because we all know that's, as this moves forward, if you look at these bills right here, and okay, yeah, we anticipate it will have a fiscal note attached to it, because that'll be the live or die in this session, really.
Alejandro Rodriguez for the record. Absolutely, Regent Goycochea. And I will include that in our list where we, because we are responding to these fiscal note requests as daily, so our team is working hard. But I will include that on the list so you know.
We have as a fiscal, it goes from 10% to 20% quick.
Correct.
I'll just piggyback on that. Are any of these, do any of these have a fiscal note outside of AB 191?
Alejandro Rodriguez for the record. Some of them may have, I'm just trying to double check. Yeah. Oh, yeah, some of them have an appropriation tied to it, so obviously that it's gonna be referred to Ways or Finance, and won't be hearing more about those until later this session. And I'm just trying to double check. Most of the other ones, I don't believe they do at this time. And those haven't been heard yet, no.
Okay, thank you. Regent Goodman.
Thank you. Can you tell me about the film bill? Okay, so there's that bill that, and they want to work with workforce and, really do some, that's a different company than the company that's contemplating going on the academic research site at UNLV, right?
Certainly, for the record, Patty Charlton, and so thank you, Regent Goodman. So we anticipate two separate bills, but at some point, we also anticipate that they may get merged. This bill actually had extensive testimony from both Sony and Warner Brothers, and is in also collaboration with the Howard Hughes Center. And so that's that location, and that was the bill that has been heard, and it was heard just last Thursday.
So do they already have a location identified, Sony and Warner Brothers?
I'm going to ask if perhaps a representative from UNLV, either Officer in Charge Hevy or Vice President Brooks, perhaps.
Yeah, hi, Chris Hevy. The Sony Warner Brothers bill would be located on the Howard Hughes site. The other bill that is anticipated to drop would be at the Harry Reid Research and Technology Park. So they're two currently separate initiatives being affiliated with different legislators.
And what company is looking to be on the Harry Reid Research Park site?
We have a current track notice with Berkshire Corporation to support their efforts to get a film tax credit to support the development of studios on the park.
I don't want to speak out of turn, but it would make sense to jump on the bill that the Senate, the Assembly Finance, or the Ways and Means Chair is supporting, right? With Danielle Moreno, like, it's just something to consider.
Certainly. So for the record, Patty Charlton, Chancellor. And so thank you, Regent Goodman. So right now, we've also asked to have a conversation with both sponsors for both of the bills, including the one that has yet to be introduced, so that we can walk through that specifically, because we need to ensure that as bills come together, that NSHE and the institutions are a part of that. So yes, so we did, there were representatives, both myself as well as Vice President Brooks from UNLV, and then Vice President Cota from CSN, in support of the bill that was introduced by Assemblywoman Howdiggy and Monroe Moreno as well.
Any other questions or comments regarding those bills outside of AB 191? Seeing none, we can move on to AB 191 now.
Okay, so with that, I'd like to turn it to, again, Council Carrie Parker, who is in the Reno office. We know that this is important, and why I supported a neutral position was just because of the significant impact that this legislation could have on NSHE, both from an operational perspective as well as from a fiscal perspective. So with that, Carrie Parker, please.
Good morning, Chair Carvalho, Regents, Chancellor Charlton, Deputy General Counsel Carrie Parker for the record. Before we discuss AB 191, I'd like to provide some background on the collective bargaining process for professional employees that is already in place under the handbook. For decades, the NSHE Handbook, Title IV, Chapter 4, has provided for collective bargaining for certain categories of professional employees employed for 6 months at 0.50 FTE or more, excluding adjunct faculty members, administrators, and clinical faculty members. Currently, there are 3 collective bargaining agreements, or CBAs, covering approximately 930 professional employees. These are at TMCC, CSN, and WNC. Today, of course, the board voted to provide for an election at NSU related to collective bargaining. AB 191 would change this process. AB 191 expands the categories of employees who could bargain. Currently, as I mentioned, approximately 930 faculty are subject to a CBA. According to our understanding of AB 191, it would allow approximately 22,000 employees to elect an exclusive representative and engage in bargaining. These would include academic faculty, administrative faculty, those on letters of appointment or part-time instructors who work more than 160 hours in a calendar year, graduate assistants, postdoctoral scholars, residents, student workers, any temporary or hourly employees working more than 160 hours per year, and technologists at DRI. Many of these employees who would gain access to collective bargaining under AB 191 currently are at-will employees. In other words, they may be terminated without cause. At-will employees in other state agencies include unclassified or non-classified employees who do not have collective bargaining rights. AB 191 expands the scope of mandatory topics for bargaining beyond what is in the handbook and beyond what is in NRS 288 for classified employees. Management rights are very important rights that are reserved to the employer. AB 191 recognizes shared governance, which includes joint decision-making and consultation between administration and faculty or academic professional employees. AB 191 also recognizes that the provisions of AB 191 are not intended to restrict, limit, or prohibit shared governance mechanisms. Nonetheless, there is concern that AB 191 does not reserve important management rights. For state classified employees, NRS Chapter 288 reserves certain management rights to the executive department. AB 191 provides some of these management rights, but omits explicit reference to the right to determine appropriate staffing levels, performance standards, the content of the workday, and the means and methods of offering those services. During the 2023 legislative session, the governor vetoed a similar bill. In his veto message, he noted the absence of recognition of certain management rights particularly in NSHE's right to determine means and methods of providing services to the public. What happens under AB 191 if there is an impasse in negotiations? While the handbook provides for mediation, AB 191 would require not only mediation, but if mediation were not successful, binding arbitration. If prohibited practices are alleged, the State Employee Management Relations Board, or the EMRB, may hear those complaints, and the EMRB's decision is subject to judicial review under the Nevada Administrative Procedure Act, or NRS Chapter 233B. The EMRB charges a $10 fee for each professional employee who belongs to a bargaining unit with an exclusive representative. Regarding grievances, AB 191 expands the definition of what may be grieved. For example, under the Board of Regents Code, decisions of the Board of Regents are not subject to review by the grievance procedures. Neither are decisions of non-renewal or contract termination without cause. AB 191's definition of a grievance is broader than that. What happens if a grievance is not resolved? Under current board policy, grievances by professional employees are resolved or adjusted internally. AB 191 would require binding arbitration for grievances. Section 36 of the bill does recognize shared governance, but does not guarantee that current shared governance procedures, such as the current Chapter 6 process, will be retained. How much will AB 191 cost? NSHE's fiscal note was made public yesterday. While the full fiscal impact of potential salary and benefits increases cannot be determined at this time, the fiscal note focuses on the additional staffing and operational expenses required to support the build-out of the proposed collective bargaining framework. This legislation would significantly increase the number of employees eligible to collectively bargain. It would increase the number of bargaining units that would be negotiated with. It would expand the scope of mandatory bargaining, and it would increase the procedural requirements to resolve grievances and employment disputes, culminating in arbitration by a third party. The infrastructure required to support collective bargaining in a unionized environment under AB 191 will require significant personnel and operating costs. NSHE's fiscal note proposes phasing in the new positions required with 4 positions in FY26, 6 new positions in FY27, and a remaining 9 new positions in the next biennium. The fiscal note anticipates a fiscal cost of over $800,000 for fiscal year 26, $1.7 million for fiscal year 27, and a total of $6.2 million in future biennia. This does not include fiscal needs that would be bargained, such as increased salaries or benefits. The current legislative history is that this bill was proposed by Assembly Member Natha Anderson, who has been very open and gracious in meeting with NSHE representatives. On March 4th, the Assembly Committee on Government Affairs heard this bill, and NSHE testified in neutral, as the Chancellor mentioned, as we are awaiting direction from this board. So with that, Chair, System Administration requests direction from the board as to whether to support or oppose AB 191, and I stand ready for questions.
Chancellor, before I open it up for questions, why wasn't the board provided this information in advance? This would have been very helpful for us to prepare for this item. So it's very difficult for me to write down everything that was said. There's a lot there, and it would have been very helpful for us to have this information in advance.
So at the time that we provided supplemental materials, which was Monday, we did not have the testimony, and we have been working through even the amendments that were proposed of the bill on Tuesday as well. So we'd be happy to, again.
I understand the things that have happened since then, but it sounds like there's been an argument that's already been established for neutral or neutral in this instance. But again, I mean, this bill, the text of it was, I don't know what the right word is. It came out before that, so I think it would have been helpful for us to have this information. And I just want to put on the record that I do feel that there have been some times where, I mean, I feel like the entire time I've been on the board, the discussion about collective bargaining seems to always be done outside of the board, or at the very last minute. I don't feel like we've had a good, robust discussion about where the board may be. I understand this is our first time with this bill this session, but I feel like last session there was a lot of, there weren't enough opportunities for board members to weigh in on this in a public setting. So I just have to say I'm a little frustrated that this information, a lot of it could have been brought forward sooner to us in a written form so that we could do our due diligence to come to a good decision today. So I just want to put that out there. So at this time, I will open it up to others. Regent Del Carlo.
I completely agree with what you just said, and Ms. Parker's reading something that she prepared, and why didn't we get that? I mean, we get public comment at the last minute. We got some at 20 to 8 this morning. We got about 16 more public comments. So why couldn't that have been given to us? That would have been so helpful, because I agree, there's so much in that. This is huge. This is really huge, and I don't even know if we can, I don't know how soon you have to have your decision. I know we got a special meeting coming up. Can we pull it out? And even if we had to have an emergency meeting so we could really understand this, I mean, the numbers here are huge. And we don't even have money for proper COLA funding, and we might not even get 80%. So where's this money gonna come from? I'm really frustrated.
For the record, I don't believe that walking through the bill would count as public comment, but I would ask council for that. Our concern would be that if the bill is passed, and we've had good conversations with the assembly member, we just had it late last week, regarding our concerns and wanting to have a continued dialogue regarding the bill. And also just transparency, and Chair, you're aware, I did meet with also the NFA, Kent Irvin, Jim New, and Doug Unger, just to open those lines of communication so that they understood why the neutral stance, and I did make you aware of that. And so we certainly can advise on the review of the bill. It is, I will say, as Council Parker mentioned, fiscal notes dropped yesterday. There are other fiscal notes related to this, including one from the state that we were not privy to. And so there's probably ongoing conversation that has to happen as it pertains to this bill.
The fiscal notes are one thing. The expansion of the scope of bargaining rights and the omissions of bargaining rights, that would be helpful for those of us on the board that don't come from a collective bargaining background. Yes, I am aware that you met with the NFA. I've asked for some more information, and I feel like there's that there is more information to be gained, and it would be helpful in written form to us. Obviously that was a lot of information that it's again, I would have much preferred to have that in advance so that I can make a better informed decision on this particular item. I know that it's of extreme concern for like everybody in this room, and so we want to make sure that we have the best and most up-to-date information. So I would appreciate it if we could get that. Thank you. Regent Brooks, did you have something? I do. Okay, we'll go to Regent Gokachia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And of course, I think in my mind, as we dealt with this early this morning, I do believe everyone has the right to organize, even though I did vote against collective bargaining back in the day for state employees. But again, how that, and maybe reach out to Ms. Parker on this one, but as I remember the legislation for collective bargaining for state employees, ultimately the governor in the end, it didn't require arbitration, binding arbitration. I mean, you could go the whole gamut, but the governor could say no in the end. And I think we have to be in a similar position as the Board of Regents to have the ability to say, no, that's a hill too far. And so again, it's all about the legislation and what's coming forward, and Assemblywoman Anderson is very reasonable. And but again, that's why I brought it up about the fiscal note. In the end, ultimately, you know, if it's a hill too far, then we end up looking for a veto, because again, that's the question when we opened this. It's all about the fiscal impacts, and clearly they're going to be huge. But again, I also have to say, I do believe that everyone should have the right to organize, even though it is a right to work state. You don't have to belong, but everywhere from local government on up, everybody anymore is now pretty much in some kind of a union. But again, it all depends on, in the ultimate final standings, and you end up in binding arbitration, and I go clear back to when I was a county commissioner. That's problematic. Thank you.
Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. So it seems to me, besides the significant consideration of what the fiscal impact is for NSHE regarding this bill, probably maybe the conversation should really revolve around what has gone on at our institutions where graduate assistants feel like there's been such a lack of responsiveness that the only way they can be heard is by organizing and putting together a union. And so, to me, this is an opportunity to have ongoing conversations with those graduate students who feel comfortable having real conversations about the things that they are concerned with. And I recognize when it comes to our students, based on the experiences I've had with Jewish students, is it's very easy for students to identify where there's a shortcoming or shortfall, but it's very difficult for them to present it vocally. There are just some students that really do worry about what does it mean to be out in front of an issue. And so there's a balance that has to be found in here where we're able to have conversations with those students who are courageous enough to talk about some of the shortcomings, and then take a look at what types of policy do we have that, in other words, is there a policy that we have that's been circumvented either on purpose or unintentionally if there is a complaint? So, for instance, if there's a Title IX complaint, but action isn't being done, there's a lack of responsiveness, we would want to take a look at that, because that would affect more than just graduate assistants. It would affect other students, faculty, staff. And so there are things that I think we really need to take a deep dive into. For me, this seemed like something that went from 0 to 100 pretty quickly. And so I think there's lots of nuances to this and lots of considerations, and I just wanted to offer that. Besides the very real fiscal consideration, there are other things that perhaps as a board we could take a look at to help enhance the experience of graduate assistants on our institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just say that this bill includes the ability of graduate students to organize, and it also includes, as was stated, the ability for a broader group of professional employees to organize as well. Yes, Regent Fernandez.
Madam Chair.
I will get to you next, Regent Boylan. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So I have a just general question in addressing, I guess, a comment that Chair Cavallo mentioned earlier. How does NSHE gather these fiscal notes, and how are they consolidated? Because I am looking at Nellis here, and it looks like there was the description of fiscal effect was submitted February 26th. I think it would have been great to have a heads up, but I would like to know the process of how you all go about this and getting this information from all institutions.
Certainly, if I could defer to Vice Chancellor Vitone to respond.
Thank you, Chris Vitone, NSHE CFO, for the record. The process is actually managed through the Legislative Council Bureau's staff utilizing their system. They send notifications to the system And then on our end, we work with the institutions circulating the request for the fiscal note that is then run through our office to kind of bring those analyses together, make sure that we're looking at the analyses for consistency and collaboration. Then we summarize that and submit it to the Governor's Finance Office. Governor's Finance Office actually ultimately submits it to the legislative system.
Is there anything that would have barred NSHE from sending this report to us before it was even presented to the legislature? Again, I'm just saying the February 26th day, and this would have at least allowed us a little bit more time to digest this information rather than hearing it after the fact. I think this board should be privy to this information prior to us, getting it after the fact.
Certainly. So for the record, Patty Charlton, so no, we certainly can provide the summary of fiscal notes. We respond to a lot of fiscal notes that actually may not be bills that that are specifically naming NSHE. It could be a change in state policy. I guess I would ask either Vice Chancellor Vitone or Jose Quiroga, who's here, I think he was, just the sheer volume of bills that we have. Some of them do call us out, some don't have a title. We actually had one that we provided a revenue stream because there would be a lease or something that would benefit us. So there's a large volume. I think dozens and dozens that you've responded to.
Chris Vitone, for the record, I'm hesitant to stop short of hundreds, but it is definitely significant.
Dozens.
Yeah. But as the Chancellor mentioned, I don't see any reason that we would not be able to share them, but perhaps it's a matter of how we might make it, rather than just sharing every single one, doing some sort of summary or highlight of the ones that have been submitted.
I guess I just as final comment here, I would mention that this has been something that we've been hearing a lot of folks with public comment on, and we've known about this bill for a while. I think that even just applying the common sense of the board as a whole, knowing that we need to take a stance on this, that we get all this information as soon as we can, because I'm sure there's hundreds and thousands of requests, but there are some that are more relevant to us than others.
Thank you. Regent Goodman.
I support the Chancellor. I think we should stay neutral on this. I don't think we need to take a stance on this. I think that we should follow the leadership, and I just wanted to put my opinion on the record.
And I'll go to Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, excuse me and forgive me for not being there in person, but I'll agree with what Regent Brooks said about the students and how concerned they are about approaching admin and us. It's been he said they go from 0 to 100, bada bing, like that. Actually, this has been going on for the last 3-4 years that I've been on this board. We've had issues with graduate students not getting their money in time, not getting this and not getting that. We've had issues with students having an issue with the management because they were female students in volleyball, teams, etc. So I think we haven't been paying enough attention and listening to students. I've talked to a bunch of graduate students, and the point he makes about the Jewish students, I hear it. I've heard a few of them talk to me also, and they find it really difficult to talk to us, talk to admin. I don't know how they feel about talking to faculty, because the faculty is always awesome with them. So I think we really need to take a look at how we allow students to get these issues of theirs presented to us. I know it's a wee bit long-winded what I was trying to get to, but it's something that's really important that we need to do and make an ombudsman or something like that for the students that can come and talk to this person, he, she, or whatever, and they can bring the issues up to us, to the board, and we can take them through the chancellor or our government resources person and take them up with the legislature. But yes, it's been going on for a while, and I think they've been going from 0, 10, 30, 40. We just haven't been paying attention. Thank you, ma'am. That's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
If I
Thank
could,
you.
Chair?
Of course.
So I'm not sure if this would be on point or not, and I'm sure that legal will advise. But as it pertains to the graduate assistants, we have engaged with conversation because it was quite alarming to hear some of the reports. And so that was with leadership from each of the institutions, DRI, UNR, and UNLV, as well as the testimony that was heard last Tuesday. It was quite concerning. And so I know that even from just conversations, but we did have leadership at the highest level from each of the institutions as it pertains to the academic space and take those concerns very serious, especially if there is a breakdown, as Regent Brooks mentioned, in policy or even in practice. And so we are going to continue regardless of this bill and or, obviously any direction that the board provides to staff to bring those issues back. And so if we need to, we can also agendize that at a meeting just specific to that issue.
Thank you, Madam Chancellor, but just one question. I know we are going to do it in the future. What concerns me is why did we get to this point? I'm not saying it for you. You've just been with us 1 year, but you've been with the students a long time. I'm blaming us as the board, where the students don't feel that they can come and talk to us because they're afraid of talking to admin or to their faculty. They should be just come to us without any problem, but they haven't because we've let the ball drop on the students as far as the graduate students are concerned. So I hear you, and I hope that in the future, this doesn't happen again for the sake of the students.
Certainly.
Thank you, Madam Chancellor.
So thank you for the record, Patty Charlton. Just to clarify, that meeting actually happened last Friday, and so we want to continue that dialogue. And so it is not waiting
yes.
for that. So it did start, and we want to continue that dialogue.
That's great, and that's exactly what I'm trying to say, that it should have started years back. I'm very glad that you started it now, and kudos to you and the chair, but we need to stay on the ball with this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Brooks for the record. So I just wanted to, as Interim Chancellor had said, hey, if we could bring something back, I felt I'm going to jump all over that because there should be something that's brought back. And whether it's brought up in new business, Chair, or it's just something that you decide or a couple of regents get together to put some agenda items together, I think these are ongoing conversations that we have to have regarding the effectiveness of our policy, its intended use, its actual use, and then the experience that students are having on our campuses, whether they're graduate assistant or somebody who's new to the campus. And then the only other thing I wanted to add was there are students that speak to various members of the board. And I think that's been going on since I came on as a regent. So I applaud that when students exercise their voice and they show empowerment for things that they would like to get done. I think it's fantastic, and I think there's been some great evidence of students coming together to speak to this board. Probably the best demonstration I think I've seen was at UNR when we had graduate assistants come to this board and talk about the importance of a stipend. And there was a shift, and legislators created the opportunity for that stipend to happen. And so it was our current governor, frankly, and his chief of staff at the time who really pushed that and made it work. And so things happen when students get together and come to this board and talk about some of the challenges that they face. It's, as you know, Regent Boylan had brought up, it's been going on for a little while, but the fact of the matter is, as a board, unless somebody brings it to our attention, we're really not going to know about it. And that's the difficulty that we face sometimes, is it feels like things are brought up and they're fresh and new, but perhaps they have been going on for a little while. We just weren't aware of it. And the only way to get past that is to empower students to not be afraid, to let them know it's okay. Come share your concerns. We want to hear it. So, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'll just mention that this morning, the vice chair and the chancellor and I met with NSA, our student leaders, and we heard that as well, that it's really important to hear their voice and for us to engage with them. It's incumbent upon us to be available for them to talk to us, for us to reach out to them in ways outside of events and formal settings. And I'm not exactly sure how we can do that other than organically and through our personal relationships with people. I'm encouraged to hear that we are all open to that and that has been happening, and I hope we can continue that that dialogue. So I did want to mention that on the record, that is something that our student leaders really are passionate about, that they want to hear from us as individually and collectively as well. So and you can all be assured that we will bring this forward for more discussion in terms of how students feel represented and supported on campus, and also specifically the graduate assistant role and how we can make sure that that special classification of student/employee is well supported on our campuses as well. I think the chancellor, I know you're very committed to that as well.
Certainly, and then just for the record, as we look at the section, there is a section of your handbook, and so I appreciated the conversation from earlier about it's time to look at some of those sections. Some of them have not been updated in decades, not hundreds of years, but decades. And I think it's very important to invoke on and engage in that process, because I think it will help the system. I think it'll help the institutions, and it definitely, at the end of the day, will help the students. And so I did want to ask on this point, and if there are still questions, happy to do that. If we need to agendize this separately, I would be happy to do that. I respect Regent Goodman's position, but I do think that the board is going to have to take a stance, because I did a neutral in order for the board to engage in the conversation. So if we need to agendize this, which it sounds like we do, and send out some additional information, we would be happy to do that. But I think it's important. This is significant to our employees. It's significant to the board, and it does have a significant cost, as well as the operation of each of our institutions as well. And that's as it pertains to AB 191.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Regent Gokachia and Officer in Charge Heavey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regent Goycochea for the record, and I'm going to reach back out to Mr. Rodriguez as much as anything. Okay, I don't think we have to really, we don't have to take a position on this today. We need to see what the bill draft looks like. First House passage, early April. At that point, when that bill does clear that up, that committee, and go to the House floor, then it will be referred, and the fiscal note will be attached. Correct me anytime you don't feel this is correct, Alejandro.
No.
And, but I'm saying at that point, clearly this board is gonna have to probably have a special meeting to address the bill. And at that point, it will have some form to it. We will know what it's asking for, not gonna say, and then take the position. So I don't think it's something we wanna jump right out. I agree with, my colleague to my left here. There's no use starting to throw rocks and burning things down until we really know what it's going to say. But the bottom line is, when it does clear that first house, then we will have a draft we'll have to deal with.
Alejandro Rodriguez for the record. Yes, Regent Gokachia, exactly. There will be several more opportunities for this bill to be heard, both in the money committees, the next house. So there are other opportunities to weigh in on this. So this isn't the last opportunity.
I'm going to go to Officer in Charge Heavey, and then I'll go back to you, Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I just want to thank the Chancellor for bringing us together with the graduate students recently. She said that she brought leaders from UNR, DRI, and UNLV, and I happened to be in that meeting as provost at the time. It was a very productive conversation, and I want to assure you that we take those concerns equally seriously as all of you, and we are already looking at national models of setting up more independent ways of having students' complaints being reviewed and arbitrated within the campus independent of this bill, because we do want to make sure that our graduate students are well treated. They're vital parts of our programs, and I know I speak for my fellow presidents in that regard. I will note that the bill obviously has two central components to it. One is this grievance issue and the binding arbitration related to mediation of conflicts, but the other is the salary issue. And we've been really focused on one aspect of it, and we'll work on the aspect of it relating to identifying and addressing problems in treatment of graduate students irrespective of whether or not the bill gets passed. And we'll certainly work collectively with UNR and DRI on that.
Thank you. Regent Brooks?
Thank you, Chair. There are a few more things that I thought might be pertinent to add, but considering this is going to more than likely come back to the board, I'll just wait till it comes back. Thank you.
See what the cow looks like, right?
All right.
We're gonna buy it.
So the item asks for the board to take a position and so that the chancellor can express that on behalf of the board. We can not take a vote on this, on any of them. We could take it, with some of them. I just would like to open it up to what the board would like to see.
Regent Brooks for the record. Thank you, Chair. I think perhaps we're not aware of timeliness on some of this, and so if we could be advised of timeliness on any positions that should be taken based on when bills will be heard, that would be useful for this item.
Alejandro Rodriguez for the record. Yes, thank you, Regent Brooks. So as I mentioned, so this AB 191 will be heard again in both the money committees and in the second house, so there will be an opportunity. I know that you all have a special board meeting in between that. That'll likely happen before the next one. The next bill is heard, the bill is heard in another committee. For purposes of your item, I know I'll refer to Council Nielsen, but if you care to approve the other positions as stated, as they're currently were taken by the chancellor and by myself during the session, that'd be something that we would then relay in the next hearings for those bills.
Sure. So Regent Brooks again for the record. That's what I was referring to. We know we're going to set aside 191. The other items, though, you're requesting the board weigh in on affirming the support for those other items now because it's a timeliness issue for you and you need this done pretty quickly. Is that correct?
Alejandro Rodriguez for the record. I think per your handbook is just to approve the position that was already taken so that we could keep that position as we go on, but we're just trying to comply with the handbook as far as requesting your approval for those positions.
Thank you, and that's right. So the positions have already been taken.
Yeah.
And we're just going to affirm that that's the exact direction that we want to go in.
Yeah, Madam
Thank
Chair,
you.
if I may shed some light on this a little bit, and it's my understanding that under your existing policies, the chancellor is empowered to take this position so long as it's consistent with your existing rules. And so no affirmative action would need to be taken under the list of bills. For example, most of the bills have the chancellor supporting. But if you want to take a different position, you're certainly under the agenda language, have the ability to change that position or take a vote on that position. But you don't need to take affirmative action to affirm it.
Thank you. Regent Del Carlo.
Well, this is hard too because we got a little description, but we don't have, I trust your judgment. That's why we have you. But I haven't read any of these bills. It's just got the bill name, the description, who sponsors, status, position. Usually when you come before us to ask us stuff, you tell us the pros and the cons or why you're doing it. I mean, I can't vote. I'm not voting on this. I hope we don't vote on it. I will abstain on this one if we have to vote.
Regent Brown.
Regent Brown for the record. I actually think I'm a little confused by the rhetoric coming from the committee or from the board right now, because I seem to recall in January us talking about the fact that we knew that our chancellor and the staff were going up there and that they would be taking decisions because we didn't have time to come. And this is an opportunity to ask questions. The best part about an open transparency state is that you have access to Nellis. When we got this material, we could have clicked on any of these bills. Like, I think I'm just confused. Like, we can ask questions right now, but like, we're saying that we don't want to take a position when they're doing the homework. They're up in, I mean, Alejandro literally lives in Carson City, and he lives this day in and day out. Lobbyists are up there. Like, I think I'm just super confused by where this is coming from. Like, this is the process when you have a 120-day legislature every 2 years. There isn't a lot of time for back and forth and special meetings and hashing this out in public, because as anybody knows, most of this isn't going to happen in public because they're having meetings in person, meeting with elected officials, representing us with, you know, the stuff that we asked for. So, I mean, I understand that we want transparency and we want information, but there's also a little bit of responsibility on the individual to do some homework and not just get the stuff that shows up on our agenda, because it's there. There's public, everything is public. We can go in and read. We all have friends that are up at the legislature. We have access to Alejandro. I mean, he'll always answer our things. I think it's just really weird that in the middle of this meeting, we're saying that we're not happy with the process when this process was lined up for us. We're at day 87
Sure.
of 120. So that's it. I think I'm a little frustrated that we're kind of acting like victims here when there's so much that we could be doing to prepare ourselves, and it was laid out and transparent. So
I'm just going to go to
Madam
Regent
Chair.
Boylan and then Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can't believe this, but I'm agreeing a lot with Regent Heather Brown. I remember at the January meeting when she shot me down and I said the board should be more involved. And now we have these people. I was told, no, don't have a board day. We've got these people. Listen to them. There's blah, blah, blah. And I felt awesome. I'm like, okay, so I don't have to go up north now in the cold. So this is a good excuse. So let them go. Let them, you know, they're representing us, right? Nobody in the board wanted to do it, go up there. We have them. So I think Regent Brown is very correct. Let's do some of this homework ourselves. I've spoken to a few legislators and I've done some homework, not as much as she wants me to do, but I've done some. And I think we have them to, I think we need to connect with them more, that they come to us. And like they said, there's a special meeting. We'll hash it out more, but time's flying by. Things are not getting done the way we should get them done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Regent Brooks and then Regent Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Brooks for the record. I have full faith in Alejandro and our interim chancellor while they're navigating the waters up in Carson City for us. I think it makes sense that they're creating positions so that, and because of timeliness, that we don't have to, because it does become a time issue. And so with that, what I'd like to do is make a motion to approve for agenda item number 20, the updated legislative report excluding AB 191.
I'll second it.
I'll second.
Thank you. So I have a motion by Regent Brooks and a motion by Regent Brooks and a second by Regent Boylan. Any further discussion?
Yes,
I'll go
ma'am.
first to Regent Fernandez.
Thank you so much, Chair. Well, I appreciate the comments that are being made by my colleagues here, and I think just maybe for the sake of transparency and just, you've been sending these legislative updates to us, so we should know when they're there. So I guess maybe more thinking about this in a solutions-driven perspective, that when we're seeing this sort of what I believe would probably be an Excel sheet, just plugging in the information, the small summaries of the things and the actions that we've done, right? So that when they are presented in this public forum, we just have it in front of us, because, you know, if we're doing our homework and we're reviewing these emails that you're sending weekly, which have been incredibly helpful, just kind of helps us keep up with everything else. But I do commend you, and you know, having been somebody who's worked up in the legislature, everything happens minute by minute, and then I'm sure my colleague, former Senator Goycochea, would agree that after the first House passage, there's really, you know, Nellis doesn't even update as well as it should. So it really is the boots on the ground moments where committee hearings might happen an hour before, and that's just where we need to have action. So I think we put the trust as board in you, Chancellor, and you, Alejandro, to act on our behalf, and I want to make sure that we're staying certainly in front of things, not behind, just waiting for some actions on things that do align with our values nonetheless. So I do appreciate it.
Thank you. Regent Goycochea.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and just discussing the motion, and I guess in my mind, we accept the report. There's nothing that says we have to either endorse a bill or revise it. We've got the report. We know what's happening, and in my mind, we're gonna, 30 days down the road, and I'll be honest with you, we say it's, 87 days left. When there's 17 days left, then get nervous. Until then, everything's subject to change. And so we've got time to deal with this, and, the bottom line is, I thank you for the report. It's good. This is what's in 191, but we don't have to take a position on it as I read the agenda. I hope council concurs.
Yeah, and again, just to kind of reiterate what I said earlier, I think there is a pending motion on the table to support the positions taken by the Chancellor with all the bills listed in the supplemental material, save for AB 191, correct?
And I guess that's my argument. Why are we exempting 191? We got the report. We don't have to take an action on it. Just move forward.
I'm going to go to Regent Del Carlo and then to Regent Fernandez.
Okay, my understanding, if we're just accepting this report on the positions that we, back to January, thank you, Regent Brown, I have no problem voting on that. I certainly respect your positions. I mean, you've been hired by the Chancellor, and the Chancellor works very hard at all of this. I guess going forward on that spreadsheet, I remember past persons in your position would at least put a note on there why we're supporting it or why we're against something. If I recall, we had that in the past, but so, yeah, if we're just supporting you guys on this, and we've got the expert of former senator, I can vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Fernandez.
Thank you so much, Chair. Regent Fernandez, for the record. I just wanted to actually just ask a clarifying question, right? So we're thinking about SB 191 and other bills, right? We might, as a board, accept some language and then it'll completely change or it'll get amended, right? How do we stay nimble in those positions where we want to stay ahead of the game? And what if, there's something that's added to the bill that we just couldn't agree on, or that'd be non-starter for us?
If I could turn it to Chancellor Charlton, for the record, Jimmy Martinez, because the timing can be difficult, not so much right here early on, but as we move forward through the legislative process.
Jimmy Martinez, for the record, just to answer that question. Staying nimble on the legislation is always the key. So on a bill like this, it's still in the preliminary phases. Carrie Parker from our office has taken in a very good amount of time to become our resident expert on the bill, not only on digesting the 45-page bill, but also how it interacts with our current policy, how it interacts with the institution policies, how it interacts or how it affects the fiscal notes and what we would need. So I just like to point out she does not have a document prepared that she can send out to the board right now. I think she was just speaking from her own talking points. But moving forward, I think it would be a good idea if the board wants additional information to consider and then have a conversation about AB 191 to move that bill to a special meeting so that we can get all that out. This all happened very quickly, so we have to make this agenda material available to the public at the same time it's made available to the board. So as Carrie was working last night to get a lot of the stuff together, we couldn't really do that at this early in session with as fast as things were moving. So I would recommend to stay nimble. You can bring it to the next special meeting. We can put out all the materials. The board can look at those, and at any point, the board can also change its position in a future meeting. But a lot of that depends on the discussion of the board. If there are specific aspects of the bill that the board would like to see amendments to, that could be part of it. We could, it could be, for an example, a sentiment that the board votes to approve with specific amendments. That's just one thing that comes to mind. So it can be as nimble or as strict as the board would like, but it's really the direction to the legislative team on the ground for how we react up there. But of course, the team always needs that direction, but we also flexibility.
I'm going to go to Regent Goodman next.
I'm going to retract what I was going to say.
All right, then, Regent Gokachia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and again, Regent Goycochea for the record. And I think at this point where we are in this whole scenario is, they're looking for direction from the board, and at this point, we don't have direction to give them. Again, we're just neutral. Let's wait and see what the bill's going to say, and, what our impacts are. And clearly, the makeup and the way this board is made up, at some point, we'll have to have a special meeting and give them direction. But at this point, I think Alejandro and the Chancellor are completely comfortable if they have to go to a bill hearing and wait and see what the amendment's going to be. Their direction from the Board of Regents is we're neutral on this until we see what happened. We want to see the language. And you got to see the cow before you can buy it. I'm sorry.
If I could just add to that, Chancellor Charlton, for the record. So I do appreciate the conversation. And as I said, this is a very complicated bill, but it's one that's very important to many, many stakeholders. It is important, we know, to the sponsor as well as to individuals within NSHE. And this does have other reaching impact to other state entities and employees. And so this is not just a specific NSHE bill. It can extend to other individuals that fall into those categories, for example, within the state. And so we're not the only ones at the table. And so it's going to be important for us to continue to have those discussions, continue to address. And we had a great conversation. I believe they may not agree with NFA related to even just the complications of a potential 22,000 employees. That's a lot. And so we want to make sure that we understand what that looks like and work through this process because it's complicated, but it's very, very important.
Thank you. So we do have the motion and the second, and I want to ask Regent Brooks, is your intention to then bring back another motion for AB 191, or for us not to even consider that at this time? Just curious about your intentions.
I appreciate that, Regent Brooks, for the record. Thank you, Chair. So the intention was essentially to move the agenda item along based on the conversations that we were having. That really was the intention. It seemed like AB 199 was a sticking point, and so I was trying to remove it from Regents voting on the entirety of all of the measures, whether to support or be neutral or vote no on something if a Regent didn't feel comfortable. And so that was the intention. I'm certainly happy to make a friendly amendment to the motion if it appeases the board so that we can simply just move forward and retract the I would then make an amendment to retract AB 191 from.
I think we'll
Sure.
have council weigh
Yeah,
in on
so
that really quick.
Regent
Okay.
Brooks, if you want to, I'd suggest withdraw. If you made the initial motion, I suggest if your intention is to make a change, then to withdraw your motion.
Thank you,
And
Regent
start
Brooks, for the
anew.
record. So I will withdraw the initial motion. I'll ask that Regent Brown, was it Boylan? Regent Boylan, if you're amenable to that, we're just gonna start over.
Regent Brooks, that breaks me heart. Two bald brothers and you forgot my name and you had to go to Brown. Yes, of course. I withdraw it. That's
All
no
right.
worries.
Thank you. So then, Regent Brooks, for the record, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 20, the report. Yeah.
And I'll second it again.
Okay, so I have a new motion from Regent Brooks and a second from Regent Boylan to accept the report as stated with the supplemental information. Okay, so I
Yes, ma'am.
think that it's appropriate to take a roll call vote on this one. So Carrie?
Regent Goycochea,
Aye.
Regent Goodman,
Yes.
Regent McGrath,
Aye.
Regent Arascata,
Yes.
Regent Batista,
Yes.
Regent Boylan,
Aye.
Regent Breger,
Yes.
Regent Brooks,
Yes.
Regent Brown,
Yes.
Chair Carvalho,
Aye.
Regent Del Carlo,
Aye.
Vice Chair Downs,
Aye.
Regent Fernandez.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We'll move on to item number 21, federal higher education landscape. And for this, we will go to Interim Chancellor Patty Charlton. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, members of the board. Today, I want to provide just a very high-level overview of the federal landscape and specifically the potential impact that we're realizing on higher education and really how our different areas are navigating this landscape. Over the past 45 days, we have received and realized a number of communications through orders, through memos, and other sorts of communications as it pertains to our grants, the Department of Education, and other important critical areas. Reviewing those communications from a policy lens and in some cases legal, has been somewhat complicated. And as we navigate this for our state, we are very, very engaged with our federal delegation, with the governor's office, who is in constant communication with the White House, with our legislators, and also with the Attorney General's office. Through the strength of our institutions, they have an amazing network that reaches out across the country, and I would just say the globe as well. Some of that includes their relationships with groups such as the Association of Public and Land Grant Universities, the Association of Community College Trustees, and others, because in this very uncertain time frame, what we can do is to leverage our collaboration and the shared knowledge that comes across all of our professional organizations and other groups. So over the past, again, it's been a very fluid landscape. We've received a number of executive orders, and the executive orders may come down and pertain to the freezing of a program or whatnot. By the time typically we've had legal go through that review, all of a sudden there's a legal or litigation has been ensued, and perhaps there's an injunction that's been issued. One of the most obvious one was an OMB memo that actually cut or freezed grant funding, which is very, very significant for our institutions. I will just, by example, just say that when we polled our institutions and we asked them for, what does this look like for you? For awards total, an award may not be just for 1 year, this system is very dependent on grants, and that can include a federal Pell Grant, it can include a loan, but it also includes the research and other student support type programs that we have. That number was $900 million that our system has. Last year in 2024 alone, through our institutions, we issued $386 million of Pell and student loans, and $700 million total, including that 386, in expenditures and grants. What has happened has been, as you've heard from some of our presidents, you heard from President Acharya this morning, you saw the dependence that DRI has on federal grants. That's significant for their workforce and really for our country and for the global environment in the research that they do. Each of our institutions is significantly impacted, but the other part of that is there's the human side. There's the angst and the uncertainty from our students, from our faculty, and from our staff as well. And so I wanted to just really put that into context for you, that this is a very uncertain time frame. On Monday, the Department of Education actually swore in the new Secretary of Education. And there are two areas that are important as we look at the future. One is we know that there are changes that are coming for the Department of Education. But in her communication to the department, she pledged to work with agencies as well as Congress on what that might look like. There has been, through some of the conversations, I think even through the administration, that they really want to see some of these activities pushed down to the states. That could be in the K-12 space, but it could also impact some of what we do in our space as well. But that is very uncertain timeframe. So our institutions, I know, and our students and on all of us are very anxious to see what that looks like, and it will probably be coming over the coming months. And so I wanted to bring that to the forefront, and we will keep this board apprised as we learn more. And we do expect some guidelines or some information about what that might look like, again, over the coming days, weeks, and months. The other area that we know has been somewhat publicized as well is the budget reconciliation in DC. And so just last week, there was a hearing for the Department of Health and Human Services on what this might look like, what it might look like. And it's very uncertain about what if Medicaid and Medicare was changed and pushed down to the state. So as you know, about a decade or so ago, Nevada was part of the expansion of Medicaid. And so with that, 300,000 more Nevadans became eligible to receive that health insurance. And so those numbers could be staggering. And so if there's a cut, and again, it's an if there's a cut at the federal government, that most likely will have some bearing on the budget for the state of Nevada. Our budget can't withstand $1 billion potentially per year or over the biennium. And I know we've got a former legislator who was on those money committees here. And then, but you know, again, it's just looking at that national landscape. So we have uncertainty with what the future for the Department of Education looks like, and we have uncertainty for what our budgets could look like within the state, depending on what some of the actions are. Is there anything that's known for certain? No, there is not. But what we do know right now is that some of our institutions have experienced some degree of federal funds that have been either held or frozen. Some of that has also been recently ordered to be released. But I know, for example, and I don't want to pick on President Acharya, he's got a small grant that he knows has been canceled. But I do want to just highlight that these are things that are very real concerns for our institutions, and that there is a lot that's happening on the national landscape as pertains to changes, grants, awards, policies, and other factors that may impact our institutions and our students. And so with that, I just want to open it to any questions. We've got Council Martinez and then Alejandro Rodriguez as well for any questions. And then obviously the institutions bear a lot of this each and every day too.
Thank you for that update. Questions, comments from Regents? Right. Regent Del Carlo.
Yes, I just want to let everybody know that I sit on the Public Policy and Advocacy Committee. I mentioned it in something yesterday, but we're going to be meeting the March 14th, and that is the day of the continuing resolution money ends. So that's our first meeting at noon our time, and then it's going to be the first Friday of the month until through September. And it's going to be a anybody in the community college that gets the ACCT updates, you can sign in and get the link. And we had over 600 and some in our one on the Dear Colleague letter, and over 800 signed up. So we normally it's just the committee and our board meets, but we're throwing it up into all the community colleges and anybody else that wants this information. And we have experts on the ground in DC that really, really stay up on this. Carrie Warwick Smith's one of them. I think you know, and she's got a whole team. So just Regents, please feel free to listen in on those.
So thank you, Regent Del Carlo. And again, I just want to highlight the outreach that our institutions do on a daily basis with their professional organizations are really a fantastic, not just a resource, but an advocacy as well. There is strength in numbers and there is strength with the expertise that comes. And many of those organizations have people on the ground in DC to assist with that.
Yes, and we have lobbyists and all that, and we do have ACCT law that you can go on our website and sign up for to keep you updated all the time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. It doesn't sound like there are any other questions or comments. Oh, yes, Officer in Charge Heavey.
Well, thank you, Chair Carvalho. I'd just like to comment, I think, on behalf of all the institutional presidents, I think I can speak for us in saying it's a time of really unprecedented anxiety on campuses for both the faculty and the students, especially because of the changes that are coming down. And certainly we're seeing it every day, those kinds of concerns that are disrupting the campus environment because of the unpredictability of what may happen at all levels of support that are given to students for the kinds of things that are being impacted. And I think you've heard a lot of that in public comment.
Yes, I
Madam
agree.
Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is to Officer in Charge Hebe. You just used the word disrupting on the campuses. What is it? Are they demonstrations? Are they walkouts? What's disrupting? And excuse me, what are the disrupting acts? We should be aware of that if you say that.
Officer in charge, do you mind if I add a point really quick? If I could, Regent Boylan, so one example
Yes,
was, there was a communication, I want to say it was February 14th, related to indirect cost. And the indirect cost was for the National Institute of Health. That actually capped the amount of the revenue that our institutions that are very dependent, specifically our universities and those with an NIH grant, that had a potential impact of $50 million for our system alone. There was through our Attorney General, they joined a litigation out of Massachusetts that actually was successful in getting that stayed. That is an example of a disruption for our faculty and for our researchers that basically had to potentially just scramble and hold back and figure out how do we adjust this. I would give another example of the USAID where President Sandoval has individuals around the globe that were impacted on that. So there's disruption in just the everyday kind of activities. And so I'll turn it back to Officer in Charge Hebe.
Thank you, Madam Chancellor. But I'm really, what are the students are walking out? Are there demonstrations? Are the cops coming there and breaking down doors? What are the actual, the classes are not being held? Can you help me with that? Just because you said it's on the campus.
I'll just comment briefly. I think all the presidents could chime in on this issue. What I meant to convey is the sense of uncertainty is causing students great anxiety. And so, as well as faculty, people, for example, in the research space, we've lost 6 grants for $4 million. It also makes everyone else who's thinking about submitting grants, who's thinking about hiring, unclear about what funds will be available. Is my grant going to get canceled sometime in the next month? I actually lead a grant. I'm the principal investigator. People who work on that grant are worried about becoming unemployed in the near future because that is a grant that's subject to cancellation. And even we have things like students being concerned about coming to campus. There has been a rule that Immigration and Customs Enforcement wouldn't come to campus without notifying. There's been some concerns. You know, the rumors get spread around very quickly that ICE is coming to campus, and that stuff kind of spreads like wildfire. So there's just a lot of anxiety that is making normal campus activities, I think, much more tense. But there have been no protests specifically on my campus. And DRI.
Thank you, Mr. Hebe. No, let me finish with you, Mr. Hebe, for a second. Dr. Acharya, give me a second here, because I was on campus and I walked around and I don't see any disruptions. I see the students in their classes. I see them preparing in the library, blah, 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 all over. So when you say that, it's kind of scary because I understand the political implications, but we shouldn't stoke the fires. I know it's all a political thing that's going on, a stunt or whatever you want to call it. But when you say something like that and you're the new president, officer in charge, that bothers me, that worries me. We get these opportunities once in a while, like all the presidents did before, and we've got to make sure that the students, we don't fan the flames is what I'm saying. Because when you say words like there's disruptions, I'm thinking, oh, wow, these the people are on strike and the students are not coming to class. Now, if ICE and people are worried and there are illegal students here, and those are things that are possibilities and they happen. but what's actually disrupting is what I would like to know. And it seems that you're just talking about anxiety and feelings and what people are thinking, but there's no active shooter, there's no active disruptions or things like that, right? Nothing like that. You see what I'm trying to say? We've got to not stoke the fires because students are listening.
Yeah. Thank you, Regent Boylan. Yes, I agree, and certainly my messaging on my campus is trying to encourage calm to the greatest extent possible. I meant to mostly say the federal environment has created a great deal of uncertainty on campus. Thank you.
Okay, there we go. And so, thank you, sir. Dr. Achuria, please, I apologize.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Boylan, I think from my perspective at DRI, I've been meeting with our faculty and staff, either through faculty senate meetings or direct all hands. So what's happening is folks are really concerned about their livelihood, or they're losing jobs, they're losing their grants, they're losing their stipends. And I think that, we have over 600 people at DRI, and not all of them are obviously impacted by one particular grant. But I think Officer in Charge, Chris Heavey, I agree with him on that. There are certain folks working on certain grants. They're really concerned about what am I going to do. They're worried about losing their health insurance, and they might even become homeless, not having enough to live on, And so I think all those things are, to me, that is disrupting their productivity. They're not able to go about doing their normal work and getting to their grants, getting to their daily routine. And so it is impacting pretty significantly. So I wouldn't say that we've lost a lot of grants yet. We have lost a few at DRI. But I think that it's the uncertainty and not knowing what tomorrow brings is what's causing a bigger problem.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. But my main concern was there was some disruption that I hadn't seen walking around campus. That's what I was concerned about. And is that happening at other campuses? But if it isn't the concern, I feel it too. I really do. I appreciate it also that the people are concerned, and it's only been a week or two. We're not even sure what's going to happen yet. So if they're concerned about the future, that's a given, and that's good. But disruptions, that's what concerns me. Because when you say disruption, then I'm concerned about safety and students. So I can see that what you and the officer in charge mean is people are concerned and things might happen. So their productivity may be not as good. To me, is it the faculty is not teaching as well as they should because they're afraid? So has productivity gone down there? Are the services we are giving to students, diminished? I'm more concerned about that thing. You guys are at a higher level than me. I drill down to find things. So I understand what you're saying now. Thank you so much. But we have to be careful about saying we've got disruptions. Oh, and officer in charge, have any ICE agents been on our campuses yet? Anybody?
No. Chris Heavey for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And none of the other presidents, we haven't had such big disruptions like ICE coming. President Sandoval?
Madam Chair,
Thank you.
for the record, Brian Sandoval, President, University of Nevada, Reno, to you and through you to Regent Boylan. The answer is no, Regent Boylan.
Oh, outstanding. That's great. See that I'm concerned about the students too, but that's good to hear. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all from me.
Thank you. I'll go to Regent Brown and then Regent Fernandez.
Regent Brown for the record, and I really don't want to belabor this point, but I want to remind this board that just today, yesterday, in our written comment at the last meeting, we've heard from students who have expressed the fact that there are problems that they are seeing. And if someone is afraid to go to campus, that is a disruption. If someone is afraid that their federal aid will be cut off, that is a disruption. So I don't want to go back and forth on semantics of what the word disruption means, but I think this is a very accurate description to say that there is fear that there will be disruption on our campuses. And I don't want to make a joke about it. I don't want to diminish it just because it doesn't look and feel in the ways that certain people want it to. But like, we have heard from our students. So when we have officer in charge reiterating it, he's being an advocate. He's being a spokesperson because we've heard from our students. Our inbox is full of public testimony, of people asking for us to take stances and make sure that we hear them. And I think it's really important that we acknowledge that and that we pay attention during public comment because they're brave enough to get up to that podium and tell their story. It's not easy to do that. Not everyone's a good public speaker. Not everyone feels comfortable. And this is really trying times. So I feel for those disruptions that we've been shared. And just common sense tells me that there will be disruptions when there are things that are changing at the federal level on a minute-by-minute basis. So again, I do not want to belabor this, but I think it's really important that we acknowledge that people are feeling things and things are not status quo and things are not what they were 6 months ago where someone thought that they were getting federal aid. We heard 2 students just today talk about challenges. And it's just really important that this board is listening to our constituents because that's who we are serving. And when they are actively telling us that there are problems, it's our duty to listen. Thank you.
Regent Brown, well said, Regent Brown. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Regent Fernandez.
I guess I'd like Regent Fernandez for the record. So I guess I want to sort of point out to the idea of like stoking the fires here because as the largest workforce arm of the state of Nevada, and I do believe that is NSHE's role, we also have to look internally at our own faculty and staff that are dependent on these different federal grants, right? And our students who are depending on the grants to even be able to go to school and be able to get their learning and contribute back to our society. So I think as we're thinking about this uncertainty, there is a lot of that. And I really want to echo and understand and tell the faculty and staff that I hear them, the students that I hear them as well. And thank you to the university presidents who have spoken up about this because this uncertainty, it makes it confusing for us to go to Regent Brown's point. It is a minute by minute changing sort of thing. And we need to care who are we going to be able to retain, right, through these grants that may be being pulled. Right? We cannot advocate for workforce. We cannot advocate for development if we're not looking internally at ourselves and ensuring that we can retain what we've fought so hard to be able to do so. So thank you again for the president, and thank you, Madam Chair.
And if I could just add, Regent Fernandez, the role that NSHE plays is so significant in this state. 110,000 students. We just talked about one group of, or our professional employees, which represents 22,000 when you include everyone. Then you have another, almost 3,000 classified. We are a significant part, but there's people. There's a person behind every one of those, and we are a very heavy human relations driver for the future of our state, for the future. I mean, we've heard about the global research that all of our institutions do, but it's just our state depends on us, and we're concerned.
Thank you. Vice Chair Downs.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. So I wanted to share a little anecdote yesterday when we met with the faculty senate chairs. And they shared with us that, for example, on some of the scholarship, the grants they got, they had to, under the previous administration, they received a grant and they were required to include elements in there about diversity, DEI initiatives, how that was going to be fulfilled by funding this grant for their research. And now under the current administration, because they're concerned because it has those elements of DEI in the definition, they might lose those grants. So there is this uncertainty. So we don't know where it's going to go and what's going to maintain its funding and what's not. So this just adds to that picture of the landscape. Thank you.
Thank you. President Dalpy.
Thank you. Kyle Dalpy for the record, Western Nevada College. So I have heard from constituents on campus and students, and I know we're slicing some words, so being respectful for both sides of the aisle and feeling like I'm sometimes laying down in the aisle here. Uncertainty in and of itself, regardless of whether it's an executive order what's going to happen with a pandemic, where the economy is going to go. Uncertainty is disruptive. When the grant information came down that they were suspending grants, it was a Wednesday. My executive team and I practically lost a whole day just trying to figure out what to do, answering calls for students. Are we getting financial aid at a time when we were enrolling students and starting the semester? And so it doesn't matter. I'm not looking at the policy decision. I'm looking at the communication piece and saying it isn't disruptive at the campus level to have to stop and pivot, especially when we don't have all the answers and we don't have the time and we don't have the staff. And so the response piece of telling, yes, it doesn't affect financial aid. I know the federal government the next day came back and said it's not going to affect Social Security, Medicare, or financial aid, but that was a day. And so we had student calls, we had all of that, and just mitigating that. So not that there were protests or that there's vans, although there's reports of vans being on campus throwing people in it, even though there wasn't. We still have to communicate that, and it's disruptive to our normal access and success mission. And just knowing that and being aware of that is what we're dealing with in the trenches.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Regent Del Carlo.
And to add what President Dalby said, when we went to the ACCT Legislative Summit, that's right when that happened. And immediately we were given by institution, Chancellor Charlton asked for that. I do believe every regent received a copy of it, what the impacts of suspending grants would be. And when we went up to Capitol Hill, Regent Boylan, and talked to our senators and our congresspeople, we talked about that, what the dollars and how effective that would be. I mean, there is so much uncertainty, and we just don't know. But we have to, don't ever forget that our mission is to help students, and we're going to still continue to serve all of our students, our first generation, our marginalized, all of them. That's our mission, is to serve students. And what's going on does affect our students. It affects all of us.
Madam Chair. Yep.
Thank you. Regent Boylan, I'll just give you just a couple more minutes.
Oh, I don't need even a couple of minutes, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. I think we are just splitting hair here between disruption and anxiety. Those are two different things. And Regent Del Carlo, I am very aware of helping students. This is what we are all about, students. Not going on seminars and things. Those are nice things, but they're not as important as helping students. So don't, any of you, don't get this wrong idea that I'm not just trying to wave a flag here to say, oh, well, you know, I'm a Republican and you're a loony left-wing, blah, blah, blah. No, I'm not doing that. I'm talking about disruptions. The word was disruption. It's anxiety. Now, President Dalby has said why he considers this a disruption, because time is taken up. But are students being affected by no classes or things like that? That's what concerns me. So yes, ma'am, I'm very concerned about students. That's what this business is about. They are our customers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other comments, Chancellor, I appreciate you bringing forward that update for us. I know that it was very important for our campuses to hear where we stand on that. Okay, so now we'll go on to item number 22, Personnel Session, Annual Evaluation, Interim Chancellor Patricia Charlton. And before we go to this, I will yield the floor to Vice Chair Downs for disclosure.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. Pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, I hereby disclose I am an employee of WNC and Institute in NSHE. The proposed board action on this item is solely to accept a report because the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would not be materially affected by my situation. I will vote on this matter. I will.
Okay, thank you. So I have some written comments here, so I don't go too off my topic here. But I know that this has been a rather, I want to say that evaluations, no matter who it's for, are disruptive for the person who's getting evaluated. It does cause a lot of anxiety and a lot of, it's an uncomfortable process. But at the same time, I think it's very important for us to go through it and to continue the process of continuous improvement. So, and I went off script there. So we know that a regular process of evaluation is an aspect of a strong workplace culture. Evaluations support accountability, transparency, and continuous improvement for the individual and for the organization. So within NSHE, it's evident that we agree and embrace this practice. The board has recently accepted Chancellor Charlton's annual evaluation reports for 3 presidents and has been diligent in completing annual and periodic evaluations since being in her position as chancellor. So we appreciate that. Chancellor Charlton mentioned to me in the early fall that she was coming due for an annual evaluation, and so we began the annual evaluation process together at that time. It's also important to note that the process for the Chancellor's annual evaluation is outlined in board policy and specifically included in her employment agreement as well. We began with Chancellor Charlton completing her self-evaluation, and then I conducted a 360-degree feedback process through interviews with cabinet presidents and regents. So before you today is Chancellor Charlton's annual evaluation. You'll see that there are some goals for Chancellor Charlton to work on during the next few months as the board continues to search for a permanent chancellor. In summary, I'm asking Chancellor Charlton to continue to keep a regular schedule of communication with regents, continue to lead the system through the legislative session, and to prepare the system office for a smooth transition. So at this time, I'll open up the floor to any regents for comments or to make a motion to accept this annual evaluation.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Bush for the record. What I'd like to do is just, considering the fact that we've received the information, it's nothing more than taking action to accept the annual evaluation. It's a report. I'd like to make a motion to accept the report as written.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. Well, I have a second from, I think, was it Regent Brown? Okay, so a motion to accept the annual evaluation for Chancellor Charlton from Regent Brooks and a second from Regent Brown. I'll open it up for any other comments. Regent Goodman.
I just want to say that
Yes, ma'am.
Interim Chancellor Charlton, I think, was put into this position by Interim Chancellor Urquiagua. I think she really has done an incredible job. I respect her leadership. It was not an easy position to be put into, and I'm grateful for her service, and she's done some difficult things, and I'm no one to be proud of you, but I think you've done a really good job, and I just want to put that out there and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Regent Goodman. I'll go next to Vice Chair Downs and then Regent Boylan and Regent Gokachia.
So I wanted to say to Chancellor Charlton that it's been great. I mean, I think you've done a great job, and I've been enjoyed working with you and all this. And you've been very responsive and very knowledgeable about everything that we deal with. So thank you for taking on this role and for pushing through the hard things.
Thank you. Next is Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chancellor Charlton, you know that I was really disappointed that you weren't trying for the permanent position. And even though you said, shh, don't talk about it, but I thought with all your, the knowledge of the institution that you have, that you should be in that position. I thank you for all your communication. You're a great communicator, though sometimes I have to tell you that, okay, give me a chance to talk. But I think you are doing great, and I appreciate your being there, and I look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Regent Gokachia.
Thank you, Regent Gokachia, for the record. 90 days in, I think the only real disruption came from me. I want to thank her.
Thank you. Regent Breaker.
Thank you. It's been echoed a number of times here. I appreciate what you've done. Having to step in when you did was challenging, and not negatively challenging, but it's a lot to do where we were at that time and what was going on, and you have met some challenges head on, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Brown.
Regent Brown, for the record, I'm going to take President Hilgerson's advice to be brief. But I did want to echo a lot of what my colleagues have said. I think you coming out of retirement just to come to our system and be helpful for a 6-month contract that is now turning into 2+ years, you were the right person to take the helm of this system at the time. We needed someone, and not only were you a strong leader that stepped up when the former interim Chancellor Urquiaga needed someone to fill his shoes, but with all your institutional knowledge, you truly made so many things possible. We weren't, I was still new. Some people, like we've had new regents come in. Like there's been so much, if I think back over the last 18 months, there's been so much that as a system we've accomplished, so many challenges, so many things that we needed to undertake. And we're just really lucky that we had you, and looking forward to closing out your contract and hopefully stay in touch and friends with all of us here in NSHE. So thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments? Sure, of course, please.
Thanks for your indulgence, Chair. This will just be really quick. Regent Bush, for the record. Because this is not your last meeting, we're not giving you a send-off here. I'm going to reserve all of the things that I want to be able to say until that particular time. But I certainly appreciate you and the things that you've had to accomplish while you've been here. Thank you.
If I could, Chair, so technically we're not sure because I have a very interesting contract, by the way.
Regent Del Carlo.
I too want to thank you for your hard work, and your depth of knowledge is just astounding. Any of us can just learn so much from you. And I've said all along, you've kept the wheels running on the bus. And this bus is a crazy bus. And you've made some very difficult, you've had to do some difficult things, and it's not easy to do. And I want to salute our chair too, because doing evaluations, as she said, any of us that have managed people, it's tough. And I appreciate you, the fact that you stepped in and did 3. I think that's where the board got off course when we've had prior chancellors that weren't properly evaluated, or we had chairs that weren't doing their evaluation. I mean, you have to follow the code. That's why it's there. And so I thank you for doing it. But thank you, Patty, for all your hard work. You're very appreciated.
Thank you, Chancellor. Okay, so this is for action, and we have a motion and a second on the floor. So I'll call for a voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. So I've been told that lunch is ready. We are on a tight time frame today, so I'm gonna say that this is essentially a working lunch. We'll come back at about 12:45. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 23, student mental health fees and services. And for this item, I'll turn it over to University of Nevada, Las Vegas Associate Vice President for Wellness, Jamie Davidson, and UNR Director of Counseling Services, Yanni Dickens.
Thank you, Regents. For the record, I am Jamie Davidson, Associate Vice President for Student Wellness at UNLV and co-chair of the NSHE Mental Health Task Force. Yanni, do you want to introduce yourself? Well, I will say that my co-chair is Yanni Dickens, who's the director of the Counseling Center at University of Nevada, Reno.
I'm here, Jamie. Thank you for the introduction. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. I guess we gotta figure out how this works. There we go. So for today's presentation, we just want to give a brief recap of the NSHE Mental Health Needs and Services Survey talk about mental health related fees, mental health services after the SAMHSA grant, and some task force recommendations that we have to share with the board regarding student mental health. So, research has shown that campus mental health services are important for improved academic performance of our students, for an increased retention rate, for enhanced career readiness, and to enhance the personal well-being of the students. In 2023, we had the opportunity to do the first system-wide mental health survey that went out to all students, faculty, and staff. While the specifics have been previously reported to this body, I will highlight two findings: that 60% of NSHE students reported feeling stressed out, anxious, or worried, or overwhelmed often or all the time. And I think we all know, we all experience anxiety, to the point that anxiety is something that can interfere with enjoyment of life, but also your academic pursuits, your ability to learn. The second thing we know is that 80% of students, faculty, and staff believe that our campus should be involved in enhancing the emotional well-being of the campus community. So there's an expectation that our campuses are involved. So we were asked to discuss the mental health related fees. UNLV and UNR are the only two institutions that have a mental health or counseling fee. At UNLV, the mental health fee, as we call it, is $60 for the fall and spring semesters, $30 in the summer. This is increasing incrementally over 4 years. It'll reach $69.35. The way we operate is that students who pay the fee can come in. There's no office visits to see our counseling center, and they can come in and use those services anytime they want. At UNR, the counseling center fee is $70 per semester, which includes the summer. At both institutions, this is for students taking 6 or more credits. I will say that with this increase that we've had that started this fall, we were able to hire 3 additional counselors. These 3 additional counselors that we hire equated to 66 hours of clinical time for individual, group, and relationship counseling, 12 more hours of crisis walk-in, and 18 hours of service dedicated to trauma mitigation per week. So for the first time in 15 years, the UNLV Counseling Center has had no wait list to be seen. Last year at this time, the wait list was 5 weeks. So I think it just displays the power of this increase, the impact that it had in making these services more available. And I think UNR, who's just starting to receive their increase, will probably see similar benefits. The demand for counseling services at our university campuses is huge. This is a nationwide trend, but it's certainly true in Nevada as well. So how are our university counseling centers staffed? So when we look at how the fees are used, 84% of that fee at UNLV goes to clinical staffing, 83% at UNR. To me, it's notable that the high percentage of that fee that's going to direct service that benefits students, these are providing clinicians, 10% at both institutions support staff, and roughly 7% for operations. So every effort is made to manage these fees to make sure that they benefit students and they get what they're paying for. I'll now turn it over to my colleague.
Thank you for the.
Go ahead, Yanni.
Thank you, Jamie. For the record, I'm Yanni Dickens, Director of Counseling Services at the University of Nevada, Reno. And thank you for that overview of our services as well. Appreciate it, Jamie. So the NSHE Mental Health Task Force, which Jamie and I co-chair, was established during the pandemic to understand and address the mental health needs and issues across institutions of students, faculty, and staff. In addition to understanding the needs, and we were able, as institutions on the task force, to collaborate and figure out how to best meet needs. One of our efforts and deliverables was administering a multi-million-dollar SAMHSA grant, which you see here. This $2.6 million grant was awarded from September 2022 and extended to June 2024 to support suicide prevention training, system-wide survey, which you just saw the results of, and the implementation of several institution-specific mental health initiatives, such as mental health first aid. The grant structure, including the subaward distribution, was based on student headcount. And so the next few slides will show what each institution did with the funding that was received. Next slide, please. Okay. At CSN, following the expiration of this SAMHSA grant, you can see the status of mental health initiatives at CSN. While the grant ended, some training and services have been continued to a limited extent. Some of the programs have ended and others have continued due to a new funding source. And you can see Together All, which is a peer mentoring program, MindWise, LivingWorks, mental health first aid. These are some of the things that they were able to do by securing outside funding. Next slide, please. At Great Basin College, after funding discontinued, they had to discontinue mental health first aid and LivingWorks Safe Talk training, which is suicide prevention, but they were able to continue several other efforts, such as Better Mind Teletherapy, LivingWorks, and a part-time mental health coordinator. All of this, again, relies on private funding, and if that's not renewed, it would be exhausted in actually a couple months ago. Next slide, please. Okay, and at NSU, they actually asked us to read a statement, which I will do so it is accurate. Counseling and case management are the core of Nevada State's Student Wellness Services Department and work closely together to support our students. Since 2021, Nevada State has committed resources to develop an on-campus counseling program for students by hiring a licensed therapist. The program grew to also offer virtual counseling services the following year. While it has always been the vision to continue and grow our counseling services by hiring another licensed therapist, the decision was made to fund the addition of another case manager for students, as this was the area of greatest need. We remain dedicated to the vision of providing a robust student wellness department for our campus and recognize acquiring funding for the following areas of needs as essential to ensure a balance of service and campus safety. Number one, mental health crisis support services are available 24/7 to be able to continue providing on-demand online mental health screenings for students and an additional licensed therapist, and finally, suicide prevention and substance misuse trainings for students, faculty, and staff. Next slide, please. At TMCC, after grant funding ended, while some programs like adult mental health first aid training continue, many of the others will not be able to be continued due to the funding going away. So this slide underscores the challenges of maintaining mental health support without ongoing external funding. Next slide, please. At UNLV, you can see that their efforts to maintain adult mental health services for students following the grant period, as UNLV continues to offer essential training like QPR, suicide prevention, adult mental health first aid, and initiatives that are new, such as Together All peer mentoring and You at UNLV. So with more funding, UNLV can do a little bit more, even post-grant. Next slide, please. Here at the University of Nevada, Reno, we discontinued Cognito, as that program actually was no longer in operation. We've picked up many of the things that were started as a function of this grant, and we've viewed it as a seed grant. But as you know, and as Jamie just mentioned, both UNR and UNLV are student fee funded. So we have the ability to pick up some of these things that we started during the grant. So we currently offer a mindfulness 101 course, adult mental health first aid training, although the funding went away. We are using our student fee money for that. And we're providing Let's Talk non-clinical as well. Next slide, please. I don't see the next slide, so I will just keep talking. At WNC, the situation after the SAMHSA grant ended shows that several programs also ended with its conclusion. Those include Cognito, Living Works, and Adult Mental Health First Aid. However, they have continued a 24/7 crisis support line with some new funding. Living Works, Safe Talk and Assist, those are suicide prevention trainings. And they have some mental health first aid training opportunities as well. Happy to also announce that they've newly added Better Mind teletherapy with also new funding that they've secured. The next slide, here we talk about DRI. Now, DRI did not have students, so they did not receive a SAMHSA subaward, but what they did have is employees who received adult mental health first aid and suicide awareness prevention and training through other institutions. However, given that the grant funding is gone, they have less access to that at the current time. So bottom line, as you've seen from the previous slides, the two institutions that are student fee funding, mostly student fee funded, UNR and UNLV, have continued more of our mental health initiatives after the grant than others. Next slide, please, and I'll turn things back over to Jamie because he can make some recommendations for those institutions that have less student fee and otherwise mental health funding. Thanks, Jamie.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Jamie Davidson, Associate Vice President, University of Nevada, Las Vegas, Co-Chair, NSHE Mental Health Task Force. So the Mental Health Task Force has 3 recommendations that we have for you, Regents. The first is we'd like to make the Mental Health Task Force a standing committee. Mental health is a crucial factor in the overall success and well-being of college students. Addressing mental health concerns ensures academic achievement, personal growth, and a healthier campus environment. For a state that consistently ranks last in the nation around mental health, we believe it's essential that this committee continues to keep up the good work. Second, this task force has allowed us to collaborate on data-driven research to better understand the mental health needs of our students. It also has allowed us to share best practices, lessons learned, and policies among our NSHE campuses. And lastly, it's an opportunity to provide mutual support and encouragement, as the mental health work can be very challenging, and I think as many know, healthcare in general has one of the highest burnout rates of all professions. So I think there's value in getting together just to support each other, to hear each other. So that's our first request. The second request is that NSHE would adopt an aspirational goal for a minimum level of mental health services to be provided to students at all NSHE institutions. The type and accessibility of mental health services on our campuses varies greatly. The Mental Health Task Force strongly recommends that the Regents set a goal, understanding that it may take years to reach, for a minimum level of mental health services available to students system-wide. As it stands now, the availability and types of services there's a huge disparity. So specifically, what the NSHE committee would recommend is that there's on-campus and telehealth therapeutic counseling. There's a consensus that on campus is ideal, but we realize that telehealth works in a lot of places, so we support that. So we see the need for access to culturally competent and evidence-based therapy. Second is case management, which is referral services to on and off campus resources with follow-up to connect with long-term and/or specialized services. UNLV and UNR and some of the other institutions have this, and it's very student-focused, it's very student-friendly, and it also focuses on meeting with students when they come back to campus just to make sure that they're making themselves availing themselves of all the variety of services that we support, whether they're mental health or not. So we're really trying to surround students with the supports so they can come back and continue and thrive. Crisis intervention is important. And again, ideally this happens on campus, but if not, that it's available for students, that they can access it 24/7. We know that crises often happen in the most difficult times for students. It seems like it's evenings and weekends quite frequently, that I will get a call from our campus on issues that are going on. So again, this is just an important support for our students. And the last thing is educational workshops and preventive program. It's important that students are learning and growing. We do want to do prevention. We know that that's important. Continue to do things like whether it's stress management. On our campus, there's been a lot of outreach and education since the shooting happened, just on understanding trauma, how it impacts you, how to minimize the impacts on your academics, how to minimize the impact on your family life. So I think these support services are really important to our students. The last recommendation we had was to work to secure state dollars to fund essential mental health services. Many states use a hybrid model where there may be a mental health or counseling center fee, but there's also state dollars that go to supporting the services that are available. I think this would probably be essential to secure that minimum level of what we had. And again, from the committee's perspective, to be honest, at UNLV and UNR, there's a plethora of services that are available to students. We just want to see that there's more student access to those similar services for any student at any NSHE institution, because we realize this is really an advantage for the students, not only to their academic pursuits, but also for their personal pursuits. And with that, I'll address any questions.
Thank you. I'll open it up to the floor. I think Regent Gokachia has a question.
Yes, more comments than questions, I guess. And I'm really concerned as I look at the decline in services going to be available to GBC. You know, we truly are a mental health desert out in rural Nevada. And these campuses are, you know, in those communities like Ely, Winnemucca, Pahrump, Elko. And, you know, I don't know how it rates, you know, per capita, but we do have, you know, when you get a suicide in one of those small rural communities, it impacts a whole community, and it's happening. And as I look at that, it looks like we're gonna struggle. So to this board, and, you know, I reach out when I go to the legislature, you know, it's critical that we get mental health funded, but that delivery in rural Nevada is huge. And I really think if we've got a GBC student in that home, again, most of them come back home at night, they've got siblings, just being able to recognize maybe there is an issue with a younger or older sibling, and you can save somebody's life. So to this board, you really got to understand rural Nevada, and it is a problem out there, and we do struggle with mental health issues. And I know President Denali, we just had one in Elko, 10 days ago, and you know, we can't have these young people killing themselves. So we need to help. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Regent Arascata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for the presenters. Would these increases in services be provided by a licensed clinical social worker, psychiatrist, psychologist, marriage and family therapist? What delivery or direction would you like to go with this?
Thank you for the question. Regent, for the record, Yanni Dickens, Director of Counseling Services, UNR. We think that all of the above can be helpful. We currently and in the past have had psychologists, LCSWs, licensed professional counselors, marriage and family therapists. We believe in a multidisciplinary approach in our department, and all of the above can be helpful for a lot of different different reasons. Different disciplines specialize in slightly different things. LCSWs are pretty good at case management. Psychologists are pretty good at doing psychological assessment. We do ADHD and learning disability assessment and so forth. So all hands on deck would be my response.
Would you be open to utilizing some of the LCSW interns where they have a preceptor to go over their notes and all their information?
Absolutely.
In regards to utilizing as many services as possible? Because they do have to acquire their 3,000 hours.
Absolutely. Yes, thank you for the question. Training programs help a lot. I actually got my undergrad degree here at UNR, my graduate degree and master's and PhD at UNLV, and I worked at CAPS there. Jamie was there at the time, and then came back here to Reno. Both UNR and UNLV have strong training programs, and it allows us to not only provide cost-effective services to students, but to contribute to workforce development. And in a state, as Jamie mentioned, that is 51st in the nation many times in mental health rankings, It allows us to carry out so many different missions, our clinical service mission and our education mission all at the same time. It's a win-win.
Wonderful information. Thank you.
Yep.
Jamie Davidson for the record, just to jump onto that. I think many of us see workforce development as part of our mission to doing this. And we have a multidisciplinary model that we use at UNLV, similar to UNR. So we have all those professionals that are part of our team, and we also do training and sponsorship for those teams. So for example, we have 4 psychiatrist residents from the med school that are part of the counseling center. We have 4 psychology doctoral interns that come from other states that come in that we're training them over the course of the year. And then we have multiple, I would say probably about 25 students from psychology, social work, very professional counseling programs that are also seeing clients, so learning while being supervised by our staff. So our primary mission is to serve the mental health needs of students, but one of the ways that we do that is by facilitating training of the professionals of tomorrow.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Regent Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. I spoke to a few presidents about this, and I'm in agreement with all of the recommendations here. My general question is here, is there anything barring community colleges from being able to charge mental health fees so that they can kind of, you said that there is a disparity amongst institutions, and my colleague shared a really impactful experience that happened in his community. Is there something barring that? And then then also, in addition to that, I guess I'll just ask it all together. We saw in this presentation, there's programs like Living Works, Better Mind, You Will, telepsychiatry, and all of these different things. Is there the opportunity for NSHE to come as a whole system to be able to have more of that buying power to provide these services, right? So it's not just one institution here, one institution there, using completely separate services, it being NSHE provided, because I think that's where we can start to align some of the goals that this committee has recommended on. But I'm curious if I can get an answer to those 2 questions.
Thank you. Next is Regent Goodman. I'm so sorry.
There were 2 questions.
Go
yes.
ahead, go ahead. I'm very sorry.
So if
Jamie Davidson from UNLV. I'm not qualified to answer the first question, but I will say for the second question, absolutely. So in the mental health task force, we have talked about going in together. So for example, there's several institutions that have a contract with a telehealth provider. Unfortunately, they didn't go out for an RFP because of the size of the contract, so it's not something we can jump on. But that's what we've said, should this become a standing committee, we really feel like we should work together to go out in an RFP to get the most favorable terms for the services that we provide. So we are absolutely of the same mindset.
And Chair, if I could, for the record, Patty Charlton, Chancellor. So I think, Regent Fernandez, I think your question's a good one regarding the fee. However, I would recommend that the community colleges answer those questions, because students are quite sensitive to fee increases and the needs. And so it might be that with all the other priorities at the institution, but I think it would be good to hear from the community college presidents on the fee. And there would be a time, and that would typically be around December of each year, that we bring fees, but it would be up to the community college presidents, please.
President Dinelli.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho, President Dinelli, Great Basin College. Just to share some insights, we were really hopeful with the SAMHSA grant when it was originally proposed, $2.6 million coming, but out of that we got $46,000. Can't do a lot with $46,000, so we utilized some of our licensed counselors within our college to do and train on some of the mental health first aid, and then train our faculty. But we knew that we needed to do something for the students within our communities and those that were attending our college. So we went out, and we were the only institution to get a private donor. We had Elko Federal Credit Union give us close to $80,000 in funds. We did receive additional funds out of SAMHSA for other institutions that weren't using those funds. So total use was right around $200,000. With that, we used to utilize UNLV's graduate students to help us with anybody that was in crisis. And in a year, we had maybe 4 students utilize those services. When we implemented Better Mind, which is an online licensed counseling service, 24/7, our students can have up to 6 free sessions with that. What we saw is in the first year, 47 students using it. This year, we have 88 students using it. So we know it's something that works. What doesn't work, and while it sounds like a great project working with the universities and the graduate students, is their availability. So it's unrealistic to think that in a small institution with 3,500 students, if we have 88 students utilizing that, how a graduate program could take that many students on. So, but I do want to share some statistics with you that I think are pretty sobering. But Nevada is included in the group that's known as the suicide belt due to its high suicide death attempt and ideation. Progress has been made in Clark County and Washoe County, which saw both decreases in death by suicide. However, Nevada's rural regions saw the opposite trend. Rates of death and suicide increased in all rural regions at a 36.5% rate. Among the factors contributing to problems with suicide in rural areas include difficulty obtaining mental health and behavioral health services and therapy. And then just a last note, nearly 86.9% of the state's population reside in mental health professional shortage areas, including 100% of that in rural and frontier areas. So for us, Better Mind, we have that paid for through September. We no longer have funding for the part-time person that helps facilitate that. So our disabilities coordinator actually jumped in and is doing that, and we're giving her a stipend. But at the end of the day, we can ask our community partners to provide support, but we can't continue to ask them to provide mental health resources for our students when, as a system, we say mental health is so important. So at this time, I either would recommend that community colleges come together and figure out what could be some sort of mental health fee. I'm not normally the proponent for adding fees, but it's something that we have to do. We have to have some sort of resources for our students, and I think it is incredibly unfair that we fund resources at our universities for mental health, but not at our community colleges. Thank you.
President Hilgerson?
Hi, President Hilgerson for the record. First of all, we have been extremely cautious when it comes to student fees. And so I have very intentionally tried to do my best with help from my outstanding leadership team to have state-funded positions in our counseling area. So we have our advising department and we have our counseling department. They work closely together. We now have 4 tenured counselors and 1 mental health professional. And the mental health professional was a new position that maybe 1 or 2 years ago. I'm struggling a little bit on the date. But the idea there was to really have a robust counseling office, knowing that grants are short-lived, and that we really didn't want to assess additional student fees, and that this is part of what we need to do as a community college to help our students succeed. And mind you, at TMCC, we work with approximately 600 veterans a year, and many of them have issues that are connected to being in live combat, and it's difficult, and they need extra mental health support to succeed. And so I think that it's going very well for us at this point. Now, if enrollment continues to grow, because it was significant this year, I think last I checked, we were about 8% growth, we're going to need more help, right? But I'm very proud of our counseling department. They really do a remarkable job. And we also, for psychiatric services, if it gets beyond what they're certified to do, we do have an agreement with UNR's Med School at Renowned, and we refer students to them and cover their first 5 appointments for them if they do not have insurance. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. I was going to open it up to the other presidents, but real quick, just go to Chancellor Charlton.
Yes, thank you for the record, Patty Charlton. So I did want to also just point out that many of the institutions and this board also prioritize mental health as part of our operating priorities. And so we do have a $4 million request that we built into our legislative process for mental health support for the system. And so it does cover some of the institutions that don't have a fee today. And so there is 4 million. And so it always helps to look at a former legislator and get their advice on how we might be able to get this funded. But we do have a request before the legislature.
Thank you. President Dalby or President Kibler?
Yeah, I'll chime in, Kyle Delby, just to answer the question quickly. We do not have a fee, and my comments align mostly with President Donnelly because of the rural nature of our institution. We did get a Carson City Community Support Services grant to fund Better Mind, and the usage on that has gone beyond the license fee that we got, so we added on to it, so there is a need there.
At CSN, much like others have said, we've historically been very reluctant to pursue new areas of student fees as our students are very cost conscious, price conscious. We do have many of these services, as you see, they're all funded by state funds, positions are. But we're understaffed in these areas, not only mental health and health services, but another one I would mention that I know we're significantly understaffed in is disability services, which hasn't been mentioned here. Is a kind of a different aspect of this, but something that is extremely needed at our institution. So we're looking at all of that. How do we provide and where do we find more funding to be able to provide more services? Because in comparison to the size of our student body, we're way understaffed in those areas.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Anise Pruitt. I am the licensed therapist for the students at Nevada State. I just want to give you an example of our model for counseling services because I really want you to understand the disparity that we're talking about. So all of our students have access to 5 free counseling sessions that can be used anytime between fall and the end of spring. If they're enrolled for summer, they have access to 4 free sessions. I am the only licensed therapist for our institution. I am the counseling program. I also do in-person as well as virtual sessions. So, we're trying to do what we can for our students, but as you've heard, we lost quite a bit when we no longer had the funding from the grant funds. It's very important that our students have access to services. It's very important that there are not barriers to that access. And I want to speak to something Dr. Pollard said yesterday. She spoke about the example of our new majority student, Jessica, I think was her name. Okay. Just so you know, 53% of the students that are seen in our counseling program are Hispanic. I don't believe that a student such as Jessica, given the demographics and the background that Dr. Pollard described for Jessica, low income, working a job, having family, all of that, I don't think Jessica needs another fee in order to avail herself of counseling services. So I think we have to think beyond, what is possible for programs that are, hoping to grow, and as well really think about those services in rural communities that really don't have anything even established yet. We would love to grow to the point where we have students actually able to assist in providing counseling here at Nevada State. But at this point, that's not a reality because I'm the only one. So if you include students and then I have folks that I have to supervise as well, what happens to the folks that need to be counseled, right? So we can only split things so thin. Having services provided and funded for, I think, really speaks to the commitment to mental health for this board, as well as for our state. And we don't want to turn a blind eye to our students. I work very closely with our 2 case managers, and they are fantastic. Together as a team in student wellness, we really partner to make sure our students have what they need. okay? So we refer out to the community when necessary. We work together to make sure that they're getting referrals for services on campus as well as in the community. And it's very important that that partnership exists. But we're three people, right? And so we would like to see these services committed to by the board, by the state, because I think it's an investment in our students. Our sole objective is to keep our students here and learning so they can get to graduation. That's what we want for them. And we support them through that process from summer, so before day one, all the way through to graduation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've got a long queue going. I'll go to Regent Goodman, and then I have Regent McGrath, Regent Brooks, Regent Brown, and then go back to Regent Goicoechea.
Thank you for your presentation. You know, I have I support this. I support the mental health support 100%. My question is, you know, I'm hearing all this stuff, but I'm not hearing anything about, and this is close to my heart because I run the largest center here, but gambling disorder. And, you know, 67% of our college students nationwide, and we're going to be coming back to this board with a report that's specific to Nevada, but nationwide, 67% of students have placed a bet. And also among the addictions, gambling disorder is the highest suicide rate. So when you're talking about suicide ideation, suicidality with our students, it's a very real issue. And so what I'd love is CASAT distributes information that comes out through the state, through DPBH. And I would love to see that information. This is service that's provided throughout the state that is free. So you don't necessarily need that counselor there, but it's service that can be provided, whether it's telehealth for the rurals or it's you know, in-person therapy. But that therapy is paid for by the state. So what I'd love, and this is me asking you to work with CASAT to get those materials that can be at least available to the students, because you're going to find that college betting is, at college and sports betting in general, is really going to be the epidemic on the heels of our pandemic, because it's on your phones, and we have underage individuals that are betting, we have students that are betting and doing risky behavior. So when we look at that 67%, I think it's 16% of that has exhibited risky behavior. So let's not forget about the gambling disorder, which is the same DSM-5 addiction as alcohol and drugs. And so I would love for you to work with CASAT to get those materials at least distributed so that students have an option if they do find that they're having a problem. So thank you.
Thank you. Regent McGrath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sadly, this is probably the wrong question to ask, given the funding challenges we're hearing about for students who self-report and seek out services. But what screenings exist or are being utilized, if any? I saw a reference to online screening, but do student health services at UNR or UNLV, do they seek to identify students who may need help, or what screening is being done?
Jamie Davidson for the record at UNLV. We have multiple layers of screening that we actually do, including we always ask about gambling. So we have an intake, the same intake at whether you come to the counseling center or health center, we're integrated. So we're asked about mental health, we ask about anxiety. So we have lots of screenings that we do. The other thing we do is that the university support team, which receives referrals from faculty, staff, and other students, we meet weekly. There's a group of us that meet to coordinate support and interventions for students. And this is actually falls under my leadership in this role. So every week we talk generally about 40 to 50 students that need some level of support. Many need intervention. I don't think we've had a week that we didn't have a suicidal student that came up. Usually I'm going to say our average is 5 at a university the size of UNLV. So we work to coordinate that. But the university support team we see as an early a way of early finding out the students who need mental health, because sometimes they may be acting out or telling other people. So it's our way of kind of trying to connect them to services sooner than later because we'd rather help them before they're in a crisis, before the problem that exists becomes an even more complicated problem that's there. So we really rely on faculty who are fantastic and know their students to not only refer them to us, but sometimes refer to the university support team. So we have multiple avenues that we try and screen and outreach and make sure that we're identifying the students that need support.
Thank you for that.
Hello again, Anise Pruitt, the licensed counselor for Nevada State. I just wanted to respond to that question as well. So also in our assessment tool that we use, we do screen for suicidality as well as for gambling, other addictions. We lost, though, a very wonderful tool, which was the MindWise screening program, which was online. We no longer have funding for that. But that was heavily used by our student body in order to help them self-screen for many different mental health issues. And as a matter of fact, 23% of our students self-refer. So that link to that screening was very, very helpful because students could see, oh, okay, I seem to have these issues going on, and then self-refer to counseling. So I would love to see us be able to reinstitute something of that nature. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pruitt. Appreciate that. And appreciate your work as well.
Thank you. Next, I will move to Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I don't think any of us would disagree how important mental health is on our campuses, particularly when we talk about suicide prevention. And so what I wanted to ask was, or really talk about maybe, was something that President Denali brought up, and that was the using community as a resource to be able to help with preventative measures, right? And so with Living Works, one of the best designs of that is that Living Works sets it up in terms of the type of teaching that's done, the instruction that's given to folks so that those who are interested can get certified in suicide prevention training, is they become arms of prevention. So years ago, I, as an instructor, a volunteer instructor for Living Works for suicide prevention, gave a class at UNLV. And those individuals who were in the class and graduated from the class wore a special pin that would identify them as a suicide prevention resource for students who were on campus. And so something like that, I think, would be extraordinarily beneficial. And I was wondering if you have worked with Richard Egan at all. So you're shaking your head, yeah. You know who he is?
Yes.
Okay, and so perhaps, because I know that there's different levels of funding, particularly with Living Works in terms of what some of the curriculum costs. But if you go through the State Office of Suicide Prevention, then a lot of those costs are offset by what the state is already inclined to do to be able to provide resources for suicide prevention. And so when we take a look at what does something cost to be able to put a class on, it's extraordinarily nominal. The instructors are usually volunteers, so they're not making anything. Sometimes there's the cost of materials, which may be $15, because people who are taking the course have resources with them. And oftentimes that dollar amount can be paid for by the state or through different suicide prevention offices. And so I think maybe there's just different ways of taking a look at what does mental health look like on campuses in terms of resources, and how do we engage more folks to be able to be part of the extension of prevention.
Jamie Davidson, absolutely agree with you. One of the challenges in Nevada, honestly, I've worked in other states, is there's very limited community resources that are there, but we do have good relationships with the services provided by the state of Nevada. I will also say is using the SAMHSA funds, we basically took 18 of our staff and had them become trainers in QPR, which is another way of doing suicide prevention. They're both empirically validated approach to it. So as a result of the grant that we had, which was very appreciated, I still have 18 staff, that are trained. And, during the grant period, we trained over 1,700 faculty, staff, and students at UNLV in suicide response training. So I concur, and I just think it's essential for that work to continue at all campuses.
Thanks, appreciate your time, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Regent Brown.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. You may have already answered my question. I had written down like how do students find out about these services, and you touched on the fact that there's referrals and there's an online intake form. Does this come up at? And I'm just going to go with UNLV and UNR since that's what's on slide 5, the number of staff and stuff, because that gets to my second question. Nevada Fit, Rebel Ready Week, is this where this gets shared? Like, how else do students find it? Because I think if we're charging them $60 to be able to have easy access and know it's there, I'm just curious.
Yanni, did you want to answer this one? I want to give fair time to my co-presenter.
Yes, thank you for that, Jamie. Yes, Nevada Fit, everything from campus tours to Nevada Fit to we opened up a satellite clinic that does non-clinical consultation. So it doesn't have to be therapy, but it's say 20 to 30 minute conversations with a therapist. It's in a high traffic location where students walk across the street from residence halls and they see us there. They can drop in, they can learn about what we do. They can do workshops there. We're pretty integrated in a lot of things on campus, so students have multiple ways of finding out how to access our services. I think a very common way of them scheduling clinical appointments, we have a same-day session model where students can get online. So they find out a lot online. They're really, like our website is very heavily utilized. Word of mouth is another piece of it. Students find out a lot of different ways about our services. They know about it. Stigma is at an all-time low. Our students do not find that stigma prevents them from seeking help. Only in a recent survey, 6% of our students said that stigma would deter them from seeking help. But that creates demand problems that we're constantly trying to address. Like Jamie mentioned, you're always trying to find a model that doesn't have a wait list and that kind of thing. We found ways to use a step care model where we give students what they need, when they need it, and as much of it as they need. That means a lot of times we have to do brief counseling, but when students have greater needs, we can do group counseling and we can provide unlimited group counseling for them and things like that. Sometimes connections to the community and referral to the community is the way to do things too. So yes, students find out through multiple different methods, but we do have to go out there and do outreach to spread the word.
Yeah, and that totally makes sense. And I just hope, because I know how strong ASUN and CSUN are on their respective campuses, so I hope there's a good communicative relationship with both of those entities. And my follow-up question is, on average, how many appointments does a student take in a semester?
In our center, when it comes to clinical appointments, the average number of sessions is 5, but we don't have session limits. We try to individualize what we do for the student and the unique circumstances that they're experiencing. So it's an average of 5 without session limits. Sometimes people hear a number like 5 and then they think that's a session limit, but it isn't. However, we do, to be accessible, because we're fee funded, we see that as a contract with our students to make ourselves accessible to them, because if we provide long-term stuff to students, then not as many students as can get in. That's a common model used across the country, is to provide brief counseling plus a little bit more. We do have some specialized areas like not gambling yet or anything like that, but we have specialized service where we can provide a little bit more service to some students, and we take into consideration other needs like do they have insurance, do they have access to resources in the community or not, and making decisions on a case-by-case basis about how much students get.
I think that's a really interesting and thoughtful way of thinking of it as a service to the students and trying to be as accessible as possible. And I really just appreciate that. And we can see how many staff here. That's not a lot of staff for the amount of foot traffic you have on both your campuses. And that extends to our community colleges and what they're trying to do. So I just want to say thank you for everything you're doing with the rise of mental health issues. This is the most important thing that we can offer our students as we ask them to finish their degrees and get into the workforce and make us all look good, because they're graduating, but we can at least provide this invaluable resource. So I just want to say thank you to all of our campuses who have recognized and implemented and gone after programming and grants for this.
I agree, thank you. And I would just add that we know that college is stressful, and we know that providing mental health services to students is needed and works. The evidence shows that it helps them stay in college and complete college, and it has a very positive return on their investment. When students complete college, they have the opportunity to have careers where they can afford to donate to universities as well. So I wanted to mention that as well.
Thank you.
Madam
Next,
Chair.
I'll go to Regent Boylan and then Regent Gokachia and Regent Arascata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two questions. One may be for Chancellor Charlton. When did NSHE get so involved in this? Do you know which year or how? Why is NSHE so involved in mental health services? When Regent Goodman even mentioned that we have health services from the government, from the state, and et cetera, et cetera. When did NSHE or education get so involved in this?
So for the record, Patty Charlton. So Regent Boylan, let me do a little research. I know that the SAMHSA grant was kind of a turning point, I think, for the expansion, but I might need to do some research with the institutions. So for example, when the student fee was passed, and then also the timing of the SAMHSA grant, that was a little bit before my time, but I'll get that research back, and we'll see if we can do it before the questions are done. How's that?
All right, no worries. Thank you. I appreciate that. The other question I had was, what percentage of our students use these services? And I, like others have mentioned, I know someone who committed suicide, so I'm all in favor of helping people, and especially on a volunteer basis, like Brooks there. But I don't know how this helps all the students, and how many, what's the percentage of our students that use this service?
I can address that from the University of Nevada, Reno.
Thank you.
Here at UNR, between 8 to 10% of our students use our service per year. Now, many of them get it after that. So that is a difficult number to come up with, but I would imagine the number over a 4 or 5 year university career is higher. Plus, some students stay as graduate students. The need is much higher than that. The need, depending on the year, could be 40 to 60%, and you saw the 60% number in our NSHE survey that we did as part of our grant. Even if the number was that high, and it ebbs and flows, that, by the way, is similar to rates across the country, although Nevada tends, and our students tend to have greater needs than students at other colleges across the nation. So they have greater mental health needs. Not all of them need it or seek the service, but again, at our institution, it's about 8 to 10% of the student body in a given year seeks and receives our service. I can give a stab at your other question. The Mental Health Task Force, I believe, was started around 2020 during the pandemic, and the SAMHSA grant occurred shortly thereafter, and we took a leading role in implementing that grant.
Okay, thank you. So 8 to 10% and 100% of the students pay for it, but there's only 8 to 10%. And I like that you have come and others have come. I would have appreciated it if we had had any students, since you say there's no stigma or not much stigma, some students who had availed of this, service. I would have liked that to hear from them directly how it's helped them, and who are they? Do we have any stats on them? Do we have anything? Because 8 to 10%, you say, that's a terrible tragedy in itself, but it's not enough to say that 100% of the students should pay for it. And how has this service helped our standing on a national basis? Because I know we are down to the 45th percentile. Has it helped increase our education abilities in this state? And if we have advisors, why do we need all this expensive people, all these they could advise students to go to the state benefits.
Right, okay.
A few
and so-
questions, sorry about that.
No, I love these questions. So 8 to 10% of students on our campus in a given year use the service. Again, more than that across their career use it. How do the students who don't use our service benefit from it? Well, we make the campus a mentally healthier place. And as we learned from the SAMHSA grant, we can do environmental approaches, public health approaches to mental health. We do adult mental health first aid still, where we train university students, faculty, and staff about how to have helpful, supportive conversations with people who are struggling with mental health issues. And that is not included in our data about the impact that we have on the campus for mental health as a whole. We see lots of tragedies occur when mental health problems are not addressed in K through 12 with school shootings. These have happened on campuses as well. It's hard to measure whether you successfully prevented something or not, but it's not hard to measure the effectiveness of the services that we do provide. And at UNR, we have head-to-head comparisons of our effectiveness compared to other counseling centers across the country. And year after year, we are more effective than 90% of college counseling centers at helping students with moderate to elevated distress. We would like to do more, but as it was mentioned in this meeting, to do more requires funding, and we are sensitive to not asking students to pay more in student fees to benefit more directly from the services that we provide. There are indirect benefits, as I mentioned, that are difficult to measure, but very much count, because students have relationships with each other. And even if one of them isn't in counseling, if their friends, their romantic partners, their roommates are, then they will have a better chance of interacting with them successfully and being in a positive learning environment.
Thank you. And you said that you don't have any way to quantify how effective it's been, but yet you are better than 80% of the others that did you just say that?
No, we don't have a way of, sorry to interrupt,
Yeah.
we don't have a way of measuring whether we prevent tragedies from occurring, but we have good reason to believe that we do. We do have ways of measuring the effectiveness of our services, and those are session by session questionnaires that are standardized, gold standard evidence-based measures that we use per session. We compare the data aggregate anonymously to counseling centers at other colleges, and that's where we find we're more effective at helping our students than 90% of other colleges.
Thank you. Those are good numbers, but could you next time maybe or send us this information, the numbers, because I don't see how it's helped us. Like I said, we're in the 45th percentile. Our education is no better than it was before. So how have you and this program helped is what I'm trying to say. Whether it's quantified or not, but it's a very sad, very deeply touching topic, touches me too. But we can't just do that. Hey, 8 to 10% of the population uses something, so 100% of the population has to pay for it. Sounds like socialism to me. So is there any way you could help us? Yeah.
Sure.
Excuse me.
A couple things real quick.
We're about at twice the time that we originally allotted for this item, and certainly this is a very, very important topic, and I don't want to dismiss this, but I do still have a queue of others who would like to speak, so I'd like to ask you to yield the rest of your time, Regent Boylan, or we can just move on.
Oh, I can just wrap this up. I just want some quantification, that's all, and it's extremely important. If it's important enough to be on the agenda and we have all the students who need this, I think my concerns and my questions are extremely important and they should be brought forward, and I'd love some answers, but yeah, keep going.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'll move now to Regent Gokachia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be really brief. I'm going to need a counselor if I ain't out of here by tonight, so. But I'm not looking at so much about raising the fees, But in rural Nevada, especially these community colleges, can be the delivery point. And I think even local government is willing to step up if we had a mechanism to get it out on the street. And I'm looking at the community college and GBC to be able to deliver that. If we can give them enough help to staff it, then we can reach out. With that, I'll close. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Regent Arascata.
I'm presenting this both to Yanni and to Jamie Davidson. In regards to a decrease in patients or inpatients in the community and on driving on the streets, and I'm going back to my DSM-5 days, intermittent explosive disorder, do you also focus on homicidal ideations?
Jamie Davidson for the record. So yes, we do. So we have a number of students we see. We screen everyone, like I said. So at any given time at the UNLV Counseling Center, 20% of people being seen have some degree of suicidal ideation. So over the course of last year, that equates to about 1,950 individuals, which is a big size of population, but entirely consistent with what the research tells us about the mental health of our college students today. We also screen for homicide. I am fortunate enough that student wellness at UNLV also includes our student conduct. So we're very careful around privacy, but we don't hesitate to act whenever we have to protect the campus community. So we will act to protect others. So as soon as we get the sense that someone is threatening themselves and or others, which is very common, we act instantly on that. And one, we're trying to help the individual, but two, we're trying to prevent death.
Indeed, thank you. Last is Regent Goodman.
I will yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. I really do appreciate this presentation today from you, Dr. Davidson and Dr. Dickens. This is obviously something that's very important to all of us on the board, and so I hope that we can continue this conversation at a later date at another meeting. But thank you so much, and if there are continuing questions for Regents, I would invite you to reach out to these two individuals and find out how we can help on campus. And I think Chancellor Charlton has one item.
Yes, and Chair, I'll be brief, and for the record, Patty Charlton. So I just, some of the information might be a little bit out of date because this was originally going to be heard in December, but obviously with the interest of this topic, and especially because we have a legislative request, this is definitely something to bring back and continue the good work of the Mental Health Task Force. So I wanted to thank the leadership there and everyone who's been participating. This is important work and more to come.
Thank you. Thank you both so much. We'll move on to item number 24, Institutional Advisory Council reports for CSN, GBC, TMCC, and WNC. So first, I will go to President Kibler.
I'm Bill Kibler, for the record, president of CSN. And I'm pleased and honored to have Randy Robinson here with me. We're going to make this a very brief report, so I'm just going to have him say hello, and then I'll provide an extremely brief report.
Thank you, Dr. Kibler, Chair Carvalho, members of the board. Nice to be with you. Good to see some familiar and friendly faces up there. I will keep it brief, if I could say just a little bit besides hello. I just wanted to thank you for continuing this opportunity to hear from institutional advisory councils. I wanted to thank you for the support of IACs over the years. I've been familiar with them or associated with them since the beginning. And because of your continued support, they've continued to evolve and grow and flourish. So we thank you for that. And last but not least, I want to thank you for the decision to bring in Dr. Kibler to the college. I know he was here for a specific time, specific purpose. And in our opinion, he's done a masterful job. I know it's not been easy. He had to make some tough and probably unpopular decisions, but I think he set us up well for whomever the new and permanent president is that will be coming in. So thank you for that. And with that, I'll turn it back over to President Kibler.
Thank you, Randy. Bill Kibler, for the record, president of CSN. Just a brief report. We did have, I guess if there was any theme that really articulates our IAC experiences last year, it's transition. Had a president retire, didn't hold an IAC meeting in the last quarter of his tenure. I had to unfortunately make some personnel changes when I first got to CSN, one of which affected our staff support for IAC. But we got that done, got a new administrator on our staff that now works directly with the IAC, very engaged, very involved. And so we've seen a significant uptick in the activity for the IAC. Have them very focused on, they have been very focused on issues of greatest importance to CSN, ways in which they perceive that they can help. We did make some fundamental changes to our meeting structure to provide what I would say is more meaningful time for their engagement and their input back to us. Unfortunately, prior to that, I think we filled most of our meetings with just a series of reports to them with very little opportunity for them to give us input. So we made that fundamental change, which was well received by the members. We also recognized that we didn't have any bylaws that really governed our activities and what would happen. So we got busy as a group and created, and the IEC had input into that and ultimately approved, and they're attached to the back of your packet that you can see here. Focused on some membership issues. We have a very strong IAC membership group, but we recognize, and there's some reference to that, there's some areas where we could bolster that some more by recruiting some new members, and so that's a priority of the board as well. We have a full slate of 4 meetings scheduled for this coming year. We've already had one. Very interested in getting engaged with the new CSN president as soon as possible. So we're going to work very hard to facilitate even between the time the new president is appointed and the new president begins, an opportunity for the IAC board to meet with our new president and get that off to a good start for the new president in working with and being engaged with the IAC. So anyway, I will close with that unless there are any questions, but I think we've had, again, the report's in your materials, but we are off now to what I think is moving absolutely in the right direction, engaging our IAC. We've invited them to more things, I think, in the last few months than we had invited them in the last 2 years. And so we are engaging these folks who really represent not only this community, but our campus extremely well. And so we are making sure that they are invited and present at all of the things that we're engaged in. So unless there are any questions, that will conclude my report, Madam Chair.
Thank you, President Kibler. I'll open the floor to any regents. I know that this is the first time that we've presented the IAC reports back to the board since we changed the policy, and I'm very encouraged by what I hear from Mr. Robison, and I hope that we can continue to improve the relationship between the IACs and our institutions. I think that they do serve an important purpose and in continuous improvement in ways that we can continue to refine that relationship is always good.
Absolutely.
Thank you for coming forward, and thank you for all the work that you do, Randy. Thank you. Okay, next is President Dalby.
Okay, that caught me off guard. This is Kyle Dalpy, Western Nevada College, only because I have Kerry Richardson, our chair of our IAC. He's online, and I do appreciate you letting him do it remote because he is rural and wasn't sure what time it was going to come on. So I'm assuming he's out there. I do have a couple opening remarks, and then he has some comments. I just want to mention our IAC is a little bit the brevity of our report, and we've only had a couple of meetings. We're trying to figure out where it fits on campus because I wrote some notes here. With our foundation board, I'm on the chamber. We have Rotaries. We have in 3 cities, Northern Nevada Development Authority. It tends to be the same people all the time at the table, and so the IAC tends to be a little bit of an overlap. But we do get the advice and counsel from all of these groups, including the IAC. So with that, I'll let Kerry Richardson, who's our chair, go ahead and speak. I think I see him there. So Kerry, welcome.
Good afternoon, Kerry Richardson for the record. Thank you, regents, chancellors, and others. I'm honored to be here today as chair of the Western Nevada College Institutional Advisory Council, representing a dedicated group of industry and community stakeholders who serve as advocates, advisors, and ambassadors for WNC and support President Delpy and his team. While our formal meetings may be brief and infrequent, the impact of our members extends far beyond the conference room. Each of us plays a critical role in strengthening the connection between the college and the communities it serves, more than 12,000 square miles over 6 counties. Over the past 2 years, WNC has made remarkable strides in key areas, and our advisory council has been proud to support these efforts. The college has achieved a 17% increase in enrollment, surpassing its targets, and has successfully expanded dual enrollment programs, now making up a significant piece of total enrollment. Our group worked through topics of how to support enrollment growth for all populations. Additionally, initiatives such as the Stop Out campaign have brought back students who had previously left their studies, demonstrating WNC's commitment to student success, retention, and getting students to the finish line. At the same time, we recognize that challenges remain, particularly in increasing enrollment among adult learners, the so-called non-high school students. President Delpy has said it once, he said it 100 times. In our most recent meeting, the IAC provided feedback on strategies to address this topic. For example, WNC has developed flexible courses, offerings which include hybrid and short-term classes, and is working closely with employers to bridge the gap between education and workforce needs each day. Each member of our IAC provides feedback on how these options fit the unique needs of our employees. Because our IAC is made up of representatives from various sectors such as healthcare, public policy, construction, and many more, we are able to talk about how employers can support their employees for additional training through the college's programs that are now offered in the flexible formats. In addition, the council committed to help the college meet challenges by connecting WNC with industry partners and advocating for innovative solutions. Beyond the enrollment discussion, WNC has also made extensive progress in campus repair and modernization, from infrastructure improvements to securing grant funding for digital displays that enhance the student engagement. As an advisory council, we take our role seriously, not only in providing guidance to college leadership, but in championing WNC's mission throughout the region. We are proud of the work the college has done, and we're committed to continuing our efforts in support of student success, workforce alignment, and community engagement. For the coming year, we'll be supporting the college during its accreditation visit, April 2nd through 4th of this year, as well as the work that will go into a new strategic plan after that visit. On behalf of the WNC Institutional Advisory Council, I want to thank the Board of Regents for your support. We look forward to continuing our partnership to ensure that WNC remains a strong and responsive institution for the communities we serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. And that's our report. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, President Delpy. I'm sorry I switched the order there. Just want to keep you on your toes, that's all. President Dinelli.
President Dinelli, Great Basin College for the record. I have Mr. John Tierney in Elko, who is our chair of our IAC, and he's going to kick us off.
For the record, John Tierney, T as in Tom, I-E-R-N-E-Y. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to stand before you today as a former Nevada State Teacher of the Year and current chair of the Great Basin College Institutional Advisory Council. I want to begin by recognizing the dedicated volunteers of our council who represent communities across Greater Nevada, from Elko to Ely, Winnemucca, Pahrump, and beyond. Each of our council members brings a unique perspective and expertise to the IAC. We serve on behalf of local industries, school districts, small businesses, and healthcare organizations. Each of us works to ensure that GBC remains strong, relevant, and prepared to meet the needs of our community. This is what a former student of mine wrote. At 36, I walked into GBC and asked an advisor how to go to college. No one had took the time to teach me. She asked me what I wanted to do when I grow up, and I had no clue. Then she asked what I did in my free time that brought me joy, and I answered, volunteering and serving others. Danny is now a social worker in Missouri, working on a master's and looking to move to a Veterans Administration as a counselor. This is why finding the right board members who bring value, insight, and dedication to the council is essential. It is not an easy task. We look for leaders who understand the mission of GBC and are willing to contribute their time, expertise, and resources to move the institution forward. I'm pleased to announce that we've added 2 new members to our council this year. Tim Sutton from Pahrump is a former city council member who owns his own legal practice and brings his extensive knowledge of local government and policy development to our council. Adam Young, superintendent of White Pine County School District, whose leadership in education and deep understanding of dual enrollment programs will be an asset to our work. Both of these individuals will play a crucial role in ensuring that GBC remains a pillar of higher education and workforce development in Greater Nevada. We are grateful to have them on board and deeply appreciative of every member who serves on this council. I also want to recognize President Amber Dinelli's incredible leadership. Over the past year, she has led GBC with strength, vision, and a relentless commitment to student success. Her ability to bring people together, advocate for funding, and expand critical programs has resulted in some of the most significant milestones in GBC history. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Dinelli to share how these efforts are transforming GBC and shaping the future of education in Greater Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. For the record, Dr. Amber Dinelli, President at Great Basin College. I want to take a moment to express my deep appreciation and support of the leadership of this IAC Council. When I look at what we've accomplished over the last 2 years, I can see real measurable progress that it directly impacts our students, industries, and the communities in which we serve. Having key IAC board members has allowed us to make big impacts in expanding in educational access, workforce training, all across our service areas. Examples include our dual enrollment program strongly supported by this council that have allowed high school students to earn those associate degrees before even receiving those high school diplomas, putting them ahead in their careers. We have expanded critical health care programs across rural Nevada and have secured funding to expand additional health care programs to our Native American reservations. Thanks to the advocacy and strategic guidance of this council, our programs have been funded by the FY24 over $11 million in funds, and you heard me talk about the FY25 that we're at $10.5 million this year, building that pipeline and workforce for rural Nevada. Many times, IAC members play a key role in helping us obtain support letters for us to put in for any of these state or federal grants. Another area where IAC helps to support GBC is through strengthening partnerships to support regional and economic growth, expanding our programs in our rural critical minerals. Alongside these efforts, we've also been really focused on creating inclusion and accessibility learning environments. An example is with our Hispanic students, where we have grown 23% over the last 3 years. By headcount, that's more than 200 students. The IAC understands that 68% of our students attend part-time. With this in mind, the IAC has supported the implementation of flexible scheduling options, including evening and weekend classes, modular scheduling, and hybrid models to better serve our non-traditional students. The IAC, along with our faculty and staff, have embraced GBC's new efforts in reinforcing our professional identity with our branding efforts. None of this progress happens in isolation. It is supported by the dedication, vision, and leadership of our IAC Council. As we move forward to focus on IAC and what remains is additional opportunities and strengthening areas for our students and those partnerships, making us a workforce in rural Nevada. And John, you're going to close us out, right?
Thank you.
Thank you, and you guys have our report.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you, John, for presenting today. And I also wanted to say thank you to Kerry as well. I didn't thank him for his time. All right, so we will go to TMCC next.
Hi, President Karen Hilgersum. For the record, first of all, I want to say that the IAC was pretty fresh when I arrived about 9 years ago, although they had been meeting, I think, prior to me, maybe at least, once, twice, I don't know. But it's been amazing. I love my IAC. They have been absolutely instrumental in providing advice. And most recently, the focus on workforce has been very, very productive. So it is my great pleasure to introduce in the Northern Nevada System Office, Nancy McCormick. Nancy is the Senior Vice President at EDON, representing Strategic Partnerships and Workforce Development. Nancy has been on that IAC, I think, longer than I've been on the IAC. She is an amazing partner, a tremendous ally, and she's also wearing purple to celebrate International Women's Day, which is today. And I'm just so grateful for the IAC, and I am particularly grateful to Nancy, who really spends a lot of her time helping me and helping EDON connect the dots between excellent workforce programs, economic development, and a robust, prosperous Northern Nevada economy. Nancy?
Good afternoon, Regents, Chancellor, Vice Chancellors, System Presidents, and staff. Again, Nancy McCormick for the record, Senior Vice President, Economic Development Authority of Western Nevada. And I'm filling in for our chair who was unable to be here today and really appreciate the opportunity. I have had the privilege of serving on the TMCC Institutional Advisory Council for 10 years. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the significant and lasting impacts that the TMCC IAC has had and will continue to have for students, employers, and our community. Throughout my time on this committee, I have been continually impressed by the unwavering commitment to align the college and the broader education system with the evolving needs and future vision of students, industry, and the Northern Nevada community. TMCC and the IAC foster these connections, ensuring that students are well prepared for meaningful careers while supporting the growth and success of local business. Today, I would like to highlight a few key areas where TMCC and the IAC have focused their efforts and the tangible benefits of their collaboration. The IAC at TMCC is a diverse and engaged group of business leaders and community representatives dedicated to supporting the college and ensuring its alignments with industry needs. Our current representatives include a broad spectrum of industries, from banking and healthcare to construction and technology, fostering open, authentic conversations. TMCC and the IAC work in tandem to achieve the shared goal of student success and business growth. An added bonus is that business leaders can learn from each other and also better understand the variety of ways they can support the college and the entire education system. The IAC is a vital link between TMCC and regional businesses, ensuring the college understands industry needs while allowing industries to stay informed about TMCC's programs and initiatives. As a result, TMCC has made significant advancements in programs such as welding, EMS, diesel, medical occupations, advanced manufacturing, and healthcare, to name a few. TMCC has proactively expanded opportunities in these critical fields and has kept pace with emerging industries, creating new pathways for student success and supporting regional growth and economic diversification. One of the main benefits of the IAC is to help facilitate the identification of challenges or gaps in advance in order for the college to adapt programs to emerging demands in a timely and effective manner. When education has a core value of working at the speed of business, great things are possible. TMCC is moving as quickly as the workforce itself, making it an invaluable asset to the Northern Nevada region and a model for workforce adaptability. The IAC commends TMCC for its dedication to offering diverse career pathways and fostering strong partnerships with the community. These collaborations provide students with valuable internships and apprenticeships and hands-on training, ensuring that they gain real-world experience that leads directly to employment. TMCC is also refining the traditional higher education model by promoting alternatives to four-year degrees, empowering students to pursue stable, high-paying careers without the burden of significant debt. I and the members of the IAC are proud to work alongside TMCC, celebrating its accomplishments and continuing to build a dynamic and responsive workforce for the future while preparing students for success in life. Thank you again for allowing me to be here today and to share my experience with our great TMCC IAC.
Thank you very much. President Hilgersom, I don't know if there's anything more that you would like to add?
Other than, thank you, Nancy, fantastic job.
Thank you. Before we move on to the next item, I just wanted to open it up in case Regents wanted to say anything in response to the IAC reports. Seeing none, I appreciate that. We move on to item number 25. Code amendments, rules, and disciplinary procedures for faculty except DRI, rules of conduct and procedures for students. And for this, I will turn to Senior Associate General Counsel Linda King. But before I do, Vice Chair Downs has a disclosure.
Sorry about that. Hello. Pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, I hereby disclose that I am an employee of WNC and instituted within NSHE. Because the independence of judgment of reasonable person would not be materially affected by this situation, I will vote on this matter.
Thank you. You may begin.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. This will be quick. Linda King for the record. We've been here a few times on this matter, and this is the final piece in our Title IX puzzle, at least for this quarter. On January 31st, you'll recall that the board approved revisions to its unlawful discrimination and harassment policy. And on an emergency and temporary basis, the board also approved conforming code amendments to Title II, Chapter 6, and Chapter 10, disciplinary procedures. Those actions were necessary to ensure legal compliance as a result of a legal opinion which vacated the 2024 Title IX regulations as unconstitutional. Today's request is to make your prior emergency temporary approval of code amendments permanent. Pursuant and as required by Title II, Chapter 1, Section 1.3.3, subsection B, 30 days ago, I circulated notice to the Chancellor, the Presidents, and the Faculty Senate chairs for review and comment of this agenda item. I don't anticipate that you have any questions because we've been over the underlying policy revisions quite a bit, but if you do, I'm happy to answer those.
Thank you. I'm going to open the floor. The first person is Vice Chair Downs.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Regent Brooks, I'll second it.
Thank you. Thank you. So we have a motion from Vice Chair Downs and a second from Regent Brooks. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I will call for a voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
That motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 26, Code Amendments Policy of the Board of Regents Decision on Appeal, Stage 5 Appeals and Sanctions and Procedures Available when Sexual Harassment is Alleged. And for this, I'll go to Chief General Counsel James Martinez. And before I do that, I will go to Vice Chair Downs for his disclosure.
Sorry, pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, I hereby disclose that I am an employee of WNC and institute within NSHE because the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would not be materially affected by my situation. I will vote on this matter.
Good afternoon, Jimmy Martinez for the record. I'm hoping that this will go as fast as my colleague Linda King just went. But the way I'm going to start is, I know we have some new regents, so I'd just like to quickly walk through the code amendment process, because I think some of the regents might not be aware of it and it might be helpful. There's several sections of our code. The Title II there's several sections to our handbook. Title II is our code, and any amendments to our code are required to have 2 readings before the board or a separate process where it's 30 days of notice to presidents and other stakeholders. This is coming before the board today for the 2nd reading. So we're asking for action by the board today on this item, and it will be final action. So let me quickly talk about the Chapter 6 termination for cause process that currently exists before the board, because I think that will be necessary for new regents as well. So currently, when there's a termination for cause or any discipline for cause, it starts with a formal complaint. That goes to a formal investigation. When the investigation is completed, there's an opportunity for the charges to at that point be dismissed, resolved through an informal resolution, or it's set for an evidentiary hearing. Once the evidentiary hearing is complete, if it moves forward, then there's a recommendation from the hearing and the administrative officer to the president. And at that point, if and only if the recommendation from the president is termination for cause, is it appealable to the board? And that's the part we're talking about today. Everything else stays exactly the same. We're only talking about the piece of it being appealed from the president's final decision for termination to the Board of Regents. So the current appeal process has been in our code since 1971, the first code. And what it currently does is it requires any appeals from a termination for cause to come forward to the Board of Regents. Now, in 1971, when this was initially implemented, what we did not have was the complex open meeting law that we have today. So the reason this is coming before you is because open meeting law today causes some complications and insufficiencies with the current process. The way it works is it comes forward to the board, and it's a record of everything that happened before, and it comes to the board. The board has to notice it on a public agenda, open the item, and then move into a closed personnel session. During the closed personnel session, the board gets to hear all the confidential facts and circumstances related to the termination for cause. What the board cannot do in the closed session is deliberate or decide the appeal. So at that point, the board moves back into the open session where it's required to deliberate towards a decision, but it cannot talk about any of the facts and circumstances it learned in the closed session. That's the part that gets complicated. How do you in good faith deliberate towards a decision without talking about the facts and circumstances relevant to the deliberation? And that's how we get where we are today. The proposed process that's before you changes it to, instead of the appeal going to the Board of Regents, it will go to the chancellor in consultation with the chair. And we did that because as long as it is just the chair and no additional members of the board, under open meeting law, it can still be handled without a public process. Now, what that does is 2 things. One, it provides for a faculty member who does want to appeal maintaining the confidentiality of their personnel information. So while in the current process, the specific facts and circumstances are only discussed behind closed doors, their name and the fact that they're being terminated for a cause has to appear on a public agenda. In the current process, that does not need to happen. The second thing that, and this could be debated, and faculty are here to weigh in as well. The American Association of University Professors sets kind of best practices when it comes to these types of policies, and they've always said that when it's a termination of a tenured faculty member, it should always be decided by the board after a thorough study of the facts and circumstances. So we have it coming to the board, but the question is, with the current process, is it getting that sufficient thorough study of the facts and circumstances? So those are the 2 considerations that we're bringing before the board today. One is the board under the current restrictions of the open meeting law, able to provide that thorough study of the facts and circumstances to make the decision? And two, is it a better process if the faculty member gets to retain their privacy in putting forth the appeal? The faculty senates have been briefed on this. They've been talking to their faculty. I've been talking with them as well. So I encourage the board to get any questions or feedback from faculty senate on the matter. But I would ask that at the end of this, because these policies take 2 readings before we can get to action, that the board today vote for or against this item. And because there's been a lot of conversation about third options, different ways to do it, which can all be topics of conversation, but they're not on the agenda for today. And with that, I can answer any questions or get out of the way and give way to faculty.
Mr. Martinez, can you let us know, will this be the first or second reading of this iteration?
Today is the second reading.
Okay, all right, thank you. I'm going to go to Vice Chair Downs.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. So you said you want a yes or no on this, so the third option would not be a possibility at this point, right? The third option of letting the person who's in the situation, in the process, make a decision of going to the board versus just going to the chancellor with consultation with the chair?
Correct. Jimmy Martinez for the record. Any substantive changes like that would have to go back through the process for us first and second reading. So we wouldn't be able to make changes to it and then still vote today. If the board wanted to go a different direction, what I would recommend is just, vote no on this today or not vote at all. And then as of today, the process would stay the same.
Has this, how often has this type of situation come up that it's had to go to the board for review?
Currently, we only see, I would guess, maybe 1 to 3 every couple of years go all the way through the process to the board. We do have, this last year, we had 2 of them filed, but shortly before publication of the agenda, they withdraw their appeal because they decided they don't want their name in public.
Okay, but that would have been the type of situation if we had the hybrid option, they could have chosen that if they didn't want to appeal in public, if they wanted to appeal to the chancellor.
Under the proposed policy, that would not be a consideration. It would go to the chancellor and the chair.
But I'm saying under a hybrid model that we didn't bring forward, that would have been an option for them.
Correct.
Okay, but they didn't have the option, so they just didn't want that. Okay.
Correct.
Is there a reason we didn't want to look at doing the hybrid option on this?
The hybrid option is an interesting idea. The problem that I've had so far, and I haven't fully researched it to see if anybody else does anything like that, but the main issue I see is this is an internal administrative decision, and I've never seen a policy that sets an internal administrative decision of the employer to give an employee who's being terminated for a cause the option to decide who is going to make the decision. So it's kind of an odd policy consideration to put in place to give one side the because I've heard things to the effect of being able to leverage relationships and political considerations, and those are the types of things that really should not be driving these types of policies. These are employment administrative policies that should have clear paths forward and a clear individual or position in the end that's making the final determination.
But wouldn't this be akin to, like, even, I know it's not a court situation, but a person in trial can go to a jury, or is that called a summary judgment if the judge makes a decision?
Jimmy Martinez, for the record, I would not say that that's consistent with this. And because you're talking about criminal matters.
Yeah.
And in a criminal matter, every individual has the right to a trial by jury, but most of the time they will waive that if they want to do a bench trial. In civil trials, it would be more akin to a plaintiff forum shopping and trying to decide which courtroom they want their case heard in, depending on which judge they think is going to be more friendly to their position, and that's prohibited.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna state my opinion. I think as regents, may happen rarely, but I think it's still our responsibility, and it's a process for people to go through then. So, thank you.
Okay, next I'll go to Regent Goodman.
I would like to make a motion to approve.
Rena Brooks for a second.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor from Regent Goodman and a second from Regent Brooks to approve this code amendment as written. So I'll open it up for discussion. Regent Del Carlo?
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. My first question, Mr. Martinez, is when's the last time this board had a Chapter 6?
I believe the last time a Chapter 6 went all the way to the board was in 22, 21, something like that.
Okay, because this has been a policy since 1971. That's almost
Correct.
that's 55 years this year. I've been a part of 4 of them, and it doesn't get to that level unless it's pretty severe, say. I'm gonna vote no. I don't think the board should give this right up. I mean, even though it goes to the chancellor and the chair, but I just think this is something the board needs to do. And I think 13 sets of eyes are better than 2. So I will be voting no. Thank you.
Yeah, and Jimmy Martinez, for the record, those are fair considerations. I do not want to pass this off as an easy decision. I do think there's arguments for both sides.
I mean, I recognize this is not an easy decision, and I'm not here to protect someone's name from being in public, because we're public servants. They work for a public institution, and there's personnel matters in city government, county government, state government, and I don't see this any different. So, as I stated, I'm going to be voting no. Thank you.
Regent McGrath?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to understand, does the board as a whole get any type of report or understand that this has occurred?
Jimmy Martinez, for the record, yeah, that's a great question. When these move forward to the board, they get the whole record. So everything that has happened in the underlying hearing, it's usually approximately around a 500-page record, which is part of the concern and why we were going this way with a recommendation, just because that sizable of a record coming forward to the board, seeing it for the first time when an agenda item is moving forward, it's just the idea of is that the appropriate process given the open meeting law complications?
So actually, I think that I might have confused you, and I apologize. I'm going to try again.
Okay.
If we make this change, though, does the board as a whole get any information? I mean, I have a serious concern. I share the concern that an employee would feel unable to take the step of the appeal because then they would be making their name public. That's very concerning. But also concerning is any type of a termination that may reveal a greater problem. Imagine a person who had engaged in sexual harassment and maybe that was more systemic than. I just want to understand whether the board as a whole would get any information about the underlying issues, or that would stop going to the board as a whole and it would only go to the board chair.
Jimmy Martinez, for the record, under the current proposal, it would not go to the full board. It would only go to the chancellor and the board chair. At any time, the board does have access to confidential personnel records that any regent can come in and review, but you would not be part of the process. So if the desire is really to be part of the process, regardless of the complications, then it would make more sense to vote against this proposal to keep it the way it is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Regent Gocochea?
Yes, I just need to make a clarification on that last statement there. Then technically what I'm hearing, as a board member, you could request the information, but it would not be public. And therefore, if you did in fact disclose it, you could be in violation, the way I understand it under this new amendment. The board, if you thought you needed to know what it really was all about and challenge, i.e. the chair or the chancellor on their decision, you could access that. And that's why I will support it, because typically, if it goes to the board, yeah, and it might not be public, but it gets spread around, and then it's pretty hard to go back after a board member and say, well, you leaked that, or you said this about him. So, I'm fine with the chancellor and the chair dealing with it. If I think I need to know, I will ask for a copy of it. But at that point, when you ask for it and you divulge it, you're in trouble. So that's why I support it. Thank you.
And Jimmy Martinez, for the record,
Madam Chair.
we do take steps to make sure that the information does remain confidential. The regents are required to come to the office and review it with the chief human resource officer.
Thank you. I think it's also important to have faculty weigh in on this. So I would like to offer the floor to our faculty senate chairs if they would like to make any comments regarding this, since this affects them.
Madam Chair, I had a question, but I can wait till the faculty's done. No worries now. I'll
Okay,
call them up.
thank you so
Yes,
much,
ma'am.
Regent Boylan. I'm sorry I didn't see you on the
Thank you,
screen.
ma'am. No,
Hi.
no worries.
Please go ahead.
Martin Schmidt, Faculty Senate at Western Nevada College. We did vote on this in our Faculty Senate, and it was unanimously that we want you to oppose this. We feel like broad oversight is much better than a single person seeing it, especially when we're in a time of a very anxious time where we don't know exactly who's going to even be our chancellor coming up. And if the termination is just behind closed doors with just one person doing it, are we going to be protected from unjust terminations by presidents? I think that this idea that these faculty that are not appealing are doing so because they're afraid is speculative. We don't know why they're not doing it. And I would really encourage you not to vote for this. I think it's a bad idea. Thank you.
We also discussed it in a faculty senate meeting for quite a while. Councilor Martinez came to talk about it. We did not understand, just like it was mentioned, why we could not have the choice. And fellow faculty senate chair exactly explained our problem with it. Why one person and not an entire board? This decision, especially right now, it's in flux. So the vote was 66 against and 1 abstention. So I encourage you to vote this. Thank you.
David Cooper, Faculty Senate Chair for Nevada State. We also were against the proposed changes as they currently exist. I think we had not discussed about a potential switch or a choice version of this, but the way that they're currently implemented, where it goes to just the chancellor and the chair, is something that we were not in favor of.
Valerie Connor, CSN Faculty Senate Chair. At CSN, they were questioning about if we would have a third choice. So it would be option 1, option 2, and a third option. Basically, the third option would be that the choice of the faculty member being fired, but not just automatically to the chair and the chancellor. So correct, no on this.
Thank you. I apologize. I've just been told that in our Reno office, they did not hear what Dr. Arteaga said. So I'm hoping that you can please reiterate it again.
Yes, of course. Deborah Arteaga, Chair of the UNLV Senate. We had a long discussion about this. We had Councilor Martinez come to talk to us. The faculty senators did not understand why the person appealing could not have a choice between going to the chancellor and going to the Board of Regents. But even without that, they would much rather have it go to the Board of Regents than just the chancellor. So we had a vote of 66 against and 1 abstention. So I encourage you to please vote against this proposal.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Regent Boylan and then Regent Breaker.
She answered my question. Oh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like Regent and Carlos said, I'm not in favor of this either because I think this is such a big issue for the person who, they may have screwed up or whatever, but still, I think it would be better that 13 sets of eyes plus the chance to look at it. So I'm really concerned, and I'll ask Mr. Martinez, Council Martinez. I feel like calling him Consigliere every time, but never Council. So it goes to, does it come to you first at all, or does it go directly to the Chancellor and the Chair?
Jimmy Martinez for the record. It does not come to me. I'm advisory, so my position would be still the same as it is. I would be counsel to the Chancellor and the Chair. I'm advisory, but short of that, it's the Chancellor in consultation with the Chair making the final decision.
I see. And then you would be the counselor to the board if it went that way.
Correct.
To the chair, to the chancellor and the board. Yeah, correct. You'd still be the council.
Yes.
Well, that makes me feel more comfortable and safe. Yes, I'm against it. But thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Okay, I've got a queue going again. So I'll go to Valerie Connor and then Regent Brooks. I'm sorry, Chair of Chairs Connor. Regent Brooks and then Regent Gokachia.
I'm sorry, but UNR and TMCC had to go. Their flights got diverted earlier. So they just sent me some information on their voting. UNR Senate was 15 abstentions, 8 opposed, and 7 supporting the revision. TMCC was divided, but overall not in favor.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. Councilor Martinez, maybe you can help educate us just a little bit in terms of what the process looks like from beginning to end in terms of a faculty member being fired to begin with, so that we can see this pathway of it finally getting to the board chair and the chancellor as it's written on our agenda. Thank you.
Yeah, Jimmy Martinez for the record. So that was kind of the part that I briefly went over in the beginning. And it starts with a formal complaint. Once the formal complaint moves forward, it goes to a formal investigation. Now, once the formal investigation is complete, then there's an opportunity for, depending on the evidence that comes out of that, for it to be dismissed, resolved through an informal resolution process, or to move forward with a hearing. If it moves forward to an evidentiary hearing, then it will result in a recommendation to the president. And at that point, the president has an opportunity to dismiss or uphold the charges. And if the president upholds the charges of termination and only termination, if it's a lesser offense or lesser solution, then it wouldn't come to the board. But if the recommended sanction is termination of employment, then it's appealed to the board. So the due process part is not being changed in either policy.
Right. Regent Brooks, for the record, I appreciate that. So to clarify, there are procedures already in place at each institution in terms of what this looks like when someone is fired, and it would be up to the president at a certain level to make some decisions. And then if the person wanted to challenge the president of the institution who's saying, we're going to have to terminate you, then they can bring that to the way it's written, the chair and the chancellor to appeal their case to them, right? And so what I'm pointing out is it seems like the purpose of the agenda item, and correct me if I'm wrong, is to support efficiencies in the way things get done. And there's already fail-safes in place for faculty members prior to getting to the point that it would come to the chair and the chancellor. So is this more of just a efficiency play, if you will, so that we can move things along quickly when those times are needed to move something? And I say quickly, but there's nothing that moves quickly in this environment, right? And so But still, there's processes already.
Correct. Jimmy Martinez for the record. I think that's a good summary. But there are a lot of considerations. I think, from the faculty standpoint, they're going to have considerations on what protects them the best moving forward and what gives them the most oversight. From the board's perspective, I think would be more the efficiencies and what's the most efficient process and how does that move forward.
Thank you.
Next, I'll go to Regent Gokachia.
Well, I think we've pretty well sounded it out and hit around it, so I don't want to waste any more time on it. Just a comment is, at the point the faculty member goes to the president, that is a one-stop shop right there. And then if the faculty member wants to move beyond that, the second stop would either be whether it comes to the chancellor and the full board or the chancellor and the chair. My only real concern is, again, spreading around a 500-page report that might contain some stuff that would be somewhat sensitive and having that available. I don't care how you do it. When you put out 13 copies of it, it's going to leak someplace. But again, it appears the faculty would prefer it that way, so I can go that way.
Thank you. Before I move on to Vice Chair Downs and Regent Goodman, I just wanted to weigh in that I was originally in favor of this because the process is very difficult for regents to go through. Admittedly, it's difficult when we're not at campuses all the time. However, the more research I did, the more I felt that the current policy was probably the best. I personally looked it up in AAUP, and it does outline that the governing board is kind of the final say in a faculty dismissal. So I think at this point I'm personally more in favor of keeping it the way it is, even though I appreciate the robust conversations that we've had about it. I don't necessarily want to hurt any faculty member by bringing this forward in a public venue, but I hear that they more than not prefer it as it has been. So I think it's important to hear their voices in it, and so I just wanted to share that with my colleagues. So I'll now go to Vice Chair Downs.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. So I guess I want to ask the question, how many chancellors have we had in the past 5 years? And if we're talking about consistency, that's going to be a hard thing to have if we keep changing. I mean, hopefully the search we're doing, we get a long-term chancellor, and nothing against anybody there, but we have seen a lot of turnover. So to rely on consistency of a single person, I don't think we can do that. The second point I was going to make about efficiency, no offense, but democracy isn't always efficient. And so we're in this role where we're elected to do this job. And it shouldn't be an efficient, quick process to take someone's job when they're tenured. I mean, there's a point to tenure, and the Chapter 6 process is a slow, methodical way to make sure their rights haven't been taken. So obviously I'm gonna vote against this. I think I don't know who wanted to bring this forward, and I'm fairly disappointed that it's here. But I think we need to think about why it was originally put in place and honor the value of tenure and the process. So, thank you.
And if I could just respond very quickly, Jimmy Martinez for the record. The reason it was brought forward was because over the last 10 years, it seemed consistently every time we would bring one of these to the board and go through the process, there would be complaints about the process. As you see, there's arguments for both sides, and I really just thought it was a conversation that needed to happen. And I'm grateful for Faculty Senate taking the time that they did to weigh in, and for the Regents to take time for the conversation as well.
Thank you. Regent Goodman.
Well, it sounds like I'm on the losing end of this, which is fine. But I wanted to clarify a point, and that is that, we have these we have incredible presidents who know what they're doing, who are monitoring this process on their campuses. And I think it's more of our job to kind of be looking at things from this level. I don't think that we should have to get into the weeds of all the varied universities. I believe that we hire presidents that know what they're doing, and then we are going to bring on a chancellor who I think is going to be a great choice, hopefully, have my fingers crossed, and then we have the chair of our board. So I personally feel that it's more our job to try to get out of the weeds of what our institutions are trying to do until we are forced to get in there. So that's just where I am on this, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Regent Boylan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quick to Council Martinez. What was the third option? I think the lady from CSUN Faculty Alliance or something mentioned something. Is there a third option? Am I losing it? Help me.
Jimmy Martinez for the record. There has been conversations about a different option, but there's no third option in front of the board today. The code requires 2 readings, so it's got to come before the board twice before you can take action on it. So any other type of option that the board would want brought back would have to come back for 2 readings.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So we have a motion on and a second on the floor. I think it's appropriate to take a roll call vote. So I'll ask Chief of Staff Nick Lajewski to please conduct that.
Regent Goodman,
Yes.
Regent McGrath,
No.
Regent Ariscata,
No.
Regent Batista, Regent Boylan,
No.
Regent Breger,
No.
Regent Brooks,
Yes.
Regent Brown,
Yes.
Chair Carvalho,
No.
Regent Del Carlo,
No.
Vice Chair Downs,
No.
Regent Fernandez,
Yes.
Regent Goycochea.
No.
Motion fails.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, I would like to go to item number 30, which is the athletics reports. I know that there are some changes in travel arrangements, and so we're going to take number 30 before we go on to item number 27, and we'll be back at 3 o'clock. Okay, we are going to move to item number 30, which is the athletics reports for UNLV, UNR, CSN, and TMCC. I'm going to go in reverse order of what's listed here. We're going to go to TMCC first, then CSN, UNR, then UNLV. President Hilgerson.
Great. First of all, thank you so much, Karen Hilgersum. For the record, it is my pleasure to introduce, I hope you got the memo, yes, Jeff Hawkins, our athletic director at TMCC, who has done some great work this past year, and I know he's looking forward to sharing with you some of his victories. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, President. Good afternoon, Chair, Chancellor, and Regents of the Board. As President just stated, my name is Jeff Hawkins. I'm the Director of Fitness, Wellness, and Athletics at TMCC, and I'm here to present our annual athletic report. With me today is Vice President of Finance and Government Affairs, Mike Pearl, and he will answer any fiscal questions you might have. As this board knows, we have a young history. We started our first groundbreaking in 2018 on our soccer field, and our first competition was fall of 2019. And since that time, we've had some very important milestones. Some of them were fun, like the introduction of a new mascot. Some of them are very important to our culture and our ethics, which is we recruited 90% of our athletes from local Nevada communities. We've always held commendable GPAs and retention rates. The access to first-generation student athletes has always been a priority of ours. We've been very competitive in Division I of the NJCAA. We've instituted youth soccer camps for a bigger presence in the community. And we've implemented fundraising programs. With regard to fiscal year 2024, we had 5 primary objectives. Number 1 was to continue to recruit at least 80% of local Nevada athletes. We also wanted to continue increasing access for first-generation student athletes, continue the commendable academic success rates, improve upon our philanthropic work within the community, and increase our branding and media presence in the local communities. I'm proud to report that we were successful on all these objectives during fiscal year 2024, and we continue to move forward to build the energy and athletic presence, not just on our campus, but the Northern Nevada region. In addition to these objectives, we always keep 3 primary NSHE objectives: student success, athletic academic support, and student access. With regard to student success, this year we had a lot of SWAC academic athletes. They made the dean's list, and we had 4 NJCAA academic All-Americans. In addition, we had a record number of 54 students, all of which had declared degrees. But perhaps the shining star is our academic support team. First, I must reach out and I must comment on Tara Conley, who is our academic advisor and recent recipient of a Regent Award. She deals with complex schedules, and she always manages to keep track of our kids and keep them on path to graduate in a timely manner. Archites Aldo Cotalora, who is our compliance and eligibility officer, continues to do a fantastic job. The Learning Commons, who's in charge of our tutoring center, continues to help our athletes even when they have difficult travel schedules. Dr. Olga Messina, who created something we call Homeroom, that focuses on college skills and scheduling. These truly are the shining stars of our program. They don't get enough recognition, but we're here today to say thank you. This year's activities, we had some fantastic results. Both our men's and women's soccer programs had winning seasons. And in fact, the women had their best season ever. Both teams qualified for the prestigious postseason Region 18 tournament. And we had 8 recipients of all region awards. But perhaps the biggest feather in our cap this year was we had our first time ever, we had an NJCAA All-American Award. That went to Riley Husted. Riley has since graduated from TMCC. She now is at UNR continuing her education. Despite being pursued by other Division I colleges, she chose our beloved UNR and continues to play there at this time. We also instituted the second year of our soccer camps. We increased participation, we increased the revenue that helps with operations and equipment, and we increased the camp offerings and expanded our number of weeks. Our philanthropic work expanded. We worked with some partners in the community, namely the Children's Cabinet, 3 Square Food Bank, Washoe County School District, RAVE, Food Bank of Northern Nevada, and the Eddy House. We continue to compete in the NJCAA Division I, which is a source of pride for our kids that we get to play against the nation's very best. And I would be remiss if I did not mention our compliance. Once again, we were 100% compliant. Not one major violation, not one minor violation, not even one missing piece of paper. And we have to thank our compliance officer, Archites Alto Calura, for that amazing feat. That is the 3rd year in a row we've done that. Fundraising and scholarships, I'm proud to report we tripled our donors' funds, which go straight to scholarships. And although we intend to improve upon the number and get it bigger, even this small amount has been very impactful in our student athletes' lives. We've improved on our revenues for operations and for equipment. Our camp numbers were up, and perhaps uniquely, but most importantly, we created what is known as a tailgate fundraiser. This was the idea of Vice President of Student Services, Estela Gutierrez. And I must say, it brought a passion to the campus and to the local community that I haven't seen on junior college athletics before. We had trailers and mobile homes, we had music, we had vendors, we had food trucks, and what was probably most significant and impactful to the students was we had a march down to the field. And it was an amazing event, and it raised a fantastic amount of money for scholarships. Our future plans as we look forward, number one, we look to add new intercollegiate sports. The SGA brought forward last year in December for women's volleyball to be started. And we are looking forward, that is our primary objective, is starting this new program. We also will continue our grants and scholarship programs. We are going to continue to improve our sports medicine equipment and services. We will continue to develop fundraising campaigns. We will continue the growth and development of marketing campaigns. That sums our fiscal year 2024. But in sum, although we are a young program, we are proud of the progress that we've made at this point. And we currently believe the future is bright. But I must thank one person. This person was the heart of our athletics program, the true champion of our program, and that is President Hilgerson. It was President Hilgerson's vision, persistence, and dedication to the students' request to bring athletics to the campus. All of our successes, the positive impact that we've had on the student athletes, the memories, the life change, are all thanks to her. We thank you, and you will be sorely missed.
Thank you for your presentation and your report today. I'll open it up to Regents who have questions. We'll take each report, and then we do approve these reports. Unless we want to take those separately, we can do them all in one motion, but we can discuss that after the presentations. Any questions for TMCC?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Regent Boylan. I think you're muted.
Yes, I am. Thank you so much. Now, I know I should have, I kind of jumped the gun there. I should have done this when all the directors had made their pitch. So do you mind if I apologize and say, okay, let them all finish and then I'll ask my question?
Sounds good. Yes, we can do that.
Thank you, ma'am. Sorry about that.
Okay. Seeing no, Regent Brown, thank you.
Hi, Regent Brown for the record. So I'm looking at page 10 of the documents, and I just want to make sure that, so it looks like, I know you guys, sports is new, and I've kind of been on this journey with you guys since, growing your soccer program. So I see gifts and revenues, and for the last 4 years, there's been significant gifts and revenues, which is incredible. Then we're seeing last year and in this fiscal year, no gifts, and then moving forward, you're projecting about 13,000. Is there a specific line item that you're hoping to raise this 13,000 for? And I'll give you a part 2 to that, just so we can skip down to the new increases, decreases to revenue towards the bottom. I see that there is some reserves, excuse me. I see that there's large chunks of reserves planned for the future, which brings down your ending reserves to 0 by fiscal year 27.
Thank you, Regent. I'm going to call Vice President Mike Pearl to the podium. He will be answering any fiscal questions you may have.
Your girl learned all the fiscal questions, so.
Good afternoon, Mike Pearl for the record, VP for Finance, Government Relations, and IT at TMCC. So thank you for your question. So if you look at the gifts, each year we run through our foundations and donors, we run active campaigns for donations. So those are aspirational. If you do look at page 10, you'll see that we will run out of reserves in fiscal year 27. That was based off the cost projections previous to the December Board of Regents meeting, in which we increased with student support the health and fitness fee, which will offset this and increase our reserves. By that period of time, we will be solvent and we won't have any issues.
Oh, that's excellent. So the plan is through the fees. I'm sorry to reiterate for my brain. The fees that are currently being collected, technically, just because we don't want to get into the same situation that we were talking about in December, where the student fees become over 100% because they're sitting in there for an intended purpose. Technically, they would be used in that year that they've been collected, and then more money would go into the reserves. That's kind of how it will work, but because you don't have the student fees right now, that's not how that's,
That we will draw them down to that zero amount, but that reserve will come up, probably back up to about $100,000, based off our new fee schedule.
and that's about, that's about what you guys will need to be operational.
Per
And then
year,
it'll-
it's
yeah.
about $100,000 just to compensate for the increased costs of travel from year to year.
Yeah.
And then also increased personnel costs.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for sharing. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks a lot for the presentation. I just have, so on that same page, on page 10, the question I have that more has to do with general operations, which there's a pretty big difference between 24 and 25 in terms of what the projected operations will cost. And I'm wondering, based on the institution wanting to, increase athletics, how is it gonna be less next year than it was this year?
Which line are you specifically talking about?
So, under operating expenditures, general operations, so for FY '24, it's 169,000, but FY '25 looks like that projection is 117.
Yeah, so we saw a spike or an increase, for the record, Mike Pearl. We saw a spike with operational costs. Most of those operational costs, when you see a spike like that, is for equipment purchases. And so based off the equipment purchases we made this year, we won't anticipate those equipment purchases for next year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, appreciate your presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Oh, yes, Regent Ariscotta.
I apologize, it just went through. Just a quick question also, and this is a simple one for either one of the gentlemen presenting. Once again, on page 9 though, and 10, what it says is, ticket sales. It is flat. Under operating revenues, ticket sales, game guarantees, marketing, promotion, and other sales, flat, other than other sales and services. I'm on both page 9 and on 10, identical information.
We currently do not charge ticket sales at this time. However, we are working with Hometown Tickets to potentially charge tickets in the future if it works out for our program, especially once we start women's volleyball, which would be admittance into the gym. And we are looking to increase operations and revenue through ticket sales in the future, but that is not in place at this time, so it was not accounted for.
I've attended a couple games with my son. You have about 250 to 500 fans there per game. Is that accurate?
That might be a little bit generous, but when we have our big games, it's close to 200, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
We will move on to CSN. President Kibler?
Bill Kibler for the record, CSN President. It's my pleasure to introduce Yvonne Wade, who is our outstanding athletic director at CSN, to present our report.
Good afternoon, Yvonne Wade for the record, and good afternoon, Chair Carvalho and members of the board. I first want to say I have successfully survived the first year and a half as athletic director at CSN, and what a blessing it is to be in a position to be able to lead a program that I think truly gives back to the college, the community, and our student athletes. The 2023 and 24 academic year was a landmark year for CSN athletics, marked by outstanding athletic performances, academic achievements, and deep community engagement. We also stayed committed to the recruitment of student athletes from our local communities, maintaining the goal of over 80% local student athletes. In a key leadership addition, we welcomed the new men's basketball head coach, Mike Lee, who was a retired fire chief, and was the head coach of a state championship Durango High School. His leadership has elevated our program's competitiveness and culture, and we look forward to him and our other coaches moving the Coyotes to the next level. On the field, the CSN baseball team had a historic run, winning our final Scenic West Athletic Conference and Region 18 championship, ending the season at the JUCO World Series in Grand Junction, Colorado, where they finished 5th nationally. Head coach Nick Garitano was named Coach of the Year, while Nick Garitano Jr. earned the 2nd Golden Glove Award for defensive excellence, as well as so many other achievements for our baseball team. Academically, CSN students continue to excel, earning 29 NJCAA All-American Academic Honors, which means a 3.6 GPA or higher, 64 All Scenic West Athletic Conference Academic Honors, which is 3.2 GPA or higher, maintaining strong graduation rates and achieving notable success both in the classroom and in competition. 33 of our student athletes transferred on to 4-year institutions to continue their college athletic journey. As a community college, we understand that we serve as a transitional space for student athletes that may need that extra academic support and time to get them to the 4-year institution. So we have implemented several strategies to increase the academic achievement of our student athletes, especially for those we identify as at risk. We look forward to seeing even more improvements with that group. We implemented what's called the Coyote Rebound Program, which our goal is to maintain a 3.0 department-wide GPA. So the Coyote Rebound Program is for us to assist with additional support anybody who's under that 3.0 benchmark. So our academic goals are very high. Community service remained a pillar of our department, with our student athletes contributing over 4,800 hours of with local organizations and events, reinforcing our commitment to Southern Nevada. A major milestone for CSN Athletics was getting approval for our conference and regional transition. At the end of 2024, we were able to move from the Scenic West Athletic Conference to the Arizona Community College Athletic Conference, beginning fall of 2024. This strategic move was aimed to enhance the student-athlete experience by reducing travel distances, minimizing time away from the classroom, and providing a more balanced academic athletic schedule. Additionally, this transition would result in significant budget savings as a Scenic West recent expansion into Idaho and Washington, which would have further increased travel costs and logistical challenges. Another one of our key highlights for the 23-24 year was our SNOA Coyote Officials Recruitment and Education Program we call SCORE, which we officially renamed last May in honor of former Las Vegas Mayor Carolyn Goodman, who originally sparked the idea for increasing the number of quality sports officials in Southern Nevada. In collaboration with SNOA, CSN Athletics launched this initiative, and in 2 years, we have gone from 676 to 1,297 new officials. And we are on track to do this similar growth again this next cycle, helping to address a critical need for our local sports community. From a fiscal perspective, rising costs of operations and lower revenues pose challenges, but we remain diligent in managing our budgets while still providing a valuable student-athlete experience. The recent approval for the increase in athletic fees will provide a crucial foundation for future growth, opportunity, and program stability. Moving forward, CSN Athletics is committed to a deeper integration within the CSN campus community and the broader Southern Nevada region, striving to be a source of pride and excellence. That concludes my summary of our athletics report, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you so much, Director Wade. Any questions or comments? Regent Brown.
Hi, Regent Brown for the record. Similarly, I want to jump in on the budget. So let's start with page 12, and I just really appreciate, obviously you have to look at the ending reserves of being $574,000. I read down here with the student tuition and fees, given the the increase to $5 starting in FY26, and the rationale of getting you solvent, which we can go to page 13 to see that. First of all, I just want to say thank you to, I know it was a year ago, you stood in front of us and we put you in a different, and that helped with a different conference, which helped with travel and all of that. And so I really just want to commend CSN because clearly there's been some forethought in that. One, a year ago, saving money on travel, but then coming to us in December saying, hey, we are not going to be able to pay. And it says literally here in your thing that it is twice as much deficit, then you're gonna be able to take in. So the $5 will then start to pay for, because it's $2 now, will start to pay for itself annually, and then the extra $1 will be able to go back. And then I can see here that you become back in the black starting in FY '27. And so I just wanted to say thank you for, showing this and then having a plan to get us out of this, because obviously, $574,000 is not, if that was going to be compounded over year after year, it just wouldn't be fiscally sound. So
Yeah.
I just mostly wanted to recognize that and see that your math all works, and I just wanted to say thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you. Any other questions from Regents? Seeing none, I just want to say thank you for your presentation. Thank you for what you do for CSN and the robust athletics program you have there.
Thank you.
All right, we will move on to UNR. President Sandoval.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board, Chancellor, for the record, Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada. I'm here to introduce Stephanie Remp, our athletic director, to make the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, President Sandoval. Good afternoon, members of the board. Stephanie Remp, the athletic director at the University of Nevada. You have the annual report in front of you, so I'm just going to make a couple quick highlights. One, I would start with we just finished, or at the time of the report, we finished our 19th straight semester with over a 3.0 GPA for all of our department student athlete GPA. We had 128 student athletes who were named to the Mountain West All Conference Scholar Athletes. We also had 3 coaching, new coaches that we hired, one for ski, one for football, and one for volleyball. Our soccer team went back-to-back. Actually, no, this year was back-to-back. Last year, they went to their first Mountain West Conference tournament for the first time in 10 years. Our men's basketball team made their second straight appearance to the NCAA. And then also some exciting announcements. The Convention and Visitors Bureau up in Northern Nevada purchased an indoor state-of-the-art track that they brought to Northern Nevada this current year, but we announced it last year, so that was really exciting. And then also the Grand Sierra Resort made an announcement to put $1 billion into their property, which includes about a $350 to $400 million new arena. So with that, those are some of the highlights. One point I wanted to mention, if you look at the financials, on the first couple of pages, page 25, it shows that we ended FY '24 in the black. So obviously that's a positive. What then happened is when you turn in your NCA financials that are due January 15th of every year, in order to do that, you have to have an audit, an outside group do an audit. The audit found that we had not, and I'm going to get this I'm going to make it super basic because I'm not an accountant, but basically when you are when you're receiving money, so right now we are receiving money for football renewals for next year. When you get that money in, some of the money is for a seat premium and some of the money is for the tickets. And when you get your ticket revenue, you have to defer it to the year that you're playing those games. And so last spring, we had about $587,000 that we should have deferred to this current year, but we didn't. And we didn't catch it. We closed the books in FY '24, and then when the auditors came in, they found that. So that's why our NCA financials are off. Obviously, Andrew Klinger is here. He is well-versed on this, but for the most part, the year ended in terms of being in the black at the end of FY '24. It's an accounting error that happened. So that's about the extent of my ability to explain it, but hopefully it's basic enough that you guys are with me. And that's it.
Thank you. I'll open it up to questions or comments from Regents. Regent Brown, of course.
Hi, Regent Brown for the record. Thank you so much for getting ahead of that, because that was the question I was going to ask. Obviously, being in the black, $5,000, that's right on the money, right? Like, but I am curious, what is the plan to work down on this deficit? Your ticket sales are really impressive. It's year over year. It seems pretty consistent, obviously growing, and the projection is hoping, I think with the new facility coming into play, there'd be more ticket sales as well. And I see it fluctuating from 3.7 to 1, but back up to 2.3 3.8, and then kind of being consistent, but then jumping up again. So I'm just curious.
So you're
what the-
looking going out into the future? Yeah. There's no question that we have work to do on some of those areas. We're continuing to grow our revenue with philanthropy and with ticket sales and with sponsorship and some licensing revenue. We're working with campus to make sure that we are making sure there's tons of transparency, lots of checks and balances, and we're going to continue to push forward. And we also know that we cannot be in the red when it comes to end of year.
I've been learning a lot about the NCAA. I think it's right here it's the reconciliation reports. I've been going back and forth with all of them. So that's super interesting, and I'm sorry that wasn't caught, but I'm also sorry that maybe they didn't articulate that better. So I think it's great that you guys are focused on it. You're cognizant of it. You guys have some good assets coming on the market, which will hopefully help with this, and hopefully we can maybe get an update on just what future plans look like as we do. In the grand scheme of things, yes, significant because it is a couple $1 million, and it's, a department can't really run that significantly, but thank you for at least being cognizant of it and having a plan to work towards it. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from Regents? Seeing none, I just want to thank you for your report, and thank you for being down here today.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. We will move on to UNLV, Officer in Charge, Hevy.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. Chris Hevy for the record. Delighted to introduce Eric Harper. I will say that this is the part of the campus that I used to say was not my problem, but I guess it's my problem now. It is the part of the campus I know the least about from a management point of view, but I'm really excited to work with Eric Harper, our athletic director, to support athletics. We've had some great performance and outcomes over the last year. And so we also need to manage our budget, and Harp and I have already talked about that. I know he's committed to that as well. And with that, I'll let him give you the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Officer in Charge, Hevy. Good afternoon, Regents. Obviously, you have the annual report in front of you, and I'll just summarize some of the things that have been going on. But I want to start with UNLV Athletics' vision and mission is to continuously improve and push the trajectory of our department along with the entertainment division of Thomas and Mack Center to the highest ever in its history. The primary focus was and continues to be the student-athlete experience and what we can do as a department to enhance their lives daily through the implementation of a student-athlete first mentality. As we continue our mission to graduate leaders, win championships, and excel in all that we do, we will challenge our internal and external constituents to rebel up and join us in building UNLV athletics in a way to elevate the UNLV family experience. Over the past several years, the landscape of intercollegiate athletics has changed dramatically. From major conference realignment, transfer portal, NIL, and potential for revenue distribution, all at the same time. These changes are unprecedented in the history of college athletics. The changes have been drastic, and we continue to do our best to navigate and be nimble in the current climate. At this time at UNLV over the past few years, we have generated more interest, support from many of the who's who of Las Vegas that are committed to supporting our mission and vision. We will continue to invest in the experience of our student athletes. To have sustained success, we have to sustain increased revenue platforms as well. Our purpose in UNLV athletics has not changed, and that is to provide the best possible experience for our student athletes at UNLV. Those experiences are academic, athletic, and community service driven. Some notable benchmarks from 23-24. 13th and 14th consecutive semester of student athlete cumulative GPA of 3.0 or higher. Record overall GPA of 3.35 in fall of 23. 6 of our 17 teams set GPA records. 88% graduation rate, which ties a record high at UNLV. 371 of our student athletes on the Dean's List. 70.2% of our UNLV student athletes had a semester GPA of 3.0 or higher for the spring, and 75.5 had a cumulative GPA of 3.0 or higher. Women's tennis and women's golf led the way for both semesters in the 3.6 and 3.68. 6 sports tied program records for APR at 1,000. Women's basketball, men's golf, women's soccer, men's tennis, and women's tennis. 80 UNLV student athletes took part in spring commencement, including a program record 24 from football. And I always would take a moment to recognize an incredible academic team led by Becky Pugh and David Wedley. And one of the things that I'm more proud about is our community service. And for student athletes at UNLV, we just received a notice yesterday, 3,218 community service hours, 50-plus events, and we led the Mountain West with 3,218 community service hours. And part of that community service is a program that we started in 2022 called Build a Bed, Build a Bed. This past spring, we had Build a Bed 2.0. Over the course of those two events to build beds for underprivileged youth in our community, we've built 201 beds for kids that have been sleeping on the floor, on a couch, or in a car, but once now that's in a home. And to be able to deliver those beds to those children is absolutely a wonderful opportunity for our student athletes as well as our staff. And that program is Sleep in Heavenly Peace. No kid sleeps on the floor in our town. We've also been involved with UNLV Food Pantry, Nevada Reading Week, 3 Square Food Bank, Las Vegas Rotary, Boys and Girls Club, and others as well. In brief, we will continue to graduate leaders, win championships, excel in all we do, and focus on the student athlete experience. Our student athletes have achieved at a very high level, and I couldn't be prouder. As we as an intercollegiate athletics program department must double down on our current momentum to enhance the experience of our student athletes and provide our constituents with their first-class experience. In closing, the athletics department and Thomas & Mack Center Vision has helped develop an outstanding culture that student athletes, coaches, staff, and community members want to be a part of. The vision has featured a culture that supports the health and well-being of our student athletes so that they may reach the absolute maximum potential in areas that positively impact and elevate the student athlete experience. We continue to engage with all of our constituents to include the UNLV campus community, donors, corporate partners, and the greater Las Vegas community. And that concludes my summary.
Thank you. Regent Brown.
Regent Brown for the record. I would like to start with page 26. So looking at the June 30th, 2024 actuals to the projected year end June 30, 2025, the ending reserves, that number doesn't change. But if you go down to the bottom where it says expenditures, this is quite a few outstanding things that were not accounted for in here. So I'm curious why this number didn't move, and will the transfer in itself have to go up?
I'm going to have my CFO, Taylor Covington.
Yeah, so Taylor Covington, CFO, UNLV Athletics, for the record. So on this, the reason that the reserves aren't, if we look at our ending balances for the years, is that we're working on our campus with our campus partners as we are figuring out how to right size our budgets and develop proper spending plans and get ourselves in a healthy place moving forward. That we're working with our campus partners that any other additional deficits that we may continue to accumulate over that course correction will be help supported through campus.
I don't really understand what that means, working with campus partners, because the way I understand it is that if we skip to page 27, if we're looking at the injections coming in, these are from unrestricted operating distributions.
Can you give me a specific line that you're looking at, please?
Sure. Transfer in. So we'll just take FY24.
Sure.
$5,339,999. Where did that money come from?
That was our campus support number, our direct institutional support.
So is that unrestricted operating distribution?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, well, that number is not infinite, right? Like, that's the money that comes from the NSHE investments. That money it comes quarterly to the institution. They only have so much physical fungible dollars to use. And if it keeps going to athletics, so your number, let's go back to page 26, on the ending reserves never increases, that's not transparency. That's creative accounting in my, and I get, fine, it's allowed, whatever. But I don't actually think that this is telling the truth, because what this is actually saying to me is that you're $31 million in the hole, not $26 million in the hole. You just took unrestricted operating dollars to keep it the same.
Hello, Casey Wyman, CFO, UNLV. Regent Brown, I appreciate your questions. I would like to be able to provide some context, because you are correct, that money did come from our operating investment distribution. And so that decision wasn't made lightly, though, so I hope that it wasn't perceived as creative accounting. There was a very deliberate process associated with that. So in December, then President Whitfield, myself, and AD Harper met to discuss how our current fiscal year was playing out. It was not, a very constructive conversation, but there were some things that we had reduced that we needed to go back and restore. And we then presented jointly between AD Harper and myself to the president to say, we can right-size this ship and make some drastic cuts, which potentially could come at that student-athlete experience that AD Harper was talking about. Or we could go further into our investment income to restore that monetary amount to a break-even point, knowing that that would then bridge the gap for the current fiscal year, but that also allowed us more time to evaluate the performance and then also make sure that we are not overcutting or overpromising as we go into that 10-year plan.
I mean, okay, but also what this is, your deficit is increasing. Like that's what this is. Because let's just state the facts, right? Like expenses are going up. It's more expensive to travel. It's scholarships, salary, facilities are more expensive. That's a known. All of our institutions have those same pain points, right? But my problem here is that taking from unrestricted operating distribution in order to be revenue or to not increase the deficit is not a plan to not have a deficit. It's a plan to rob Peter to pay Paul. Because UNLV is not going to have unlimited amounts of money in this other bucket, and it doesn't look like, I have more things that we can get to, but we'll stop there for now. It doesn't look like the spending itself is going down. We're just moving money around with the hopes that nobody on this dais is going to ask this question, and you bought yourself another year until you have to present to the board again. And that's just not fair.
For the record, Casey Wyman, so again, if that is the perception, then obviously I have failed in that sense. That is not the intent of that movement. It was an association with moving what resources we have to not decrease our athletic support in the sense of their level of competitiveness. And again, we listed probably 15 to 20 different things that had unfolded over the course of the first 6 months of the fiscal year to address, which I believe we did, and then therefore it was an informed decision for then president to make that resource allocation. And just as a post-current year conversation, I think as well, the intent is not to continue to just do this every year. We made drastic budget reductions at the beginning of this year, which we need to then sustain and evaluate to determine the impacts of those as it unfolds.
I have a couple more things on this, but I'm going to yield some time to Regent Brooks.
I've got a
with
queue,
your-
but
It's germane to this, that's why, is it okay? I have something that's also germane to this, but
well, I've got somebody else in the queue also.
is everybody fine?
Just one quick statement.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair. I appreciate the indulgence, and I certainly appreciate you providing me some few minutes to just ask a simple question. We were presented with budget and numbers yesterday in BFF, and I specifically asked about the deficit, and I was calculating somewhere around 26, 28 million. And today in this meeting, when there are some numbers that are scrutinized a little bit harder than what we scrutinized yesterday, the deficit could be closer to 31 million because investment monies were moved from one area to another area. Is that a factual statement that I just made, that this is different than what it was than what was presented to us yesterday?
What was presented to you, Eric Harper for the record, what was presented to you yesterday was what was in our report. And the institution, with Casey Wyman, and Dr. Whitfield was going to give additional support to athletics. And for those that are not familiar with intercollegiate athletics, that is a standard across the country. Campuses support athletic departments at a level every single year. 98% of the schools in the country have a deficit at the end of every year of college athletics. That is something that is, because some of the things we can't control that are expenses, i.e. travel. We can't control that, but we do the best that we can with the things that we have on the table. And if ticket sales are down, we have issues. If fundraising is down, we have issues. Fortunately for us this year, ticket sales are up, and fundraising last year was up. So, but we did this year because some of the cost of living adjustments, we're still experiencing some challenges with that. And what these numbers on the paper is the support that the campus was giving us, and we will work through that as we move forward.
I appreciate everything that you've said, and I have no doubt that you are extraordinarily knowledgeable in the business of collegiate athletics. But I'm just gonna again, recognizing everything that you've said in terms of why things move the way they move, I'm just trying to understand why there seems to be more of a deficit right now during this meeting based on what Regent Brown had brought up in terms of investment monies being moved from one area to another. It wasn't presented yesterday in terms of what we could call an actual or reasonable deficit if we really start taking a look at the numbers. Again, we were somewhere around 26, 28 million.
Which included the FFC.
But the way that the conversation went prior to this conversation you and I are having with Heather Brown, it was closer to 31.
But what she was if I'm correct, what she was referencing, that 5 million or so that she was talking about was on top of that 26. And part of that 26 is the FFC, which is something that was done prior to I was part of the fundraising teams that was trying to raise money for the FFC. The bridge loan from the university is $7.4 million. And now that deficit should be a debt service on the FFC is 6.1, in the neighborhood of 6.1. And projected based on the documents that I've seen, is it's projected to start paying back to the university on 7/1 of 25 would be the fiscal year that would start to pay back. And that's going to be in essence, in most universities across the country, that is set up as a debt service, not as a deficit. But I wasn't a part of how that was set up. I've just inherited that.
Got it. Based on, Regent Brooks again for the record, based on everything that's been this conversation, right? What is the actual number, if you take a look at everything and scrutinize different areas where money is being laid and shifted, what is the actual deficit number for athletics at UNLV?
Well, and I can add a little color to that, and I'll let CFO Weinman speak. But if you continue to look on page 27, in the at the beginning reserves deficit of 6 million, that means that we're holding 6 million in reserves. So if that ends up getting used towards future payments, we're already $10 million from the unrestricted operating distribution towards athletics. This would be another 6. That would be $16 million. And yet, if you pay attention, the ending reserves is not getting any smaller, which then leads me to a couple more things. So in FY24, we've got a subtotal transfer out debt services of 8.6. Is this part of that Fertitta's deal, the delta for the Fertitta's deal?
The Fertitta deficit is only 6.1.
Oh, I said 6 million, so 6.1?
Yeah.
Right, is the 8.6, is the Fertitta's deal part of that?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess I'm pointing out the fact that the plan seems to be use unrestricted operating distribution in perpetuity because you have more transfer in the future. But then if you skip ahead to the projections of FY '27 and look at the conference and NCAA distribution, it bumps from 8.2 to 14.4. I think some of that is the conference money for staying in Mountain West. Is that correct?
Yes, that was a portion of that is the conference money, but it's also a portion that is fundraising.
I think where my big concern is that our understanding from when it was presented to us a few months ago about this money would go towards the deficit. Part of not being, part of the money was going to go to the deficit. That's not what's showing in this. It's showing as operating. So the deficit isn't ever getting any smaller. This money from NCAA is going into operating. So you're admitting, it's very clear that operating expenses are going to jump because the deficit is still never getting any smaller. We're using unrestricted operating distribution. NCAA money is going to operations, and I don't see a path forward.
Eric Harper for the record. All of the money coming from the conference office is not going into that number. It's not going into that number because, and now that is into mitigation with the Mountain West and the Pac-12, mitigation is now started. So we will have a better idea of what those numbers are, but all of the money that's coming in is not being allocated for revenue within the budget. It's some of that money when it comes in, once we get the final numbers on that. These are just projections, obviously. Mm-hmm. Once we get the final numbers from the conference office, we will make these adjustments and tell you exactly what we feel and plan to go towards the deficit and what will go into operating. And then on top of the lump sum that we're getting that each institution that remained in the Mountain West is going to receive, we will also continue to get a portion of that a portion of that settlement will come over the course of 6 years with the conference starting in FY '27.
I think I would be more comfortable having some type of asterisks. Down here there's a lot of tiny print of some of these numbers to give reference. I would like to see that on here because I remember you guys saying, staying in the conference, we'll be getting money, unknown amount of money, and that will be I believe it was worded something along the lines that will help pay for some of this deficit that we're in. That's at least how it was sold to us about some of the benefits of staying in the Mountain West Conference. But it's not in here. And then when I look at this, knowing that I read somewhere in FY '27, maybe it was 28, but I see a big jump here, I can only have these numbers, right? I can only jump to a conclusion that it's going for operating and not paying down deficit.
Eric Harper for the record. These are the reports that we were asked to complete. If we need to take these reports in more detail, more expansion, then I can get with CFO Fatone to see how we can adjust these so that we can have those notes for you that how you would like to see them.
Honestly, I'm not asking for any, this is comprehensive. I learned a lot from it. What's not comprehensive is that there's a projection of 5 years on here. And even if it's an unknown number, there's no asterisks to say in future budgets, there will be a projection to help pay the deficit with Mountain West football money or whatever, right? Like there's no confidence that that money that's being thought of in the future will help go to this because it stays, the deficit stays the same for 5 years. And then there's transfer in. So that just tells me that every 5 years there's going to be more transfer in of 5.5 million. So have we actually solved for how we get out of this hole?
We don't want to over project in ticket sales or in fundraising. So all of the combined revenue streams that we have will help to we will start, and I mentioned this yesterday, we will start, let's say our revenue, for hypothetically purposes, let's say our revenues are going to be 50 million. We will only allocate 47.5 million for expenses. And we hope to have that 2.5 gap there to apply towards the deficit. So that's a plan. That's a plan that I talk with my CFO as a plan moving forward. so that we won't allocate everything that we project to come in as revenue. We will set up a way to be able to pay that back, the deficit back. And deficits are paid back over the course of time. None of them are paid back in a short period of time.
I hear you. I think for me, like, and going back to ticket sales, I have to ask, like, when is the last Allegiant waterfall payment? When does that end?
31.
31. Okay. At that point, because I'm looking, I think it's in the other sales and services. That's the waterfall payment? Is that correct?
Yes, it goes in there.
Okay. So, at which that's year 10, and that's no longer. I don't know if this is the correct way to say it, but subsidized. It's no longer subsidized by the Allegiant agreement. I get we're only 10 years in the analysis here, but what that actually tells me for future planning is that hoping to pay back 10% of the deficit will take you 10 years to do it. Then the balloon payment, the waterfall payments will stop. We'll have to actually owe Allegiance, and then increase in ticket sales from Allegiant doesn't actually come to UNLV right now. It goes to Allegiant, which is great because we're setting a precedent for when the balloon payments or for when the waterfall payment stops. Hopefully there's still a precedent that we get that ticket sales. But the problem is that the math isn't mathing. There is at no time do these budgets make sense. And I really have to just stress that we don't really know the true deficit here, because it's already 10 million in unrestricted operating dollars. There's 6 million in reserves. We don't know when the NCAA money is coming, but again, that's just a small dent. We're hoping to pay down 2.5 million. If it never grew another penny, it would take 10 years. Then the waterfall payment goes in, which will be even more money. We're hoping that it cuts down with ticket sales, but at one point it just keeps going wider and wider, and I don't see a light at the end of this tunnel.
Eric Harper for the record. The 50 million and 47.5, that was a hypothetical. I didn't say that was a guarantee. Okay, right now FY25 the operating revenues for Allegiant Stadium was $7.4 million. So hopefully that continues to grow. That went up this year because we opened the 200 level to 300 level. Along with ticket sales, as ticket sales go up, so does revenues on the side of philanthropy, because people are wanting to spend to make contributions to receive benefits. So that goes hand in hand. The more success your teams have, the more you're going to be able to do from a philanthropic perspective. And we will continuously try to get the numbers down as fast as we possibly can. And if we have to, let's say the FY27, when that first balloon payment is supposed to come, or lump sum is supposed to come, if we're required to put all 10 million or 8 million or whatever it is that comes in to the deficit, then we do that. That's going to be a conversation that Officer in Charge Hevey and Mr. Wyman that we would discuss. And we want to make sure that we're strategic about that, because we don't want to get a lump sum and then we can't better our department at that point.
And I just want to be very clear. I'm not asking for a promise that it'll all go. I'm just saying that when you add in all of the different things that I've listed, it doesn't ever feel like the deficit is going to come down. And it is not fair for this board to hold our other institutions accountable and have different sets of rules for UNLV. It just doesn't feel right. It doesn't make sense. And when you look at this, in 2020 you had a $2 million surplus. In 2022 you had nearly a $4 million surplus. Then we swing to a $6 million deficit. That's a $10 million delta. And I feel really uneasy about continuing to allow to borrow and write checks from other accounts when this account never feels like it's going to be solvent.
And if I could just chime in here for a sec. So, Regent Brown, I definitely hear you loud and clear and understand. And you know what I would say, and Eric and I have already had this conversation, is this is the commitment we have to make. I mean, your point, I think, is well taken, that this document does not show a plan to close this deficit. And we need to develop a plan that is credible over time, that shows progress to bring the spending in line with the revenue. And, you know, I think that ultimately falls to who's ever sitting in this chair, and I'm hoping that's me, and that I commit to you that Eric Harper and I will come through with making sure that we are making real progress on that number in future months. And, you know, it's going to take a while. Obviously, we're not going to close that deficit in a year or just a couple of years, but I totally get the point that we can't keep digging the hole. It has to actually start getting filled back in.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I'll just say for the record, I do not want to see any more unrestricted operating distribution be the answer to this moving forward, because that's not fair to the institution as a whole. And so, thank you.
Eric Harper,
Chair.
for the record, I don't want that either, Heather. And just to address 2020, part of that was in COVID, so there were a lot less expenses in 2020 than were, and then the next number you bring up was the buyout from TJ Otzelberger, as well as the buyout from my predecessor, which was north of about a little over $4 million, $3.8 to $4 million, if I remember correctly. So those numbers in those two given years is what put us in a positive space, and also utilizing TMC revenues.
Thank you. I'll go to Regent Ariscotta, and then Regent Goodman, and then Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to continue to ride the wave of Regent Brown. So, and I just want to get a little clarity, and I want to make sure that I'm speaking the same language as what she is. So are you referring to the footnote on the bottom of page 26, Regent Brown, in regards to, because if not, I'm going to read this, I'm going to quote it. Central Campus, the Central Campus of UNLV, is working with the department to assist in reducing expenses and has agreed to cover additional losses sustained during this process? I need some clarity on that, please.
Well, let me come in on that if I can, Officer in Charge. My translation of that is you can't bring a plane from 30,000 feet to the runway in, you know, a mile. You have to figure out what is a reasonable path toward sustaining these really important programs. And while you're on that path, you may have to put in some additional resources so that the plane doesn't crash. And, you know, ultimately, our commitment is that this is a valuable service to the students and to the community that we're committed to as a campus. And we do, as A.D. Harper said, invest campus resources. And that, I think, is a common occurrence across all, you know, Division I athletics. But we also hear you loud and clear that we have to be mindful of those. Obviously, I'm an academic, and I care deeply about our academic programs. And so every dollar, you know, that we can't put toward directly, you know, classrooms is painful. And I know Harper shares that value, and we're going to work on that in a really committed way going forward to get to a place where you're feeling comfortable with what we're doing. Obviously, we're not going to
So
get there
to steal
today.
another
but-
quote,
Oh,
to
sorry.
steal a quote from Regent Brown, to steal from Peter to pay Paul.
That is, we're looking backwards at what has happened and, you know, trying to give an honest accounting. And now we're saying that we are going to work together to put us in a place where we're all more comfortable.
What is the Central Campus Bank? Where is the Central Campus money hidden place? Mr. Wyman, I'm looking over Dr. Heavy's shoulder. Where is this money, and why isn't it being distributed for student fees? Why isn't it going to different resources around the campus? Why is it going to be going to athletics? The Central Campus Mystery Treasure Chest that I don't know of any other campus that has a Central Campus Treasure Chest.
For the record, Casey Wyman, CFO, UNLV. Regent Ariscotta, so our central resources, which is the things that are not then pushed down to the department level, so athletics, to the provost, to our OIT, all of the various entities that are required to run a university. Anything that is held back is managed, what we call at the central level. So usually under the authority and the decision of the president to allocate across campus. So some of those resources are through our investment income and our investment distribution, which I know you're aware of, but also all accounts have some level of what I call risk mitigation. And so you never want to get to the point where you push everything out, because then there's the risk of everything being spent. And then when we have an unforeseen circumstance, we're not able to pivot or, from my world, inform and arm the president to make those decisions in real time, to be able to then allocate some resources. So for instance, safety and security, we allocated over $4 million this last year out of investment income and other various sources to start working on cameras and other safety measures across campus. In this case, we used $5 million additional dollars of unplanned resources within our operating investment distribution, and we gave that to athletics to make sure that they did not show further deficit within their financials.
Is that indicated anywhere on these papers, on the documentation that we have in front of us?
Yes, so when we reference campus partners or central, that is the Office of the President. And then throughout various other reporting mechanisms is where I report all financials within UNLV, whether that be student fee or through various committees for the School of Medicine, for example.
You may have a footnote, but it's an ambiguous statement. You don't give us a dollar amount. You don't state that how much is going to be continued to be provided by campus. What is it? Central Campus. It's a good one. Don't know that one. You can just stay up there, Mr. Wyman, or the AD Harper. On the page of top of page 27 of your top page 27, your fiscal 26 and beyond projections have an increase in state appropriations of 1.75 million. But I go back to the University of Nevada, Reno's, and I review that. They don't have that same number. Is that 1.75 million confirmed by the state of Nevada?
So for the record, Casey Wyman, CFO UNLV. So our state appropriation is allocated based on state requirements. And so that is something we work on every year. And again, I would have to dig in a little bit deeper into that specific line, but very stringent requirements associated with how we spend our state revenue, our state appropriation. So I'm sorry, I don't have details, but I would like to be able to take that for a record unless I look around real quick to see if, yeah. Okay,
Well,
thank you.
it's a rather large discrepancy of 1.75 million that's going to be going to your athletic department and not to the University of Nevada, Reno. Because I don't see that kind of increase in their state appropriations.
Yeah.
And this is a public document, and yours is a little different than theirs.
For the record, Casey Wyman, CFO. So a quick discussion real quick with AD Harper. I believe that also may come from our student fee revenue. And so we have the ability to allocate all of our student fees across various things. So the more students we get, obviously, then the more revenue we get, specifically within the activities and programs section. So they pay a portion of that, and then we allocate that in. I'm sure you're aware the increase in student enrollment then allows us more opportunity to support various programs across campus.
Mr. Wyman, that is not a state appropriation. What you just mentioned. All the word vomit that you just threw at me was not a state appropriation.
Regent Ariscotta, this is Chancellor Charlton. I will get for you the exact language regarding the state appropriation and the allowable expenditures for you as soon as I can. Unfortunately, CFO Vitone had to step out to take a call from the GFO.
And I would add...
Fantastic. And Regent Charlton, if you could please also make sure we have equity in this, because if the two athletic departments do not have equity, that's, no pun intended, it's an uneven playing field.
Yeah, Regent Ariscotta, this is Chancellor Charlton, not Regent, but that's okay.
Oh my goodness, Chancellor Charlton.
Yeah, we do
Thank
have, yeah, I'll get the exact amounts between the two institutions, and I know that there is a variance between the two.
And
Okay.
Regent Ariscotta, Casey Wyman for the record. So, and I'm sorry, I didn't have the exact line that you're looking at. So again, I'd like to be able to take that for a record as well and work with Chancellor Charlton to ensure that we get you the accurate information.
All right, fantastic. Thank you, gentlemen. On page 26, under operating expenditures, it's stated on your first line of personal costs that this year's increase will be 2.2 million and an additional increase of 4 million for the following year. Can you provide a little background on that one, please?
Eric Harper for the record. Which line is that? I'm sorry.
On page 26, under operating expenditures, the first line of personnel costs, it's this year's increase will be 2 million,
Is that part of the?
and the next will be 4.
Part of that is COLA and also Coach Bullen salary that is in there, but we are receiving $3 million back from the buyout with Coach Odom.
Okay.
But
Do you want to
1.5
assign
of that is in this fiscal year, 1.5 of that is in next fiscal year.
Okay, where's the other 2 million going to go to pay the new Coach Mullen? Because you have a 3.5 million for 5 years, $15 million contract. You're running nearly 30 million in the red. What is the plan to pay the coach, and how is it going to get done?
We have the
Or does it
funds.
come to fruition?
Eric Harper for the record, we have the funds to pay the coach over the next 2 years. We have been working with our donors to assist with philanthropic dollars. We have one that has already paid their commitment, and that money is in our in an unrestricted line, and that will be utilized in the future to help with the salaries. And we're working also, as I provided a document, to work with that and get additional donors to support in that space. And through ticket sales as well, we're already up in ticket sales right now. For next year, we're up over, let me get to that particular page, sir. Sorry, I apologize for that. We are currently up 970 new season tickets as of this morning. Our total ticket sales is 5,031 as of this morning. And that is a difference from last year over a year of 1,147 tickets and a difference on new season tickets of 537. Plus we have increased single game cost pricing. We've also increased suite pricing. We've also increased any new VIP ticket holders as well to assist in generating additional revenue. At this point right now, we are at 2.5 million in revenue for football ticket sales versus 1.8 at this time a year ago.
Impressive numbers, but fans are fickle. One bad season, those numbers could plummet. So let me just continue here if I could. So what you're saying, hold on. So from personnel costs, what you just said, and I'm just looking at the documentation here, will continue to skyrocket by $4 million per year, and UNLV athletics will continue to have a nearly $30 million deficit while the personnel costs are going to skyrocket. Am I seeing this correctly?
I don't think you're seeing that correctly. Personnel costs are not going to go up at $4 million per year.
Page 26, personnel costs. June of 24 is 22 million. June of 25 is 26 million. I'm not a mathematician, but 26 minus 22 is 4 million. And then it really goes down. Yeah, so that's 4 million. Am I not adding correctly?
Did I hear you say that it was going to go up $4 million per year?
Well, that's the documentation I have in front of me, yes.
What I have in front of me.
Personnel costs.
What I have in front of me.
Page 27, personnel costs. You can go 26 or 27.
Under the
So
10-year
from
budget,
fiscal year,
under the 10-year budget sheet I'm looking at right now, Regent Ariscotta, for
correct.
FY 2025, it's 26.3. For FY 26, it says 23.6. For FY 27, it says 24.1. For FY 28, it says 24.3. And for
You're
FY
correct.
29,
80 Harper, I have that
24.5.
right in front of me also. I have that right in front of me also, 80 Harper. What I'm on page 26. I apologize. But under personnel costs, I'm looking at from last year to this year, 22 to 26. Total. That's what I was referring to.
I will have to get back with you on that, but that is also, we're actually paying our part of that also is this, staff that left still had sick leave, annual leave that gets paid out when they leave. Their annual leave does not go to zero. That's gonna be part of that number, that's in that line. But I will get you some more details and get back to the board with the additional details.
Okay.
Chair,
On,
Chair?
yes,
May I?
on page 17.
Chair, may
Just
I?
last question.
Okay.
On page 17, listed are 4 targeted model enterprises. Have any of these been initiated on page 17?
I'm getting to page 17 right now, sir. Give me 1 second.
Thank you, sir. I apologize, Regent Goodman. Thank you for a little bit of leeway on this.
Yes, we're always cultivating and stewardship as well as targeted fundraising. We have instituted our new annual giving plan with the Rebel rebrand. That it just started in the latter part of October. And then other revenue streams, we've increased our revenue stream with Learfield, a multimedia rights partner. Obviously, it also says additional ticket sales. The Rebel Up campaign is part of that as well. The Rebel Up campaign last year, on a commitment basis, yielded $11.7 million in commitments in cash through the door for FY24. And then on the other part of that is our new agreement with Nike comes with royalties, with merchandise sales. We hope to have more of our merchandise in stores to help with royalties, and those fees are paid through would go into other revenue line, which would be Nike. And then we'll begin conversations with Learfield, our multimedia rights partner, to start working on the potential of a increased contract with signing bonuses.
So these companies or individuals are reaching out to regarding the targeted fundraising, the other revenue streams, and number 3 on this list is fiscal responsibility. Are all 3 of these being presented to potential donors that you're saying we're 30 million in the hole, we're looking for revenue streams, we're focusing directly on you, but we want to be fiscally responsible?
We have, obviously, all of this information is public, and we have conversation with our donors with regards to what's going on in our department on a regular basis. And they understand that to maintain a level of success, that we need them to step up and help the institution and help the athletic department at levels that they have back in the running Rebel days of winning a national championship. And we've had to readjust some of the mindset thinking, because in 2016, what was considered priority seating has gone away. And so that's why we've re-implemented or relaunched a Rebel rebrand for our annual giving program that should generate somewhere between $500,000 and $1 million on an annual basis.
Okay, hopefully that's going to be provided to us also. Lastly, 2 items. One, I would love to get some a list of those 95% of the schools that are utilizing campus finances to offset their deficits in the athletic department. I would love to get a printout of what campuses and what administrations are offsetting deficits from athletic departments. And let me see. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I will move to Regent Goodman, and I've got Regent Boylan and also Regent Fernandez.
Thank you very much. AD Harper, we chatted about this yesterday, and I'm not going to beat a dead horse. I believe that you do an incredible job as an athletic director, and I think we have new leadership here. We have a new officer in charge. I think we need to look to the future and really be fiscally responsible as we do that, and I think you and the officer in charge believe in the same thing. I hate to do this, but the constant is CFO Wyman, who said earlier that he was not trying to do any deliberate creative accounting, which we already experienced when we had that $80 million in student fees in reserve. And so that's where I really have an issue, is that there's a pattern here, and we need to, if you're gonna get any money from donors, we need to make sure that your CFO is fully transparent. There's no reason why Regent Brown had defined that mistake in those financials, which it was just kind of hidden. I didn't see it. Good on you, Regent Brown, to see that. But all I'm saying is an omission is the same as a lie. That's what I tell my kids. And for me, we've got to do better in that regard. And I have faith that as we move forward, we're going to be doing better. But CFO Wyman, I'm just letting you know I'm paying attention. I'm letting you know again.
Thank you. Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought you'd forgotten me, but thank you so much. I will not take too long. I will just make one statement question for the for all the athletic directors, and if they could come back at another time, another hopefully special meeting or some meeting, ma'am. Could they please let me especially know how they are going to keep our female students safe in sports, whichever way against the transgender males.
Yeah.
Or,
Madam Chair,
I was told not to
and
say.
Regent Boylan, I know it's late today, but I want to keep us within the goalpost of this agenda item, and I just caution you that
Sure.
we're here under specifically Title IV, Chapter 24 of the athletic reports, and so I caution you to stay within those goalposts at this time.
So when you say athletic reports, where am I wrong? Just help me. So keeping girls safe is not part of the athletic reports? I think it's all part of our athletic reports, no?
Yeah, I'm talking about this
I'm a
specific
simple
report,
man.
Regent Boylan.
Yeah, which specific report? It's about the athletics report. And that's also keeping us safe, our girls safe in athletics, right? It's a report from the athletics directors. Yeah, right? No?
Yes, correct, Regent Boylan. We've been
This
going
is where
over
they
it.
came
Regents
from.
have been asking several questions about the report itself and whether it's the budget or otherwise. And so I would, again, caution you to, the agenda item as agenda is to review and if there's a motion to accept the athletic reports.
Okay, but you said all otherwise, and that's what I'm asking, otherwise of the athletics report. It's not about just the money that's being spent, and we've just spent 1 hour going over what was right and wrong. I'm just asking about the safety of our female athletes in athletics. Isn't that part of the athletics
Regent
report?
Boylan, I appreciate you asking this
Yes, ma'am.
question, and certainly you can bring it up in new business, but what we're discussing right now are these reports that are in front of us, which don't specifically address the
Okay.
question that you're asking right now.
Okay. I see. So it's just these reports, not anything about athletics.
That
Okay.
is correct.
I apologize, ma'am.
Thank
I
you.
thank you so much for your time. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, next I will go to Regent Fernandez.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, Regent Fernandez, for the record here.
First of all, I want to say I'm incredibly proud of our, as an alumni of UNLV, I'm incredibly proud of our, what we've done as a student. It's amazing just to see even 10 years ago how this has grown. And I feel like, even just memorializing Tarkanian and seeing, right, a program that we want to go back to the sort of heydays that people still remember. And it really does build a community, and I do want to address that and give you that specific shout out. I also, just because I am a new regent here, I do want to sort of understand the process of validation between the operating budget reports, one that was presented to BFF yesterday, which the actuals do not match up the actuals to this report. Because I really want to understand, how leadership has changed, and I understand that, and I want to address that. I also want to make sure that we're giving grace to be sure to do that. But for example, the FY23 actuals that are presented in today's report versus the FY23 actuals that are presented in the report given yesterday in BFF aren't consistent. I want to understand where the gap in those funds are.
Excuse me, for the record, Eric Harper, which ones are not consistent?
Particularly referring to FY23. So in the report given yesterday in BFF, in the operating budget report, the actuals of 23 are a total revenue of 38 million with a total expenditure of 47. And here, in looking at the report presenting today before us, the total revenues is 50 million, 50.7, and total expenditures are at 60.7, and just wanted to get that understanding, right? We are discussing a deficit, and I'm confident that you'll work on getting that down. But the actuals, even though it is a fiscal year that has already closed, it's trying to understand which report is the actual.
You're saying 38 million, I'm sorry?
FY23, yes, 38.2 in the report that was presented yesterday in BFF.
I am not certain of what page you're talking about, because the one I'm looking at right here says the 50.7 that you referenced.
Regent Brooks, for the record, just to help out in terms of the conversation, what my colleague is referring to is the report that BFF was provided to go over the budget yesterday. The numbers are different than what the board has been provided with in terms of today's meeting, and he's clearly articulating the differences in the FY23 and FY24. Hopefully that helps.
Yeah, I do apologize. I just want to get clarity. And also, if I may share, if I can understand the method by which these reports are validated as they were presented both publicly.
If I could step in here, Officer in Charge Hevey, I think we're going to have to get back to you on this, literally, because otherwise we'd have to be pulling out different documents here and trying to understand the source of them. Clearly, those things should not be different. They're actuals from the same fiscal year, and so why they're different, I don't think we have that answer at our fingertips, but we will research that and report back.
May I get the answer on the validation, Chairman?
I'm sorry, Regent Fernandez.
I guess just even in general, just so I understand again the process, and I do, excuse me for my ignorance, but how are these validated? Just because I am seeing a major difference here.
Thank you for that question. I'll turn it to Chancellor Charlton.
Sure. Thank you for the record, Patty Charlton. So Regent Fernandez, we will discuss that with the institution. The institutions do provide those reports. I know that we did work with UNLV in particular as we looked at prior reports and we actually saw where BFF received one bit of information and then it was different for actually the same fiscal year. And so it could have been that because it was historical, somehow that was not validated at the campus, but we will work with them and get back to you on that question.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Vice Chair Downs.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I'd like to make a motion to accept the reports for TMTC, CSN, and UNR, and to bring back the UNLV report at a future meeting to try to get this clarified and go through more detail. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion from Vice Chair Downs and a second from Regent Goodman to accept all reports except for UNLV's and UNLV's to be brought back before the board at a later date. With that in On the table, I will call for a voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. We will go back to item number 27 now, handbook revision, paid family leave. And before I introduce Chief Human Resources Officer Kelly Sherrato, Vice Chair Downs has a disclosure.
Last one of the day, hopefully. So pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, I hereby disclose that I am an employee of WNC, an institute within NSHE. Because the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would not be materially affected by my situation, I will vote on this matter.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Kelly Sherrato, Interim Chief Human Resources Officer for the record. Thank you for the opportunity to present this item today. I'm here representing the Human Resources Advisory Council, HRAC, in requesting approval of the revisions to the handbook, NSHE Handbook Title IV, Chapter 3, Section 19, sick leave in order to administer paid family leave in alignment with guidance from the State of Nevada Department of Administration, Division of Human Resources Management, DHRM. A little bit of history. At the board's December 12th, 2023 special meeting, the board amended the Board of Regents Handbook, Title IV, Chapter 3, Section 19 to align with Assembly Bill 376 from the 2023 legislative session for NSHE's professional employees, which is now NRS 284-356. NSHE's Human Resources Advisory Council, again HRAC, previously made a recommendation which was supported by the Board of Regents to create guidelines around the use of paid family leave. At the time, DHRM had not yet issued guidance regarding implementation, and no state regulations had been adopted interpreting the NRS when it passed in the 2023 legislative session. Since then, the DHRM has provided guidance regarding the administration of paid family leave, and approval of this policy change would align NSHE policy with state policy for other state employees regarding paid family leave provisions. The HRAC discussed the DHRM guidance and assessed the administration of the paid family leave policy for all 8 of our institutions and system administration in accordance with NSHE policy, and has prepared the following recommendation for the Chancellor and the Board's consideration. So a little bit of context issue for our policy. As it stands, our current policy requires employees to hold 40 hours of sick leave in reserve while using paid family leave. And again, just a reminder, paid family leave is 50% of their base salary. It also requires employees to exhaust all paid leave, annual and sick, with the exception of 40 hours of sick leave before utilizing paid family leave. Lastly, it mandates that employees must be at least 60% FTE, 24 hours a week, to be eligible for paid family leave. Current NSHE policy also uses definitions of key terms from the Family Medical Leave Act. If the policy changes are approved based on the DHRM guidance, there will be no requirement to hold 40 hours of sick leave in reserve. There will be no requirement to exhaust annual leave before using paid family leave, and the FTE status would no longer be a requirement. Additionally, definitions will follow the DHRM guidance instead of using definitions from FMLA. The proposed handbook revision would also align with the state's policy for other state and classified employees. Because paid family leave is paid at 50% salary, and the professional staff member may hold 40 hours of sick leave in reserve while taking paid family leave, there is a fiscal impact of allowing professional staff members to take paid family leave while holding on to sick leave. However, we cannot estimate the number of employees that would utilize paid family leave. At this time, we are requesting the board approve the handbook revisions presented to you in the agenda documents for the following reasons. Number 1, alignment with state policy. The proposed revisions ensure consistency between NSHE and other state entities, maintaining fairness and compliance across the public sector. Number 2, operational efficiency. This will aligning policies will streamline administration and reduce confusion for employees. Number 3, support for employees. The revisions will provide more flexibility for professional staff in utilizing paid family paid family leave benefits. I'll get it. It's late. And lastly, number 4, consistency across system. This will ensure equal treatment of professional staff within NSHE and with state employees, including faculty and classified staff. If the policy remains as it stands, there would be a difference in implementation of paid family leave between classified and faculty. Once again, thank you for your time today, and we appreciate you all for hearing and considering this item.
Thank you very much for presenting that revision. Yes, Regent Goodman.
Move to approve.
Thank you. I have a motion from Regent Goodman and a
Second.
second from Regent Breger. Any other discussion? Great. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then we will move on to item number 28, Employee Contract Buyouts Report. And that is you, once again, Interim Chief Human Resources Officer Kelly Sherrato.
Thank you again. I believe I had good morning written somewhere, but it's definitely not morning now, so happy Friday. Again, Interim Chief Human Resources Officer Kelly Sherrato for the record. This presentation will cover the Chancellor's annual report for employee contract buyouts. Just a little disclaimer before I get started, this is a very high-level report as a result of the supporting documentation being considered confidential personnel records under Title II, Chapter 5, Section 5.6.2. As a result, our process includes keeping a courtesy copy of the report, including the backup data, in our office, so any regents who would like to review that data can make an appointment to review it in person. Again, the backup data is not reported in this forum because the details are considered confidential personnel records. Last year, Chief General Counsel James Martinez provided some history related to this report, and since much has transpired since then, including new regents joining us, I will provide a refresher on terminations without cause, which is what the Employee Contract Buyouts Annual Report specifically reports on. In our Board of Regents Handbook, Title II, Chapter 5, Section 5.9, there is an employee separation process outlined for administrative and non-tenured academic faculty that allows for termination of the employment contract without cause and with proper notice. Please note there is a separation process for termination for cause, which is not a part of this report. This separation process, as defined, is a notice of non-reappointment, NNR, or a notice of contract termination, NCT. Essentially, the code just uses different terminology depending on the employee's faculty start hire date, which correlates with different periods of notice. When an employee receives an NNR or NCT, they are entitled to a notice period of 30, 60, 90, 120, 180, 365 days, or a fiscal year notice, depending on the faculty hire date, funding source, and the terms and conditions of the contract. That notice period, of course, has the dollar value associated with it. The purpose of this policy, which came forward in 2019, was for the board to see the contract buyouts that were being negotiated and to make sure that they're justified and or resulting in cost saving to the system. To review the full policy regarding NNRs and NCT, please review Title II, Chapter 5, Section 5.9 for more information. Now, moving to the report itself, again, high level, for fiscal year 2024, we are able to demonstrate that the reported buyouts do represent a cost savings over the notice periods of a little over $90,000 collectively, specifically $90,542.07. Based on these numbers, it seems as though the policy is doing what it intended to do, which is keeping the system in line with the board's expectation for these buyouts. And you can see those numbers broken down on the documents that you have presented. Again, just as a reminder, this report is very high level as a result of the supporting documentation being considered confidential personnel records. And as a reminder, Regents can review a copy of the report, including the backup data, in our office. Just reach out to me directly to make an appointment to review it in person. And I'll have snacks waiting for you as well. With that, I can answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? This is information only, so Any questions? Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. Thank you for the presentation. So for this agenda, specifically the contract buyout report, when I looked through the information that we have, each institution essentially listed their employee contract buyouts. And I guess what I'm wondering is, considering some of the things that we're very well aware of that have gone on with campuses the last couple of years, particularly at UNOV, there's a zero there. When are our numbers, I'm trying to understand if this is an accurate report and if reporting is based on timeframes, certain dates, so that maybe that would bring some clarity to why something may or may not be reported. Can you speak to that?
Yep, and then also, General Counsel Jimmy Martinez is here as well as our, campus presidents. So when an employee receives an NCT or an NNR, they will have a specific notice period based on those numbers that I provide you. Let's go with 365. So these numbers would be reported if, for example, there was an agreement for that employee to leave sooner than that, or maybe we're not going to be held to all of their annual leave, because as they receive that notice, they're going to still receive annual leave, they're still going to receive benefits, and they're still going to receive compensation. So this number would be reflective of a savings of what they would be entitled to versus what their resolution or the end of the employment date would be in.
Jimmy Martinez for the record. So I think the question that you're asking might be getting at what types of settlements or buyouts are included in this policy and which are not. And that gets into if you look at the language of the policy, it's very specific to notices of non-reappointment and notices of termination that are not for cause issued, and that's all outlined in the code chapter 5. Now, if there's a for-cause termination, or if there's anticipated litigation and there's things like that, those are not included because there's really no way to easily calculate the benefit on those. If it's a settlement of anticipated or threatened litigation, how you assess the value of what NSHE got in terms of for the compensation paid is based on the value of the litigation, the risk to the institution, a lot of different things. So those are not included in this report. Am I getting to what you're asking?
I think you're getting warm, and I appreciate it, right? But specifically let's just say from January to February, beginning January 2024 up to, let's say, January 2025, right? I don't think it would be a secret to say that there has been some separation of folks from an institution, but those numbers aren't necessarily being reflected in this report. And so I thought the purpose of the report was to show if there's a separation and there is some type of buyout, if you want to call it severance, whatever that is, that would be brought forward and shown in terms of what the buyout report actually is, so that we can see the actual numbers of each institution based on employment separation.
So Jimmy Martinez for the record. I think what you're asking is there are things that you suspect happened that are not included in the report, and it may be because the way in which they were processed, they were not processed as a buyout of a notice of termination or a notice of non-reappointment. They may have been processed in a different manner. However, those records are available to you, but they are confidential personnel records. And if you come in and we can sit down and review that, and then we can show you exactly how those were processed and what was included and why they're not, the details of why they're not included in this specific report.
Got it. So I appreciate that. Regent Bush for the record again. So then the report that we get clearly is not indicative of the actual cost to the institution for employees that have separated based on the various categories in which somebody can separate, even though that there is financial loss to the institution because of the separation based on whatever agreement was made. And so then I wouldn't view this as inaccurate reporting of the spend regarding institutions and separation.
Jimmy Martinez for the record. If we go back to the rationale why this report was created,
Yeah.
it was created because individuals' notice periods associated with their notice of non-reappointment of their contract was being utilized as a golden parachute to leave. So it was being utilized as if you were here pre whatever the date is to where you would have 365 days plus the next fiscal year, people would give them the notice of non-reappointment and a check for 15 months of salary. And that's what this report was intended to stop. This report was intended to stop the just broad use of notices of non-reappointment as just a check going out the door, instead of negotiating that to show a cost savings to the institution, knowing that we're on the hook. Because the issue was, if you're just going to give somebody a check, why are we doing, and these were the conversations that happened then, why are we just handing them a check instead of making them work during their notice period? And there were a lot of excuses that came from that, but where the board ultimately settled was, if we're going to go through that, we want to see the cost savings that the institution's realizing from this. And that's what this report was meant to do, is put this in public so that we can see that when these are being processed, they are resulting in a cost savings to the institution. And it's not, if somebody has a 1-year notice period, they're just handed a check to leave of a year's salary. But there's a lot, you are correct, there's a lot of different ways in which people can separate for disciplinary reasons that don't fall into this specific category. But in those instances, there's no notice period that they're entitled to. So that's completely separate from what this policy does.
Regent Bush, for the record, I greatly appreciate the explanation of it, and there still would, just out of curiosity, what's the spend category? So if we're looking at a budget, right, from an institution, what would be that spend category for buyouts?
I couldn't tell you if there's a spend category.
Is there a line? Is there a line item for buyouts? I mean,
Chris Fatone, for the record, I believe in the payroll system, it would depend on exactly the nature of the payment being made, what classification it would be recorded under. We do have certain spend categories that account for payments made at separation. I'd have to confirm what those are, and which may be specific to a severance payment, if that's the question, versus other accrued benefits that pay out, such as terminal leave and that sort of thing.
Regent Brooks, for the record, thank you. I appreciate that. CFO Fatone, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Other questions? I just have one clarifying question. Is this calendar year or fiscal year?
This would be fiscal year. 23, yeah.
Okay. So, can you please answer in the
think-
microphone so everyone can hear that? Sorry.
If we have your indulgence for 1 minute, I can actually look it up quickly.
Okay. Yes, President Kibler?
I'm just sitting here listening to this, and I may be able to provide a little bit of clarification. As I saw this, it only shows one from CSN. Yet, as you all know, because I've reported it to you, I've had several non-renewals of contract employees, but they're offered the option to either be paid out or to buy out. None of the folks that we did, I'm not sure what period this covers, so I'm not sure even who this one is, but of all of the non-renewals of contract that we did at CSN under my tenure, elected to buy out, they all elected to just be paid out, which gave us the opportunity, as was reported, to utilize them, even though they might have gone home, to continue to do work for us during that time. And so I'm assuming this report only relates to those that elected the buyout option. I don't know if that helps.
Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Otto, you're saying that it's an annual,
Yeah, it's an annual report.
okay.
Yep.
Okay, that feels odd to me, given that we don't usually do things on a calendar year. And I don't know if this is different than in the past. Well, we'll have to look it up. This is information only, so hopefully, well, we will get more clarifying information on it. But thank you, Regent Brooks, for those questions. There is a consideration by me to postpone item 29, which is the student fee account balances, quarterly update for UNLV, to give the board and Officer in Charge Heavey a bit more time to prepare for this item if can you please just share them with Officer in Charge Heavey, and so that we can all get the benefit of his answers when it does move forward. Thank you. Okay, so that looks to be something that everybody is okay with at this time. Thank you. So we will, except for Regent Brown, she's not okay with it, but whatever. I'm the chair, at least right now. So we'll move on to item 31. That's right. Carol said we have to have fun, so there's my fun for the day. Yeah, and I just have to say, Regent Boylan, he's been giving me a hard time too, so I got it. Okay, so we'll move on to item number 31.
Don't remember.
Request to postpone initiation of the next campus master plan for UNR. And for this, I will turn it over to President Brian Sandoval.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board, Chancellor. For the record, Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada, Reno. In famous last words, but I think I can make up some time for you here, Madam Chair. We are due to do a new campus master plan, but given, as you heard in my campus update, the possibility of the new VA hospital relocating to our campus, number one, and number two, the Washoe County School District's administrative offices are immediately adjacent to our campus, and they are in the midst of a master plan, and it is possible between now and the end of the year that they may choose to relocate those administrative offices. As you recall, we negotiated a right of first refusal to purchase that property in the event they vacate that, again, subject to all your approval. But those are two major items that would dramatically change what our campus master plan would be. So given those possibilities, we're respectfully asking that you consider extending the time within which that we have to submit a new strategic plan for the campus until after the end of this year.
Motion for approval.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Regent Arascata, for that motion, and a second from Regent Brager. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Aye.
Oh, thank you, Carol. Appreciate you being online with us. Item number 32, Redfield Campus Master Plan Update, UNR and TMCC. And for this, I will go to University of Nevada, Reno President Brian Sandoval.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board, Chancellor, for the record, Brian Sandoval. And again, you have the proposed plan for the Redfield campus, and as you all know, that Redfield campus is on the base of the Mount Rose Highway in South Reno. It's been, it co-locates operations for TMCC and the University of Nevada, Reno. We've worked extremely well together. The time came to do a strategic plan for that campus. I've spoken to President Hilgersom. We cooperated very well with the Redfield Foundation and came up with this plan, and we're really excited about it. And I know that she has hopes for a fire science academy, and we have hopes to relocate our cooperative extension operation. And then there's also a hub, a transportation hub, as well as shared education space on that campus. But again, it is all here in front of you, and I'm happy to answer any questions, but we respectfully request your favorable approval of this item. Thank you.
Thank you, President Sandoval. I will open up for questions, comments from Regents. Regent Brooks?
Regent Brooks, for the record, just motion to approve.
I'll second that.
Second.
Second. I'll take the motion from Regent Brooks, and Regent Arascata
That's fine.
tried to jump in before, but that delay gets you every time. So we have a motion on the floor to accept the campus master plan update for UNR and TMCC. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. So now on to committee reports. So I would like to take items 33 through 39 with one motion if possible, unless anyone would like to take out any particular committee report. Or if there are any questions. Regent Brooks.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I think, so I would really defer to the chair of the BFF committee on this one in terms of the report that's being provided when we notice a discrepancy between what we were looking at yesterday and what the board as a whole was looking at today. I'm not sure what direction you'd like to go in, Chair, but I thought, you know, maybe it's worth bringing to your attention.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. So, Regent Brooks, are you suggesting that we pull that item from the agenda and then combine that with the forthcoming return of the other athletics report, and then submit the BFF report without that part included? Or do you have some other thought
Regent
in
Brooks, for
mind?
the record, listen, that sounds great. I mean, really, however you want to do it,
I
Chair.
think Chancellor Charlton would also like to.
It's actually just a point of clarification for the record, Patty Charlton. So that would be to amend or to correct or validate the fiscal exception report that has the FY '23 number that had 38 million on that for the revenue. And we can work with the campus, or we can, if it's appropriate with council, we could also just amend that section of the fiscal exception report, or does it have to be the whole report?
Yeah, my recommendation would be to simplify things here, do one motion. One option would be to take a motion with everything but the BFF, take a vote on that, and then separately address the BFF item, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Okay. So, Regent Brooks, do you want to withdraw your original motion and then do another one that takes out item 38 from all of those? Or did you
Regent
not
Brooks,
do
for the
it?
record, thank you, Chair. I don't believe I made a motion though on that. It was
Okay.
just really me posing something to the chair of the
Okay.
of the committee, but I appreciate that.
Thanks for
Then
that, Claire.
I'll make the motion to accept the report with, pulling out item 38.
Okay, so
No?
Oh,
the
it's
motion,
38 is, yeah, that is 38. I'm sorry, be quiet.
item 38 is the BFF Chair's
sorry.
report.
That's my fault.
Okay.
So I have a motion from Vice Chair Downs and a second from Regent Batista. Regent Fernandez, did you have a question?
I just wanted to clarify, just to be in line with what Chancellor Charlton just mentioned, if that does include the validation aspect of that. That motion, if that will include or will encompass the validation.
We're just not accepting that report at
okay,
this
good,
time.
okay, got it.
So just for the record, Patty Charlton, Chancellor, so I'm working with Special Counsel Nielsen. The item in question was an information item before the committee. It wasn't an action item, so actually, unless I'm misreading this, it doesn't appear on the report for the BFF. So, but we will certainly circle back and work
Okay.
through the process with the institution regarding ensuring that the reports are correct between the different committees, which we have done previously.
Yes, okay.
And Chair, just to add to that, there were consent action items that were approved at BFF that I'm told that need to be approved by the committee as well.
I'm sorry, I missed that part. I know that President Sandoval was,
And Madam Chair, I just want to make sure our items in BFF are
yes.
part of the motion.
So we will go back to, maybe perhaps you'll withdraw your original motion in the second, and we could start again.
I will withdraw my motion. Okay, and so we have the motion and the second withdrawn, and I'll make a new motion to accept the committee reports as, in their entirety.
Okay. Perfect, thank you. So I have a motion and a second to approve all committee reports, which is items 33 through 39 in their entirety. So at this time, I'll open it up for any other discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, moving on.
Aye.
Oh, thank you. All right, number 41, new business. I'll open the floor to Regents for any new business.
So I would like a new business item to, as we discussed earlier with the WICHE report, but if we were to begin looking at how to appeal to the 321,000 students or people in the state of Nevada who have college education but no degree, find a way to appeal to them to come back and finish their education with one of our institutions.
Thank you. Other new business? Hearing none? Then I will move on to thank yous. I just want to give a huge thank you to President Pollard and her staff and all of the students that have helped out. And also to the campus partners here at Nevada State University, Danielle Welch, Anne-Marie Peterson, Chris Schott, Kaylin Poe, Natalie Sparley, Stephen Rubio, Hannah Clark, Timothy Robotham, Nick Claus, Joe Rachel, Nathaniel King, and Ricardo Oseguera. Also on audiovisual, Rick Romero, Claudio Osinaga, Ben Labrador, and Martin Santos. From SES, Brian Anzalone, James Unfried, Bentley Holmeskull, Ed Boog, Gar Gasal, and Tim Shupp. Catering, the food was delicious. Mary Tennis and the NSU catering team. Security, thank you to University Police Services and Southern Command, and especially to our board staff, Holly Herrera, Winter Lipson, Angela Palmer, and Carrie Nikolajewski. I want to just say thank you to all of you. It takes a whole team to do this.
And Chair, before you adjourn, we do have the final public comment period.
You're right, thank you. Now to item number 42, public comment. Is there any public comment at GBC?
No public comment at GBC.
Thank you. Is there any public comment at the system office in Reno?
No, there is not. Thank goodness.
Thank you, Regent Arascata. Is there any public comment here at Nevada State University? I see that there is.
Dr. Bill Robinson, if you didn't want me to come back, you shouldn't have the meeting right next to my house. I want to talk about the anxiety issue. It is a real issue. And if you just think about the work effort it takes, we have faculty members who are changing courses because they're worried that something they teach is going to get them into trouble. That's hours of wasted effort. Every researcher who has a grant is having to talk to their granting agency, the research people on campus. It's real hours. And if the average faculty member has spent 2 hours, that's 2,000 work hours we've wasted since January 1st because we're worried. That's real money. The students I have 250 to 400 students every semester. The students are more nervous right now than I have ever seen them. And if that translates to them not registering for fall because they're worried, that's all of us. That's a big problem for every single person in this room. So I just wanted to say that. Regent Brown, I love adult learners. I really want us to get adult learners, but we know it's not going to happen at the universities unless we change board policy. And I'm happy to work with you to figure out some way to change board policy so that we encourage adult learners, because that's been a big issue for me for a long time, and I know it's a big issue for you, and I'm happy to do that. And then Regent Boylan, there are a ton of fees the board has approved that everybody pays but hardly anybody uses. The rec center fee, athletics fee, the fee that we were talking about, the mental health fee, is like a health insurance policy. You don't know that you're gonna need it. You don't know that you're gonna get sick, so you pay your health insurance premium. I have no problem with that fee. It's the other fees I have a lot of problem with. A small percent of the students use the rec center, everybody has to pay the rec center fee. Not very many students go to athletics, everybody has to pay the athletics fee. So those are the fees we ought to be talking about long-term. Students pay a lot of money for fees that give them no service. The mental health fee, at least, they know that service is there if they need it, and to me, that's
Thank
really
you.
important. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho, and thanks to the board. The NFA is really appreciative of your vote for the NSU NFA collective bargaining today. We really appreciate that. And I'd like to thank Regents Brooks and Goodman for calling attention to the antiquated language in Title IV, Chapter 4 of the handbook, the policy governing collective bargaining for faculty. Every year since 2022, the NFA has attempted to bring this policy to the board's attention, but to no avail. This policy dates back to 1974, when the board amended the handbook to include regulations for collective bargaining with professional employees. The 1976 version of the handbook actually included graduate assistants as a separate potential bargaining unit. At that time, the policy closely followed the language of Nevada Revised Statute 288, which defined the collective bargaining processes for local government employees. NFA was subsequently formed in 1983. We pushed for changes to help community college faculty organize. An ad hoc Regents committee with input from faculty, including Senate chairs and the NFA, revised the policy in '90. Those revisions also brought the policy back into sync with NRS 288, which had been substantially revised in the preceding decade and a half. There have been no substantive changes to this policy in the past 34 years. And while the parallel NRS 288 has been modified multiple times. The proposal for which we have been seeking an opportunity to share with the board mirrors the updates to NRS 288 to ensure that the board's own policies governing collective bargaining match the state law as much as possible. We only seek parity with the other state workers, and we are grateful that we have this opportunity to share that with you. Thank you.
Kent Irvin, ERVIN, Nevada Faculty Alliance. Regent Brooks and I agree on one thing. Title IV, Chapter 4 needs to be revised. NFA has been asking for revisions for years, but we can't get them on your agenda. Councilor Parker listed the ways that Title IV, Chapter 4 is deficient compared with collective bargaining in state law for other public employees in Nevada. That's all we're seeking in AB 191. For example, better methods for handling grievances to avoid expensive litigation and ways to efficiently resolve an impasse in negotiations. Regents we have met with individually have generally agreed that arbitration is a good solution. AB 191 would allow graduate assistants to negotiate over policies to reduce discrimination and retaliation. If you are listening to the GAs, you'll understand why that's so important. That is the one new topic of negotiation beyond similar topics in state law that AB 191 has. Regarding rights reserved for management, academic institutions are different than, say, the Department of Corrections. Academic freedom requires that faculty, not management, are in charge of the means and methods of delivering our product. Faculty are responsible for the curriculum. Shared governance means management rights are shared. We support reasonable requests for resources to implement AB 191. It would be good to have a labor relations expert on NSHE staff. The new fiscal note in NSHE is an attorney employment program. larger than the fiscal note in the nearly identical bill in 2023. That bill got an appropriation because the budget will be harder to get funding this time. Regent Brooks and I agree on something else. The buyout reports have been reduced to nothingness by a twisted interpretation of policy. Thank you.
Hello, Stacy Walters, WALTERS. I'm tenured faculty at CSN, a faculty senator for nearly a decade, and the third-time lead negotiator for CSN's collective bargaining agreement. I'm here to urge this board to hold CSN accountable for fair and consistent collective bargaining. Faculty at CSN have worked in good faith to negotiate contracts that are equitable, fiscally responsible, and sustainable. Past agreements developed with input from NSHE leaders, including the current chancellor and NSHE council, have created stability, reduced wasteful spending, and improved faculty retention. Yet 4 months into negotiations, CSN has taken a rogue approach, attempting to remove department chairs from the bargaining unit despite their legal vote to remain included, striking all language ensuring pay equity and job descriptions for academic leaders with no alternatives offered, eliminating shared governance protections, and weakening faculty rights on academic freedom, safety, hiring, and non-discrimination. Faculty established collective bargaining to bring consistency to CSN's governance. Instead, each new administration disregards precedent and rewrites the rules to serve their own agenda. When questioned on why their interpretation differs from past agreements ratified by this board, CSN's response at the table was, "We no longer interpret it that way, and the regents don't always read or know everything that they vote on." This board must ensure institutions respect negotiated agreements and engage in meaningful bargaining. CSN's actions set a dangerous precedent, one that threatens stability, accountability, and the integrity of NSHE. I urge you to demand fairness and good faith in this process. Thank you.
Hello, Nayeli Villanueva, CSN NFA. My name's spelled Nayele. First, thank you, Regents, for this opportunity to speak. I am a tenured faculty member in CSN's English department, and I'm also a newly appointed union negotiator, or NFA union negotiator. I joined the NFA just last year, actually, after witnessing its tremendous success in securing our most recent ratified contract, an agreement previously hailed as equitable and sustainable, and both by the CSN administration and this board. As an NFA negotiator, I'm deeply committed to centering and amplifying faculty voices. Through direct experience and conversations with my colleagues, I've seen how a fair, equitable contract forms the bedrock of our academic community, empowering CSN to thrive. However, over the past 4 months, it has been disheartening to see key provisions, once the cornerstone of our contract, redlined or dismissed, effectively erasing hard-won progress. As our lead negotiator has accurately noted, this disregard for board-ratified precedents undermines the pillars of trust and shared governance, no doubt leading to longer, I lost my place, more costly negotiations. Now more than ever, a collective bargaining contract is not just a mere formality, it is the driving force of the protections faculty rely on, like academic freedom, non-discrimination, safe working conditions, and vital benefits like childcare and retirement. By twisting the rules and disregarding established procedures, CSN's current stance not only strains the authority of this board, but also destabilizes the very core of NSHE. We must return to a good faith, spirit of good faith bargaining, particularly one that honors the shared governance and contractual provisions this board has long upheld. So I ask you all, I just want to say thank you again for your time. Sorry.
Ted Chodock, CHODOCK, for the record. Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, Chancellor Charlton, Honorable Regents. I was there on November 7th, 2016 for the very first negotiation session between CSN administration and NFA. Chancellor Charlton was the lead negotiator. Richard Hinckley, the then General Counsel, expressed optimism that working together we could reach a great agreement. Of course, CSN administration's teams have changed over these last 8.5 years. Vice President of Academic Affairs, Dr. James McCoy, was the lead negotiator for the second contract. He shared with Patty Charlton a deep understanding of CSN and a commitment to reaching a great agreement. It is unfortunate and deeply troubling to those of us who have been involved in this shared governance enterprise that many of the articles that took months to negotiate, that involved compromise and consultation with many stakeholders from throughout the faculty and administration, that these core parts of the current collective bargaining agreement have been redlined by the administration team, completely crossed out, talking about sections that are 8 pages, 10 pages, 12 pages long of the document. I respect the work that Chancellor Charlton and Dr. McCoy put into their preparation and careful consideration of the content that became the current CBA. We built something together, something that we are all proud of, contracts that received unanimous support by the Board of Regents. We started from scratch 8.5 years ago. Do we really have to reinvent the wheel? Can we start with what we achieved and build on it? I implore you to save everyone's time and effort by requesting that CSN administration start where we left off, and not based on a mistaken view that a contract that strips rights away from faculty will ever be ratified by the same faculty. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Carvalho and members of the Board of Regents. My name's Alistair Dias, CSUN Student Body President for the record. I'm going to provide a little bit more of a lighthearted remark. So as many of you know, myself and a lot of the other student body presidents here, this is our last Board of Regents quarterly meeting before most of us will finish our terms. I will be graduating this May with my thank you. But yes, I'll be graduating this May with my degree in applied economics and policy work, and later be pursuing a degree in law. So I just wanted to come here and say thank you again to all of you. It's been a wonderful year getting to know each and every single one of you. It's been really cool kind of sitting like back there or over there sometimes, depending on where they put me. And kind of seeing all the cool work that goes into putting policy on the ground and seeing all the discussion that we have. I know that UNLV has had a lot that's been going on recently, but it's been really awesome to see how the Board of Regents has come through and supported students like myself. It's also really cool to see how much CSUN has a lot of representation on the board, which is always very nice with Regent Gutman, Regent Fernandez, and of course Regent Brown. But yes, I just wanted to come on here and say thank you again for all your hard work. Students really see it, they tell me about it, and they make mention of it. So definitely keep up the great questions, the good discussions, and yeah, I yield my time.
It's always hard coming after Alistair. He's much taller than me. Teresa Marie for the record. I'm GPSA Student Body President at UNLV, so graduate and professional students. I too am finishing out my term and will be graduating, and that will be with my PhD in criminology. So I wanted to thank all of you again for all of your time and listening over the past 2 years that I've come up here and done public comment. Earlier today, we talked about the disruptions that have occurred at the institutional level, and I would be remiss if I didn't actually talk about things that my students have experienced. So I've had at least 5 graduate students that have been defunded by the federal government decisions that were made in regard to research. I have a colleague who is researching missing persons with Metro, and she has had to change her research through IRB 3 times. And she's with the NIJ. Fortunately, my research is not funded, but I study foster care and why foster care placements fail. But I do know that my research would be defunded as well. My job has been, part of my job has been defunded and refunded in the past couple of months, and I learned today that there's been a decision that has come down that will affect my job moving forward. And I represent kids who are trafficked, who are abused by their parents, who are abused by the system, and That's what I'm dealing with is my job really doesn't matter when it comes to funding, is how it feels. Mental health, if you don't think that graduate students suffer from mental health concerns, come talk to us. You can hear the jokes that are made because that's the only way that we can release it. So when we talk about the needs for mental health, I promise you they're there. But I am glad to hear that our school is still willing to fight for that, even though you guys, some of you, question whether that need is there or not. But I do appreciate everything you have done. Thank you.
Kevin Osorio Hernandez, Chair of the Nevada Student Alliance and President of the Nevada State Student Alliance. So this is my final public comment in this role, and I'm filled with gratitude. Representing over 100,000 students has been an honor, and I deeply appreciate the conversations, the challenges, and shared efforts to improve higher education in our great state. Whether we agreed or debated, I have always respected your commitment to students, and my time here has reinforced my belief that when we show up and speak up, we can create meaningful change. As I step away, I do so with confidence in the next generation of student leaders, and I trust you will continue to listen to them, and so I thank you for your time, your leadership, and the opportunity to serve. It has been a privilege to serve with you these past 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. SES, is there any public comment on the phone?
There are no callers at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So at this time, at 5:22, I will adjourn this meeting. Have a good weekend, everybody.